Do we have anybody from the IT department? Because there seems to be an issue with the audio there.
Hello, what is this, ma'am?
Yeah, Dr. Raghupati is speaking, I guess, but we can't hear her. There seems to be an issue with the audio. We have all the speakers' audio available, but there seems to be an issue with the Dr. Raghupati's audio. Can you please check that?
Ma'am, please change your mic setting. Hello, ma'am. Please check your mic setting. Change your mic setting, ma'am. Click on the mic button and change your mic setting. Hello. Ma'am, click on mic button and choose the next input mic. Ma'am, can share your chat in your phone number? Raghupati ma'am, can share your chat in your phone number?
Aishwarya, please start the session.
Sure. Okay, I'm going to start the session. There seems to be an issue with the technical glitch, really, with the Dr. Raghupati's mic. Our IT team is going to fix that soon. But let's continue with us. In fact, start with the plenary session. As I've already introduced the speakers for this session, I'd first invite Mr. Manik Thapar, Chief Executive Officer, EcoWise Waste Management Private Limited, for his presentation. Very warm welcome, Mr. Thapar, and over to you.
Thank you. Is my voice clear? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you for giving me this podium to speak about the waste management sector. I'll just give you a brief about what we do and who we are. We are a private limited waste management company that is present in India across 15 cities. And we are primarily into collection, transportation, segregation, aggregation, and pre-processing of various municipal waste, along with providing certain bespoke services to large corporate clients on a national basis. I would like to basically touch upon the policy and regulation aspect of waste management in India and how that can actually give growth to entrepreneurship, to innovation, and also generate massive amount of employment along with increasing government revenues. As we all know, the government of India, through its Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, has been advertising a lot and doing a lot in terms of at least construction of toilets across the country. But primarily waste management in the country, about 90% of that is looked after by the unorganized sector and by the SME sector. And certain aspects of policy and regulations right now are actually hampering the growth of the sector, whereas it could be a lot bigger in terms of bringing in new players. But stuff like a lack of industry status, so the sector as of now has no industry status. That has a lot of issues that percolate down to the SME sector and to the informal sector, which is operating in this sector as of now. Also, there is a massive emphasis right now on the control of waste. Earlier, waste management, when we started in this sector almost 20 years ago, and nobody wanted to deal with waste. Nobody wanted to collect waste. But today, there is a massive fight over the control of waste because people realize that there is value and there can be money that can be generated by recovering resources from this waste. So as a result, what is happening is, especially in the municipalities and in authorities across India, through the tendering process, a lot of monopolization and cartelization of waste collection contracts is taking place, which is adversely affecting the SME and the informal sector because they have been predominantly in the field of collection, recovery, and aggregation of recyclables from all the waste that is being collected. So from a policy perspective, certain things from this angle need to be looked at. Further, in terms of bringing in innovation and entrepreneurship into the sector, I'd also like to mention that as of now, there's a lot of confusion as to who really looks after waste management as an entire entity in the country. There are way too many departments that you need to go to. There is no real clarity as to whose responsibility is being, which department is responsible for what aspects of waste management. And we have, as an organization, written to the government of India also, and also through our reach on social media, spoken about this quite a lot, that there needs to be a dedicated ministry that is dealing with just waste management and resource recovery in the country, because that is not only going to just streamline the policy and regulation aspects, but also will streamline a lot of things in terms of permissions for small businesses, for the informal sector, for bringing them back into the accumulating them or bringing them into the formal sector. So things of that sort need to be really looked at. Other things that I would like to quickly touch upon in terms of the recycling side and waste recovery side of the business, I would like to say that there are certain things, certain policies, such as a lot of talk is right now being talked about how PET, especially plastic, a lot of plastic and especially PET is being recycled into polyester, which is then being made into clothing, and that is being propagated and sold as something which is circular and something which is recycling, whereas it is not. What is required in the country is a bottle-to-bottle recycling bill, where we have a PET bottle that is then converted back into a PET bottle that can then be used for, packaging food or packaging water. Those kind of things are actually going to start assisting the recycling industry. Everything else that we are doing with PET right now is mostly downcycling. And that is not helping the recycling industry, because what that is doing is that is just pushing more and more amount of virgin plastic into the market, which is bringing down the prices of virgin plastic in comparison to recycled plastic. And it is negating the whole purpose of creating a circular economy. Certain other aspects, and I'll make it very quick over here, are pertaining to EPR, extended producer responsibility, both in e-waste and in the plastic waste management sector in India. From an EPR perspective, there is a massive need for transparency and traceability right now. It is lacking in the sector. There are a lot of startups who have come into the sector, but if you look at the startups that have come into the sector, they are mostly providing a technology platform, and very few are actually getting into the collection and sorting and aggregation of this plastic material, because again, majority of this work is left to the informal and SME sector, and very few organized players are in this sector. And that again goes back to what I was talking about in the start of my talk, that there needs to be a policy drive and a regulation drive to get more businesses into the collection and aggregation side of the waste management sector. We as an organization have been finding a lot, a major push by a lot of brands and a lot of businesses to start using bioplastic. And bioplastic is being talked about as something which is going to solve the plastic waste problem. And there again lies a misconception, because in terms of treating bioplastic, firstly, it cannot be recycled conventionally. You require industrial composting units, which, as we all know, in our country are far and few. Also, customers, residents, residential establishments, businesses, and people who are handling this kind of waste need to be aware that this, in order for you to treat this, it must go in with organic waste, and it must go to a controlled environment where it is composted in a controlled environment, which none of that is right now happening. So as a result, majority of this plastic ends up in the landfill or ends up at a waste to energy plant, or worse, a lot of it is going to cement kilns to get burnt. That is not solving the problem. Whereas part of it that does go to, by mistake, ends up in a mechanical recycling facility. It clogs up the machines, and it causes a lot of other issues in terms of segregation also. So these are some policy and thought processes that we need to bring into the recycling side of the business, that where we need to look at it from a circular perspective. And if we need to look at it from a circular perspective, then we also need to look at it from a design perspective, because if we design properly, we can design waste out of the whole system, because designing is what comes first. You always design something and then you start manufacturing it. So from the design perspective, we need to select the right kind of materials that can then be recycled in perpetuity. If not in perpetuity, at least recycled over and over again multiple times. Lastly, I'd like to state that resource recovery has now become a national security issue, in my personal opinion. And the reason is that we are heavily dependent as a country on import of oil. We are heavily dependent as a country on import of things like lithium, cobalt. The electric car market is starting to just get a foothold in India. And of course, over a period of years, it's going to grow quite a bit. And then there comes the challenge of not only recycling a lot of these lithium ion batteries, but also making new ones by importing it or setting up something here in India. So as the Prime Minister wants to push Atmanirbhar Bharat, I feel that the movement towards Atmanirbhar Bharat is through resource recovery. And if we don't start investing in infrastructure in this country, if we don't open up the market to private players, to SMEs, if we don't start bringing the informal sector and start formalizing them, because they have vast amounts of knowledge in terms of what materials can be recycled, how to segregate, then we are going to be dependent on imports. For example, e-waste. A lot is talked about e-waste, about how recycling is coming up in India, but a lot of you would be surprised that majority of the e-waste is not, in the organized sector, is not recycled in our country. Majority of it is exported abroad, where all the precious metals are extracted, and a country like India then imports a lot of gold back into the country. So it's counterproductive. Whereas in the informal sector, however crude and polluting the process is, if financing and funding is made available to them, the process can be streamlined, and they can be brought onto board to start recycling a lot of this stuff. So there are these things that we as an organization have been working on. We've been writing quite a lot about it. I would like to close by stating that there is massive potential to generate not only employment, innovation, but also bring in a lot of innovation by the means of bringing in new entrepreneurs into the sector. The government can earn massive amounts of revenue through tax collection. Municipalities can save money. There is an aspect of a tipping fee right now that happens in India, where most of the tenders actually incentivize private enterprises to dump waste into the landfill rather than recover the waste, because they're based on something called a tipping fee, where the government pays them money on a per kg basis to dump waste into the landfill. These are, again, policy related issues, and this goes against what the central government wants to do, and these are state specific issues that need to be rectified, because if we start incentivizing companies to dump waste in the landfill by paying them on a per kg basis, then there is no incentive for them to recover waste. Nonetheless, with that, I'd like to thank you for giving me this podium, and I hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thapar, for that those insights. Really, we can have a question. I mean, it's up to the speakers to decide. We can have a question and answer session right after individual presentations, or perhaps you can have it after everybody's through with the presentations, as everybody agrees will do with that. All right, I guess it'll be better if we have a question and answer session after everybody's presentation is done. So thank you so much, Mr. Thapar, for your presentation. Next, I would invite Mr. Nakul Kumar Sardana, founder and CEO, Azairo Sustainalytics, for the presentation. Over to you, Mr. Sardana.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Thank you, Aishwarya, and thank you for your organization for building up this stage, bring distinguished speakers from the industry, and able to understand and hear what we as a collectively as an industry think about waste management. As primarily the session is around the technology and the innovation. To begin with, I'll quickly introduce myself and the company I represent. I'm the owner CEO of Azairo Sustainalytics, formerly known as Azairo Infratech. We have been primarily into design and engineering of large-scale waste processing units. We are currently designing Asia's, Southeast Asia's largest biogas plant, which is coming in Indore. And this is what we are doing in a cooperation with a German entity named ProVips Envirotech. We expect this plant to get commissioned in the next couple of years. This is a 600 ton per day system. While we are majorly into bringing that sort of a brain to the processing units, complete design and engineering of them, bringing out the right technology to treat the waste. We parallelly have a fair interface towards ESG. We are the largest ESG database of country. and we do evaluate, help customers in terms of the primarily investors, corporates, to know their standings, where they stand as on date in terms of their environmental, social, and governance practices. It's a primary. I mean, for the people who are slightly aware of it, it's a coverage of a non-financial KPIs, giving them a weightage which primarily explains that even if the business is doing great, what really requires to make it run for the next 50 years. I'll take the stage. I'll hope I can share my screen. I'll just present the case for like I would say 5 minutes. I prepared a presentation here. So if you look at the present scenario, by 2050, we globally will be generating around 3.4 billion tons of waste. We already generate around 2 billion tons of waste, solid waste. And if I don't just go by the numbers, good 45% of it is still not treated across the different geographies. We have more than 4,500 startups which we have studied while conducting a survey in the past. And we realized that there has been a lot which has been brought on the table in the last 10 years. While I mention this, because if you look around the scenario of the global changes which has come in the waste management sector, it was back in 2003 and 2 when first world countries started realizing that the landfill shall be stopped, and the waste which is going in the landfill shall be treated by the different technologies available. If not, then we should develop the technology. Talk about Germany, they started doing the biomethanation, capturing of methane somewhere in 2002, 2003, mostly. And now they've been given the time frame of last 15 to 18 years, they've been able to sustain that sort of technologies for a longer term, though being supported by the different revenues which implied from the city council to the highest level of the government. Now, but when we look at the sixth part, is like we have started talking on the lines of circular economy, just not on any approach which is linear. I mean, you use it and throw it. It's primarily now we are talking about going circular. So this idea is that we can reduce the waste which is going to the landfill. And how we do that is just not the reusing or recycling. It's again talking about the product life cycle span, how to improve that. Is there a proper way to address the maintenance and operation and maintenance of the existing appliances, be it a household appliances or the larger equipment you use? The current technology which we have has been able to convert any sort. I mean, like I'm talking about a solid waste, a municipal waste, as well as the C&D, correct? Construction and demolition waste. We convert that into different new building sort of a material, fuels. It could be biogas or a pyrolysis based LDO, and the direct electricity, composting facilities. We generate compost fertilizer through it, and innovative organizations are definitely bringing in an optimization piece in the overall collection and transportation business, like the smart bins, RFID-based systems, vehicle tracking, optimized route plan, beat plans. When we talk about waste to energy technologies, what we see is that for the wet waste, for the organic waste, we have something called biogas, which is now covering the larger space in Indian market as well. Since the time we have the Satat scheme with us, where the floor price of the bio-CBG offtake has been decided by the government, and Indian and foreign players are taking a widely interest into it, rather than focusing on that conventional waste to energy where we just go for the mass burning and generate electricity out of it. We know that there has been an active sound against incineration. So now it has been realized that if we are able to segregate the waste, now that has become a practice in, I would say, in like 5 to 7 municipal corporations in India, or widely cities named Indore, Bhopal, Surat, Nasik, where segregation level has been more than 50% so far, has been achieved, and it's improving every day. So wet waste, converting the wet waste into biogas, upgrading it, using it as a compressed biogas, which can be again refueled into your vehicles or can be used for a household cooking purpose too. Again, has an application of the combined heat and the power system. Though India is not a country which is still utilizes the heat to an extent, we still don't want. I mean, we are a subtropical country where the heat applications are limited, and it's actually limited to the industry level itself. When we talk about the other component of it is dry waste processing, maybe automated material recovery facilities has been able to answer that to an extent. But it's still a long way to go in that, because when we see the overall economics of it, we see till the time we are not able to address the informal sector which is associated with the dry waste, this might not get financially viable. We have to look at it in a more collective, inclusive way, where the informal sector becomes a part of it, and at the same time, yes, I mean the technology piece is itself will become the answer of a lot of our issues, but the ground issues, the societal issues has to be addressed separately. And then composting a conventional method to treat wet waste or a mixed waste. Zero liquid discharge system is primarily to address leachate collection, and so as to control that part, which even creating a lot of impact on our creating on the groundwater. It again saves us from the groundwater contamination and sanitary landfilling, where we just not landfilling the waste, even thinking and talking about capturing the methane out of it. The preferred technologies we see, we have a mixed waste stream. We talk about enhanced material recovery facility in terms of the MRF. Then we have some residual waste, which is like non-marketable, like contaminated glass, plastic, toys, etc., which where we need to look at the alternate markets for it. Otherwise we ban the product, or we just simply go for the landfilling. As explained on the organic side, you go for a composting, or better in an implied manner. If the waste is segregated to an extent, then biogas.
Have we lost Mrs. There seems to be an issue with the presentation.
Sorry, I lost the connection. My Wi-Fi router started automatically.
Yeah, now we can hear you. Now we can see you, sir, as well. Please continue with the presentation.
Yeah. Just help me to place where did I leave the platform? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So the last.
Aishwarya?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, we were on this. Yes, we were on this slide, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So yeah, I was talking about the preferred technologies. This could be MRF, where we tend to increase the overall yield of the recyclable waste, and at the same time giving enough coverage to the ferrous and non-ferrous materials as well. We need to look at for the alternate markets for the contaminated plastic, glass, and the toy market, whether we landfill it or stop that sort of a product use. Organic, I very well explained that this can definitely be, composted, or if you have a decent number in terms of the daily input waste, we can even plan for a biogas plant. A typical process for the anaerobic digestion, as we have been very active in this space. We are working in India on one of the project, and then multiple projects outside India, mostly in Europe, Greece.
Sir, your audio is not very clear. There seems to be an issue with the Wi-Fi, I guess. Dr. Sardana, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
But there seems to be a connection problem. There seems to be a connection problem because we can't see the slides and we can hear
No,
you.
can you? Yeah, okay. Is it better now?
Yes. Now we can see the slides. Yes.
Okay, so this is a typical process flow for the anaerobic digestion plants. Won't take much time because I think I'm in a bad network somehow all of a sudden, and so if you see the recently and the COP26 anaerobic digestion technology is one of those technology which can reduce methane in the atmosphere. UK organizations had urged President COP26 to support AD as one of those primary technologies to be promoted to capture methane and to reduce overall footprint of food waste. UK's commitment to the AD has been significant since last 15 years. And if we see value of biogas in the tackling climate change to be highlighted at COP26, and that was being done. Why we talk about AD prominently? AD is a mature, readily available technology that can be deployed without any delay, deliver 30% in percent of the fifth carbon budget shortfall. It answers to that extent, like 30% of the carbon shortfall. One of the most prominent way to generate employment across the globe. No less than £5 billion of investment in the private sector banking through AD. There are over 140 million tons of the readily available organic wasters, which is still left undigested in the UK everywhere. And when we talk about primarily, this slide was primarily in tune with the COP26 and UK market, as that is one of the mature market what we come across to. The company, and as I mentioned, I won't spend much time here on it. That what we have been doing, just a snapshot of our offerings, the projects we have done so far. This is in Indore. This is in Germany. To sum it up, I'll say where
Mr. Sadana?
yeah, my bad, Aishwarya. I think I'm done. Thank you so much. I hope I was audible last. Yep, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. There seems to be a lot of audio glitches today. I think there's some issue with the Wi-Fi or something else. But thank you so much for that presentation. We'll be discussing about the questions at the end of the session, and we'll be asking the speakers their take on the other presentations as well. Now let me invite Mr. Gaurav D. Joshi, Senior Environmental Specialist, Environment, Natural Resources, and Blue Economy Global Practice, the World Bank. Very good afternoon, Mr. Joshi, and thank you so much for having joined us. Please start with your presentation, sir.
Is the presentation first slide visible?
Yes, sir, it is. It is.
Okay. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me. It is a pleasure to be here discussing some innovative solutions. I could only join around 12 noon, I'm sorry, but I heard both speakers speak to a lot of recycling and waste management aspects which would reduce pressure on very expensive land across the country, which has many advantages, and I commend them both for their presentations. I have decided to concentrate on something which happens despite all the exaltation which has gone in their presentations. The World Bank, just as background where I come from, before I start and jump into something that I wanted to show about what happens after Mr. Sardana and Mr. Thapar's exhortations fall to deaf ears, or before from where we started when Mr. Thapar's company was starting. The World Bank is a multi-governmental organization. We work across various countries of the world, especially in developing countries, and help them improve development outcomes across various spaces. Environment is a concern which has been at the forefront in India for at least 2 decades and more. And the bank has been active across various parts of environment, especially in waste management, coming from both the environmental management perspective, but also from the perspective of city management and stuff like that. What I'm going to concentrate on is on land, because all of us will agree that India is urbanizing massively. It is continuing trend. It hasn't stopped since we became independent. It is unlikely to be reversed within any time soon. And therefore, there is a lot of pressure on land. And as many of the preceding speakers have said, this is what the projects look like, right? Wherever we go, this is what we see. For the record, this is one of the projects where the bank has worked. So I will go into some detail. But if you did not see the 2 towers, if you just saw the foreground of the picture, most of you would identify it from any million plus. We have what, 40 cities, and even 5 lakh cities in India, 5 lakh population, that is. So we have about 4,000 or 5,000 of such places, or some cities have multiples, maybe 10,000. Nobody has counted, but it is a massive problem for the simple reason that we have a limited amount of land, and of course the unsanitary conditions that it creates around it. So this is what happens after we've tried to recycle, or we haven't tried, but we have dumped material despite the best efforts. And I would say this is the, if not present, at least historical condition of almost all sites in India. So when the government of India approached us several years ago, and I'm go into the specifics of the project in a minute. We thought it was something that we would like to dig our teeth into and come out with something that can be both environmentally acceptable and also economically desirable. Because in the end, sustainability is about balancing the three pillars, right? The economics has to work out, the environment has to be kept safe, and socially people should not feel excluded. So once those three could be matched, the bank embarked on a project that I'm going to describe. But the reason why I chose this was to say that even at the last step in the process, disposal, there is hope and there is scope both for extracting economic value. And as I think Mr. Thapar mentioned in his presentation, getting the job done and getting the right jobs in the right sequence at the right time. So let me get into the case study and tell you about what we could help do. This was the project. We started in 2010 and we ended in 2018. The total amount that we used up during the course of the project was around $22 million. And this obviously is a large number for any particular place, but for the country like India, which is the prime counterpart, we believe that the project has delivered the goods by both building capacity to undertake remediation, and I will speak to this during the course of the presentation, and also started some development of regulation. I think Mr. Thapar was referring to some policy requirements we didn't touch because at that time EPR and others were not yet front and center, but we did look at other things. And we were very honest. We started by learning by doing approach. We didn't say that this is the final technology and the dogma of technology. We did not allow it to in some ways affect the thing that needed to be done, which was remediate the land. We chose two parcels, one for about 4.2 hectares and another for 12 hectares. One is in southern India, the other is in eastern India. So the southern India one is in Kadapa, if people are familiar with the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, and the 12.1 is in Dhapa, just outside Kolkata, near the salt. The situation in India for contaminated sites, which, as I said, sit on very, very economically viable land, varies by different things. The latest inventory the government of India has around 2015 was about 145 sites. But if you add to this the contaminated sites which are not recognized or are not grandfathered, then the number could be very large. And of course, this is the number. The areas will be orders of magnitude. The Dhapa site itself runs into tens of hectares and we could only take a piece of it. The Kadapa site is in excess of 10 hectares and we chose about 4 hectares to demonstrate. The point is, very close to economic sector being active, there are pieces of land on which what happens is actually this. This is neither economically useful to do, nor is it very, what is the term? Environmentally desirable, nor is it socially responsive. If you see what I'm talking about across the three on the left. What we started doing was a systematic measurement for a total station. We had a proper sanitary landfill executed. It took some doing. We had to lay the geograde. We had to dig out the trenches. We had to go on and construct the drainage. So it was a scientific method that was shown to be working at scale. We put in the HDPE liner. We made sure that the joints were right. But this took time. The reason why I'm showing this to the choir in some ways is to show that this can be done if care is taken and if it is properly supervised. So things got done in a proper scientific manner. You could see in the background the skyline of Kolkata, and in the foreground what eventually has happened. This is the last slide on the project itself. You can see the thing that is being done. And what I wanted to talk to was this table. The economic analysis of all that money that we spent was undertaken very systematically when the project closed. We had benefits from, and I would like to speak to two very specifically. I think Mr. Sardana was speaking to GHG, mostly methane. And you can see that we could quantify the reduction in greenhouse gases valued at 1.54 million because there was still some gas. And that is the other thing that I wanted to speak to, that these sites require extensive investigation because most of the waste in many places gets mineralized, or the gas pockets are not very, accessible. And therefore, identifying or promising something without a proper investigation can be very, very tricky. And the other bit that I want to speak to is the first line, which is the increase in rental values. When land gets properly managed, the rental values around that site actually increased. And we undertook a systematic survey to see how land values have increased. The people who had land around such eyesores, for a better word, actually could get benefits of increased value of their investment. Of course, there were employment benefits, and the rag pickers were actually, if people are more interested, we actually had employment opportunities created for a number of rag pickers who worked on the Thapa site. And that is where the employment benefit comes from. It is not the employment only on the site itself. And of course, you can see some other lines, and that is why I said the number is very large. It is the state-of-the-art laboratory, so that we could confirm that the testing would confirm, that the sites were remediated to the standards agreed. And there were savings for preparing the remediation plans. So I talked to two sites in this presentation, but India, as I said, had identified 145 plus many, many more that are not covered here. So it speaks to the value that people can actually get by doing upstream work, making sure that they know the right technology. I think Mr. Sardana in his presentation was speaking to a particular technology, and making this in advance rather than having a preferred technology was very helpful. As you can see, we had a very large net present value of benefits, and the internal rate of return, these are economic, these are not financial rates of return, but the internal rate of return were very, very high, running into 26.12% or 36.78% if you just included the investment component. The reason why I point to this is because people think of dump sites as something that those are undesirable, but they already exist. We will have to do something about them if we want our cities to flourish. And the things to do with them are not cast in stone. We will have to make sure, and this is what we learn, that there is a detailed assessment of site contamination. The remediation plan is properly done in advance. The projects require financing approaches which are beyond the project cycles, and we have to do longer than the 5 to 7 year project durations, because what we found out was there are issues around land records. There are issues around coordination between the various things. I think it was Mr. Thapar who spoke to a Ministry of Waste Management. I don't know if that is possible, but there is definitely something to be said about institutional coordination. Our sense is that the engineering and execution, meaning the study and analysis, will take about 3 years, but the preparatory work, getting the right site, identifying another site for municipal waste while we remediate this site, and all that will take about 2 to 4 years of planning. So the conventional 5 to 7 year program may be very difficult to manage. And that is the one message that we would like to lay on the table, which is that it will take time. We have been dumping for 20 years, 30 years, in some places 50 years, and we expect that land to become, as I indicated, more valuable. Then we have to be ready for the long haul. Policy tweaks will help, but we have to put our nose on the grind and we have to work. And there is no shortcut on it. And that is why the title of my presentation was quite provocative. I don't know how many innovations we have done, but we have shown from end to end that here is a contaminated site. And in the last slide, I showed you what it is currently used for. But it will require huge amount of coordination. It will require rethinking the planning process for waste. And it will require these enabling structures of administration to which it was briefly spoken. If we expect that, okay, the Pollution Control Board, because it is the regulator, will be responsible, we are not going to be able to make it. So that is what I wanted to say about in the presentation. Due diligence on land is very important. We think we started with 3 sites where we wanted to do, but one, after doing all the engineering, had to be stopped. And the reason was the land ownership was not very clear and we had to abandon. So things like these happen when we actually try to do work on environmental work on the ground. This is what we have to be ready for, because these are very, very valuable pieces of land. And if we are able to deliver a piece of land which is put to a higher use than it was originally, then half our job is done. Obviously, all the things that are to be done upstream are important, but reclaiming this most finite of resources, land, close to the most vibrant places in India, our cities, is vital. Let me stop here, and if there are questions, I will be very happy to take. Thank you so much. Over to you, Aishwarya.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. Of course, we had a very important and detailed discussion on this very important aspect of the smart waste solution. And for the next presentation, I'll invite Mr. Steve Rogers, Chief Commercial Officer, Licella, Australia. Over to you, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, good afternoon. And first of all, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. I was going to just talk through some slides. I just need the previous speaker to stop sharing. That's possible. I can't share my screen until.
I thought I had. Okay. Let me,
all right.
Sorry about that. I thought I had unshared. Sorry.
Mr. Rogers, now you can go ahead and start screen sharing. Yes, we can
Sorry
see the
about
slide.
that.
Yes, we can.
Is that all good? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, and good afternoon to you all, and thank you very much for the opportunity of talking with you today on this most important issue of what to do with all our waste. So just for those of you who aren't aware, Licella, what I talk about is a bit about who Licella is. And where we can fit into the overall solution, and our mantra on this, this is an area that we've been working on for the past 12 years or so, developing our technology, and it's very much about how we can all extract the value from what is in waste, because waste is only waste if you can't work out, what to do with it. And what we found, and what some of the previous speakers have shown, is there's a lot of value in there, which can not only deliver value to the companies and to the municipalities and everything, but it also can have a very significant environmental benefits, which are, of course, of increasing importance globally. So just to talk a bit about who we are. We're a technology development company, and you'll see throughout the technology throughout this presentation references to CAT HTR. Don't worry too much about that, but that's basically our technology platform, and we fit in the thermochemical group of companies, whereby we use heat to treat the residues. And we use heat and water, which is why it's called, our grouping of technology is called hydrothermal liquefaction, but I'll come on to that. So just very briefly, you can see Licella at the top there, and the platform we use is CAT HTR, as we call it. As I said, it's just a platform technology, and the technology can be applied to a variety of different feedstocks. So we started our work working with biomass residues. So in a waste context, you can start thinking about waste such as waste wood, construction wood and demolition wood, but we've also done work with forestry residues, and we've got partnerships around the world, and that's how we deploy our technology. So basically, we appreciate that we're in Australia. It's a long way from everywhere, and so what we have to do is work with different partners. So if there is anyone in India or else who's interested in our technology, that's why we've partnered with on the plastics, which is what I'm going to talk about today, with a company called Mura Technology. So they're based out of the UK, but they also work with KBR, who is a global engineering company who is actually looking at deploying our technology around the world. So just you see that, but you can also see that we have relationships with companies like Shell and other global brands. So what is the platform all about, and why is this relevant? Now, clearly plastics is just one element of clearly organic waste typically is the largest one, but then you have other elements like plastic and fiber, and those are sort of significant quantities in wastes. And there are basically, for plastics, there are two types of recycling that are possible. There's what we call mechanical recycling, which is where you can take bottles like PET drink bottles, or HDPE bottles, which can be used for sort of milk cartons and things like that, and they can be mechanically recycled. So that means you take the bottle and then you clean it and you chop it up and flake it, and you can make it back into into flake, and that flake can then be reused. The challenge with that is that in order to do that, you can only make new what they call food grade plastics from pre-existing food grade plastics. So you can't take other plastics that have been used for PET and convert those into food grade plastics. It won't work. And so what you have to do is you have to take food grade feedstocks and then enable those to be converted back. And so the challenge with that is it means that your feedstock supply is limited, and it's challenging. And so this graph here that you can see from McKinsey's basically shows that at the moment that there's about 12% of globally of plastics which are recycled. There's about 4% losses. So all up, there's only about globally about 9% of plastics which are being recycled. And to be frank, what was happening from a lot of the sort of the more developed countries was a lot of the plastics used to be shipped to China, and they were sorted manually there. And then China said, we're not going to let you do that anymore. And part of the reason was because what was happening is that the plastics that went there, the plastics that could be recycled were pulled out, and then everything that wasn't was sort of thrown into the river or burnt. Often when you burn plastics, it can be very dangerous. And so you have to, if you're looking at sort of running facilities like that, it has to be done in a controlled way. And clearly, globally, people are getting very concerned about the level of pollution that exists from plastics. And so there's a need to actually look at another way that you can actually recycle plastics, which enables you to not just be reliant on mechanical recycling, but can recycle all these other plastics. This is called advanced recycling, or sometimes it's known as chemical recycling. What's happening now is the global brands are saying that they want to source more of their plastics from what they call post-consumer recycled plastics, PCR plastics. And you'll see here, this is just there's in this space there's a lot of work being done by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, based out of the UK. But you can see that there's the global brands are basically saying that we want to recycle more. We can't get hold of the feedstock that we want. This chart shows is that there's a very significant market opportunity between supply and what's happening, and it's growing. So from all those entrepreneurs out there, there's a massive opportunity here to meet the address of this. And these brands are prepared to pay significant premiums for these plastics. As an example, Nestle has put a billion Swiss francs on the table. So that's a billion, not a million, a billion, 1,000 million Swiss francs on the table to say, we know that this is going to be difficult. We know that we have to create new supply chains, and we know that we're going to have to pay a premium for these products. And so basically they're saying they'll pay, 2 to 3 times the price for these products in order to, facilitate the recycling that's necessary, which involves reclaiming all of those plastics out of those places that they shouldn't be and converting them back again. And so we're sort of working with Mura and others to sort of develop opportunities in this space. So you can see we have projects under development in the plastic space in the UK, in Japan, and we're working on one here in Australia. So clearly a great opportunity, in India. And as I said, the technology that we use, it sort of fits into this group of thermochemical processes, which is pyrolysis and gasification, or hydrothermal liquefaction. Those are the 3 technologies that are there. Pyrolysis is relatively an old technology. It's basically heating a feedstock in the absence of oxygen. Has limitations in the plastic space because of the sorting that needs to be done. And equally, if pyrolysis isn't done in a very controlled manner, it can be very, you can get some real issues there because of dioxins and being released. So you really need to be careful about what technologies are used here. Gasification of Fischer-Tropsch can be another method, but typically these plants are very expensive. So, we're talking, in the 300-400 million US sort of price range. But hydrothermal liquefaction, is much more scalable and can be done at a lower scale, and we're talking probably $40 to $50 million for a plant. And how do we do this? This is water, and we use water to react with the plastics. And the way that we do that is that water, we all think of water in 3 states, which being ice, in liquid, and also in steam. But there's a 4th state of water, or matter indeed, which is called supercritical fluids. And that's basically when you take water and you heat it over 373 degrees and 218 bar, it moves into a 4th state, which you can actually see here. And what that enables it to do is it just starts acting, it will diffuse straight through whatever it's combined with. So if you're trying to actually get heat into a process to allow the polymers to be cracked, if you can use water to actually do that, to reduce these long chain polymers back into an intermediate. And so that's what we do in our process. As I said, we take a variety of different feedstocks. So you can see waste plastics here, but as I said, we can do biomass, also wood waste, and we've done some work as well on end-of-life tires. We mix those with supercritical water inside our reactors, and we produce this intermediate, which is just like crude oil. And then that crude oil, which is can then be fractionated into a range of different products, which can then be used in a different variety of applications. But the greatest demand at the moment is in the plastics to plastics type applications. And as you can see here, we've processed a whole range of different plastics, from really dirty plastics. As you can see here, these plastics have been separated out of municipal waste. These are plastics which have been rejected out of the material recycling facilities, which are focused on mechanical recycling. These are plastics which have been sort of separated out at the household. So you get households who actually put their plastics into another bag and then put that in the same bin as goes to the material recycling facility. These are plastics which are actually rejects from paper recycling plants, because often you don't get good separation inside the paper, the fiber that comes into the paper recycling plants. And these are just, this is another collection scheme whereby people take plastics back to the supermarkets where they can get them and clean plastics. So we've processed all of these different types of plastics, and the process that we have is very capable of taking the variety of different plastics, which again is a big difference between our process and pyrolysis. We, about a year ago, or just over, no, probably more like 18 months ago, collaborated with a group of major companies here to just prove out that this process would actually work. Nestle took a leadership role in this, and they basically said, look, they are one of these brands who are putting their money where their mouth is. And they said, okay, well, what is it that we need to actually prove that this can happen? We looked at innovative collection mechanisms, as I said, and we worked with a waste management company to provide this source separation. And then they collected these facilities, sort them, and then we processed them into this crude oil. And then we took the crude oil along to a normal refinery who co-processed it with their fossil crude. And then that was sent across to the plastics manufacturing plant, which is adjacent to the refinery, where they were able to convert that into recycled food grade polypropylene. And from that, they then sent the resins along to a company called Taglit Industries, who make what's called BOP, which is the sort of the stretched film. And they in turn then sent this to Amcor, who's a global packaging company, who printed the Kit Kats rolls and then delivered that to Nestle. So it was a proven example of how we could actually make these plastics. And I think I've even got one of these recycled plastics here to hand, where you could. It was always a good example to actually prove to people that it could actually be done. So there was the finished result of actually taking waste plastics, taking it right the way around the value chain, and then being able to put it in the Kit Kat back in there. So it's real, it happens, and we've actually looking to build a plant on that. So as I said, I won't go through all of these now, but there are significant differences. So if anyone is thinking about pyrolysis technologies to do this, do think about hydrothermal liquefaction first. It has significant benefits, as I said, compared to pyrolysis. works at lower temperatures, it's far more tolerant to being able to handle contaminants in there, such as chlorine and things like that, which no one wants in their processes, especially the refiners, and also can process multiple different polymer types at the same time. And as a consequence of that, the team was able, this is the team from our partners in the UK, were able to win an award, which is basically means that, from our closed loop partners who are looking for solutions for multi-part plastics. Because again, if I show you this soft plastic that this KitKat is wrapped up in, there's not only the plastic, it also has a nano coating inside, a barrier. And that also makes it really difficult to be recycled using conventional manners. But again, our process can cope with that. And that's why we won this award a couple of years ago. So that's what I'd just like to cover there. Just shows you some of the exciting work that's happening in this space. And I'm very happy to take questions in the Q&A at the end. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much for that fascinating presentation, really. Sure, the next time I'll open the KitKat, I'll have something more to think about except eating my chocolate. Thank you so much, Mr. Rogers, for that wonderful presentation. And I guess we have Dr. Raghupati with us, and I hope that her mic has been unmuted now, and that issue that we had with the audio is over with. Dr. Raghupati, are you there with us? Can you hear us? Oh well, it's a pity that we can't have Dr. Raghupati with us. This still seems to be the issue with the mic. But nonetheless, we had a very important discussions on really fascinating innovations and technologies for smart waste solutions. And it is indeed heartening that a growing number of cities around the globe are actually testing smart waste management solutions to create higher efficiency in terms of resources and costs associated. And the idea is to keep their cities clean. And there is also, increased public awareness of utilizing renewable energy, improving street sanitation, and also encouraging recycling. So it is really heartening to know that these developments have taken place. So Dr. Mazumdar, would you like to say a few words about the presentations that we had on the smart waste solutions?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Well,
Dr.
we had
Mazumdar.
a very stimulating session. Unfortunately, Dr. Raghupati, I think, is still struggling with her audio device, but I was really pleased to hear all the presentations, particularly the last one, I think, was very interesting from Mr. Rogers. And I'd be very keen to know, Mr. Rogers, about, the minimum practical size of your plant, even as a pilot plant. What would be the footprint that would require? And in terms of Australian dollars, for example, what would be the cost? I'd be very keen to know about that. But nevertheless, I have in my chat box, I have written my email ID also. Anyway, so coming back to the the other papers, Gaurav's presentation was great from the World Bank. He touched upon a very important issue that we have now, namely the dump sites, the unorganized dump sites, which is there with almost every city. I mean, it's a great pity that even in the 21st century, we are struggling with open dump sites. Although there have been good efforts, including the World Bank getting studies done. I was also involved with one study with DAPA, which the World Bank had done. This is a long back. But I can tell you one thing. In Mumbai, there was such a dump site. It's called Gorai, by the Gorai Creek. and we had done its closure in a scientific manner. You can go to the website and you can find out about this. And I'm not going to detail. I think Dr. Raghupati is now on board. So maybe you would be able to take on. Dr. Raghupati, can you hear me? Dr. Raghupati? We can't hear.
I think so. She is still not able to get through. Please continue, Dr. Mazumdar, with your remarks, sir.
Okay. So, well, this was really good. And Mr. Sardana also mentioned about his project in Indore with an improved biomethanation technology. We would wait to see it and how it works. Biomethanation, of course, is a very old practice, but as the world moves on, the site conditions differ. I mean, the sites are becoming more and more constrained. The environmental regulations are becoming more stringent, and the people who live around that kind of a site, their expectation also in terms of health, hygiene, and the environmental cleanliness, that is also going up. So each technology is facing more and more challenge. So I'm happy to learn that Mr. Sardana's group is trying something better in Indore. When it is up and coming, we will definitely like to see how it goes on. The other papers also of Mr. Manik Thapar. This was also very good. It shows it shows the concern about decentralized facilities and the concerns about the rack pickers who are doing in a different way. So that was also very useful. So all told, I really enjoyed this session, and thanks to this this setup that I could hear this. Dr. Raghupati, can you say something, or are you audible now? Would you give it a try once more? I think there is some problem there. So, okay. So thank you very much. And Mr. Rogers, I'll definitely like to get in touch with you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mazumdar, for your remarks. And indeed, it was a very important and a very thought-provoking session on smart waste solutions. I'd thank Dr. Raghupati for having joined us despite struggling really with the audio and the other issues. But I'd of course like to thank all our speakers for the session, Mr. Manik Thapar, Mr. Nakul Kumar Sardana, Mr. Gaurav Joshi, and also Mr. Steve Rogers for having joined us and giving us beautiful, really insights into the smart waste solutions. I'd like to thank all of you for a wonderful plenary session that we had this afternoon. And with that, we'll take a very short break. And after this session, there's going to be a short break, lunch break right now. And after the break, there's another important plenary session coming up where we'll be discussing about steel and metallurgical waste and resource generation. That is going to come up after a very short break. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for having joined us. Thank you so much, Dr. Mazumdar, for those insights and your important remarks on this session. I'll see you after half an hour after the lunch break. Thank you so much for having joined us.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, all. Enjoy your lunch.
खत्म हो गया सेशन।
पता ही नहीं चला।
सेशन ब्रेक हो गया।
खत्म हो गया।
हाँ जी। नहीं नहीं, वो हो नहीं पा रहा उनका उनका ऑडियो कुछ तो प्रॉब्लम आ रही है लैपटॉप में, मोबाइल। अभी जैसे मैं बोल रहा हूँ आ रही है मैम? अभी जैसे बोल रहा हूँ। अच्छा, हेलो मिस्टर रविंदर। हेलो मिस्टर रविंदर।
यस सर, हेलो।
हाँ जी रविंदर, ये साउंड की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, देखो मैडम की।
मैम एक बार अपना, मैंने कहा था मैम नंबर शेयर कर दें, मैं उनको कनेक्ट कर लेता हूँ मैम को दूसरी कॉल पे।
मैम का नंबर आपको दिया हुआ है? मैंने उसमें डाला हुआ है WHS, आपका जो ग्रुप है ना। हेलो रविंदर। रविंदर।
हेलो, यस सर।
हाँ, नंबर
हेलो हेलो
जी
यस
हेलो।
मैम, इज कम। डॉक्टर लक्ष्मी रघुपति।
जी मैम।
Your voice is fine
Yes.
now. Now your voice is fine.
Voice is coming.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
But- No, please. WhatsApp is on. So,
No. WhatsApp, I remove.
acha,
off
you're
the-
able to hear me on this.
Yes.
Dr. Lakshmi,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yes. Now I can hear. The whole session I was not able to get through.
सर ये अब तो ठीक है सर साउंड? Madam, please stay with
Yeah.
us, and
Huh?
next session will stay with this session, and next
Okay.
session will be start 2 p.m.
Okay.
So this is the lunch time, so
Okay, fine.
stay with us.
Yeah. I'll have to charge my phone
Yes.
also.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, right. हेलो। हाँ नितिन, आपने छोड़ दिया क्या इसका? ये नहीं हो अच्छा। हाँ, मैं मोबाइल से कनेक्ट किया है पर वहां पे फायदा नहीं हुआ क्योंकि वहां पे एक स्पीकर नहीं आया, तो इसलिए थोड़ा जल्दी वाइंड अप भी हो गया। अभी वो लोग लंच ब्रेक है अभी 1 to 2। हाँ, अभी आपके पास है ना, रिमोट है ना, इसको आप चेक करो किसी तरह। इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम क्या है? वही इज द माइक्रोफोन नॉट, सिर्फ वो उसमें वो आता है
सर यहाँ पे ठीक है सर साउंड अब? सर हेलो। तो आ रहा है सर। हेलो
हेलो, कैन यू हियर मी?
सर, ठीक आ रहा है ना तो साउंड?
अब तो ठीक आ रहा है।
नहीं, अभी आपका अभी मेरी आवाज नहीं आ रही आपको? इसमें मेरा ऊपर है।
आपकी आवाज आ रही है, मेरी आवाज आ रही है कि नहीं?
मैम आपका फर्स्ट क्लास है, नो प्रॉब्लम।
ठीक है, ओके, इसी में चालू रखते हैं फिर।
हाँ जी, मैंने ऑन किया हुआ है, अभी साउंड नहीं आ रहा है क्योंकि आपका तो यहाँ से आ रहा है।
मोबाइल में ना उसमें।
नहीं, मैं वैसे बोल रहा हूँ जैसे आप बोलते हैं ना अभी, तो यहाँ पे साउंड आ रहा है आपके बोलने से।
ठीक है, हमारे पास नहीं आ।
वो कम तो नहीं हो गया कहीं साउंड? वॉल्यूम वॉल्यूम कम हो गया होगा।
वॉल्यूम 9 F9 पे करते हैं।
अभी तो नहीं नहीं, F9 वॉल्यूम का तो अलग से है, उसमें प्लस और माइनस का बना हुआ है स्पीकर में। एक स्पीकर का आइकन होगा, प्लस और माइनस होगा। प्लस वाले से साउंड देगा। हाँ जी, आ रहा है।
नहीं, उसमें उससे नहीं है, वो तो पूरा है, 100% लगा हुआ है।
अच्छा,
हाँ,
क्योंकि
वो
अभी
तो
इसमें
सब
आपकी आ रही है साउंड।
नहीं, हमारी तो आ रही होंगी, लेकिन ये है कि हमारे पास नहीं आ रही। बंद करके दोबारा करें क्या?
म्यूट तो नहीं होगा? म्यूट का एक बार, म्यूट का बटन एक बार प्रेस कर दीजिए।
आईफोन वाला हेडफोन, ओके, एक मिनट
तो
आप
ये
hold।
प्रॉब्लम तो वहाँ से म्यूट नहीं हो सकता है।
म्यूट नहीं है पुनीत।
मोबाइल में भी तो एक बार दोबारा से क्लिक कर लीजिए, ज्वाइन कर
हाँ,
लीजिए।
दोबारा से करता हूँ।
हाँ जी,
मोबाइल में भी नहीं आ रहा।
मोबाइल में तो वो लेफ्ट साइड पे आइकन होता है ना, जिसकी वजह से कई बार नहीं होता है। जैसे अभी इनका भी प्रॉब्लम आ रही थी, लेकिन
पर
लैपटॉप में आनी चाहिए।
उसमें तो वॉइस नहीं होता ना, वो साइलेंट
लैपटॉप
मोड
में
होता है,
ऑडियो का बटन होता है, नीचे ना ऑडियो होता
उसमें
है,
पता ही नहीं चलता वो।
तो क्लिक करेंगे तो
जूम में
एक बार उससे तो कर लीजिए, लैपटॉप से।
हेलो,
हेलो,
रिकॉर्डिंग तो पहले ही चल रही
हाँ जी,
है। रिकॉर्डिंग
हेलो, अब तो ठीक आ रहा है।
हाँ पुनीत,
हाँ जी सर।
हाँ आ रही है अब तो।
हाँ जी
ठीक है।
हाँ जी।
डॉक्टर लक्ष्मी, डॉक्टर
Hello,
लक्ष्मी।
can you hear me?
Yeah. In last
Okay,
session,
good. Huh?
in last session, we could not able to hear you.
No, but what to do? And I had also prepared very good because I was on innovation technology mission recently with the DST.
Right.
I wanted to
So-
contribute something, new directions for innovative technology, but I couldn't say anything.
Yeah, in this
I
session, you
wanted to
can
sum up
speak.
and everybody had put nice. Yeah.
Yeah, in this session, you will be the first speaker. So you can
Which
speak.
one? In which session?
This session. Yeah.
The coming session.
Yeah, coming session.
What is this session on? I have not got any details on this.
No problem. Steel metallurgical waste and resource generation.
Okay.
So your innovation and technology that will help everywhere. So this is a buzzword in hydrogen also. Another conference is there in Hall A, where green hydrogen is the future of mobility and shipping and buses, aeroplane, sustainable aviation fuel, like that. So
I have to go through the program, The program has.
Yeah.
I have to go through the program and see what is it. Because my schedule is for tomorrow. E-waste, plastic waste.
Yeah, that is there.
Ah.
That will remain.
Okay.
And here you will be speaking.
Uh-huh.
So what you have prepared, you can speak, and you can speak from your experience also. You are widely recognized person in this field.
No.
Well respected.
So this session is at 2:00?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
at 2.
okay. I should grab a little food and come.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'll take
Yeah.
I'll just see the program. I'll join
Okay.
because my phone is now working. I'm
Okay.
putting on charge. Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
Right. See you post lunch. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
मेरी इसमें तो नहीं है।
कोई जरूरत नहीं है उसकी।
हेलो हेलो हाँ अच्छा एक मिनट
Hello, Mr. Paul says.
Hello, this is Pavel Čech.
Yeah. You have any presentation? So if you want to check, then please share it and check.
I'm very sorry, I could not get you.
You have any presentation?
Yes, and I have shared my
Slides?
presentation already
So
with the.
So please check with the sharing. So there is no problem at the time of your.
So should it be me sharing the presentation, or is it the organizers sharing it?
You can share it from your side.
I would prefer if it's shared for me so that I can focus on what I'm saying. Is that possible, please?
Sure.
Because I have already sent my presentation a couple of days ago.
Okay.
To Dr. Anil. So
then we will share.
If it's possible that you show that would make my life easier as a presenter, please.
Sure. Mr. Solanki, please share the slide of Mr. Pen. Mr. Solanki.
I can try to share the screen. So I'm sharing the screen now.
Yeah, please. It's okay. It's good.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just put it onto presentation mode.
Right.
Very good. So I will share it now. Please don't take any action there, so that we don't make any errors or we don't encounter any technical issues.
Right.
So how do I know that I go live?
I will just tell you.
Okay.
So it is 5-7 minutes more.
All right. Now there's my screen has disappeared. I don't know why.
No, it will come.
It will come? Okay.
Yeah, it will come.
Okay. I'm not technologically very advanced. That's why.
No problem.
So what is the participation? What is the attendance? How many people? Do we know?
Puneet?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, sir. We have total registration 442 participants.
Okay, that's a nice number. Mostly logged in from India?
No,
it's globally participated.
Okay.
it is international, and what you see here is on Zoom link. This means speaker and associates. And others are in 3-dimensional halls. So they have to register and get things done.
Oh, I see.
So it is it. So we will start within next 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Anil sir? Anil sir, can we start the plenary session?
Yeah, we will start with the name.
Yeah, now we can start, Aishwarya.
So yes. And I understand that Dr. Lakshmi Raghupati will also be joining us.
Yes, yes.
She'll be one of the speakers, right?
Yes, yes.
All right. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to plenary session second. The topic for this plenary session is going to be steel and metallurgical waste and resource generation. Of course, this is a very important topic. In the first plenary session, we had discussed about smart waste solutions, but we also will understand more about steel and metallurgical waste because that is also a very important part of the waste solutions that we need to talk about. And let me welcome the chair for this session, Dr. Anil Garg, the CEO, Energy and Environment Foundation. And we'll also be joined in by Dr. Lakshmi Raghupati, former Director, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. She was supposed to join us in the first session. In fact, she did join us, but there were some technical glitches. So a very warm welcome to Dr. Raghupati for having joined in again. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let me introduce the speakers for this session. Apart from Dr. Raghupati, who will be talking about smart waste solutions, we will have on board Mr. Pavel Chek, MD, Resourceco Asia STHBHD, Kuala Lumpur, joining us. Very warm welcome to you, Mr. Pavel. And we also have with us Dr. Mushtaq Ahmed, Regional Coordinator for Resource Efficiency, United Nations Environment Program, Bangkok. Well, very warm welcome to Dr. Mushtaq Ahmed Memon also. Very good afternoon, sir. And the last speaker for this session is going to be Professor Sudha Satwa Basu, Director, CSIR, Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology. So very warm welcome to all the speakers for this session. And now I'd give the virtual mic to Dr. Anil Garg for chairing the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Last word will be by Mr. Professor Basu. And we will just say that waste is nothing. This is lack of awareness, lack of technology that causes our mind that this is a waste. This can be utilized, recycled, and make useful proposition for that. in India, the population is 1.3 billion, and we have 62 million tons of waste. We call it waste. And that's why this conference, technology and innovation is a need of ours, and we should actively utilize this technology and convert what is called waste into resource. And this is particularly now focused on steel and metallurgical waste. I will request Dr. Lakshmi Raghupati to say, and before that, I want to say few words. Steel, one of the core pillars of today's society, as one of the most important engineering and construction material. Industry now needs to cope with the pressure of decarbonization. To reduce decarbonization or carbon footprint from both environment and economic aspect. Steel plant needs to decarbonization. And there are many technology. They are available. In fact, hydrogen is also used for decarbonization purpose, for heating purpose, and that's why creating a green steel. Auto industry and manufacturers of Volkswagen and Toyota, they are aiming to decarbonize completely from their entire value chain. And that's why we have to generate resources out of this. And this is possible, as I have told you, through technology and through innovation. And before we start, we will request Dr. Lakshmi Raghupati to say few words about the technology and innovation for smart waste management. Dr. Raghupati, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garg, and all the other respected speakers. This was an unscheduled activity that has been given to me, but fortunately or unfortunately, it's very close to my heart, because a couple of years ago, one of my papers on secondary resources was purely on the metal resources, which we recover from two major sources. One is the electronic waste, another one is automobile. Automobile is essentially the steel. Electronic waste has steel plus the precious metals and other metals. And other minor metals, we say non-ferrous metals, out of which copper is one of the prevalent metals which we recover from most of the wiring, etc. So the subject was close to my heart once upon a time. I used to work a lot on it. And basically my PhD is also from two metallurgical industries, the copper and zinc. So the subject is close to my heart, but I have one or two things which I would like to place before this committee, because the previous session was on technological innovations and innovation and technology for waste, smart waste solutions. So one of the things that we look at in India is that nobody taught us this secondary resource nobody taught us recycling. It was a sort of innate tendency for Indians to stretch the life of all the products, all the material to its last drop and use it to the maximum. And the maximum possibility was on the metals, because metals are very much long lasting, and there is the means of reuse and recycling for metals is very high. So compared to other than nascent material like your plastics or glass or other material, metallurgy has been there for very long, so many centuries, and it has gone long way. So, but the activity from the environment point of view, one of the things which I always say is, we used to use the environment for our benefit. We started misusing it. And today we are abusing it, because we are throwing many things which can be a resource. I think Dr. Anil pointed out that metal will be a resource. There's no waste. If we really consider at the end of the life, we will say there is no waste. Everything is a resource. You can transform everything into a resource, and resource by product or resource as energy, because both the things are required. Without energy, we can't do anything. We can't produce anything. So energy is one of the essential resources. So if you are not able to recycle and recover material, the material resource and energy resource are both resources. And any waste, you can go to the last drop to recover that. And that has been my practice. I think a couple of years ago, when I was doing my post-graduation, I was asked to write an article in one of our science magazines in BITS. So first article which I wrote was Waste to Wealth, which is this seminar theme. So I really, that's why I said it touches my heart. So basically the thing is that we can conserve the resource by reuse, recycling, and of course production itself, you can optimize the use. So now the global thinking is to put things back in cycle, and that's what is the big buzzword today, the circular economy, where we try to put things back. And one of the easiest thing that we can handle for putting it back is the metals. Unless they have been totally degraded, they have been converted into chemicals and compounds. As such, especially the two products which I said, the end-of-life automobile and end-of-life electronics, a lot of metals are found, and this metal can definitely be recovered, and it could form a major resource. But we are lacking in two things. One is the approach to gather back that material which has found its end of life. Another one is to find appropriate technology. Innovative technology, innovation and technology doesn't mean that you have to reinvent wheel. Whatever technology you're using, you should think with the common sense how to make it more efficient, how to use lesser material for production, because that is one of the things that is the dematerialization. That is one of the concepts which we follow. We use lesser material. Then if the material is not engaged in a product, you are having more material for producing more products. That is one line. Sorry, I don't have the PPT for this. Second one is that I could have produced, but had I had some time, because there was a lot of confusion last session. So, and then I'll just, then other thing is that if you want to have a smart waste solution, we say smart cities, but today we have to also have smart solution for waste. And if we are able to see things lying around in the form of waste, we should make it a resource at any point of time, whatever it is. We should convert it into a resource. And there are umpty number of solutions already available. If we can also innovate solutions, and there's no end to it till we see that there's nothing lying around, so that we have to take care of it. So the three pillars which we need, one is the social acceptance and the consumerism and behavior of the people, which should be conducive for it. The second one is the system that has to be there. System will have both technology as well as your policy, which should aid for it. And it was a very difficult thing to make policy which will actually help us in bringing the solutions for waste management to make waste a resource. The third one is the financial system. Any day, if you are recycling and recovering material from a secondary source, we today think that requires some money. No, at the end of the day, you will be gaining money rather than losing money. If you go for a primary processing, the more energy is required. You take out millions of tons of ores, out of which you will recover few kilograms of the metal, and any metal, whether for that sake steel or any other metal. But when you really recover from a secondary source, it's almost like above 60%. It can even go up to 100%. So when we look at the gain that we are going to get in the long run, it's going to be very big. So in order to conserve the resource and leave something for the future generation, as we say, we have to see that sustainability and smart waste management go hand in hand. So if you use the resource in a sustainable manner, think of putting back the things in cycle without, we need not use big jargons, but we do it in practice. That will take us for a long time and for many generations to come, and everybody will be in, because we will not be polluting, because all the processing of the primary processing is polluting. You either emit or you take out the slurries, you have the tailing ponds in most of the metal industry. So all that will be gone, because if you are able to use that resource, there's a lot of resource lying around. Let's pick it up and start thinking of innovative technologies to bring it back to reuse in any ways. Thank you very much. I suppose I tried to give a thought for food for thought. Maybe it will go a long way. And you have very good speakers, expert speakers. We will give the contribution. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Anil, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. Now I will request eminent speaker, Mr. Pavel Sheikh, Managing Director, Resortio Asia M, Kuala Lumpur, to kindly address us and use his wisdom on this subject.
Thank you very much, sir. Dear honorable organizers, distinguished fellow speakers, guests, and participants to this conference. I'm very honored to have the opportunity to speak up here as a waste management professional who has turned millions of tons of wastes into raw materials and into alternative fuels throughout my career. However, I have to admit that I'm not a metallurgy expert, and I know metallurgy from the side of its waste rather than the process. After Dr. Lakshmi has given so much enlightened contribution to this conference, there's not much for me to be said on the philosophical or general side of things, but I will try to make few general comments. As a civilization, we have known metallurgy for thousands of years. Metallurgy is practically the first sophisticated industry humankind has conceived. After pottery making and stone splitting, this was the first sophisticated industry. How we have come to know about our metallurgical past, it is through remnants of facilities, and especially through waste these facilities and this activity has left behind. What's happening in today's world is that this activity still leaves behind plenty of waste. Some of it is easy to repurpose. A lot of it is being recycled, but there's still a lot of waste that somehow enters the environment. In my view, the best way how to tackle waste issues is actually not really converting it into something what generates wealth or what generates value, but the best way of addressing the waste problem is by not generating waste. That's why I might differ in my thinking from some of the participants who would think of addressing our problems by technological advancement and by more entrepreneurial behavior of people, because I believe that really dematerialization is one of the ways forward. The other thing is that this dematerialization does not mean we should not use any material means, but we should use quality products made and designed in such a way that it can be recycled at the end of its life cycle, at the end of its life. Unfortunately, we touch the products that come under our hands every day. Most of it has not been designed in such a way. And I believe that product design and product quality is one of our two most contributing factors to the waste problem we are facing as a civilization. However, my note was supposed to be on metallurgical waste, not on general philosophy. So I will move to that. If we, and I'm trying to manipulate my slides. If we look at at metallurgy, we would see that there's a lot of relevant activities which directly or indirectly have something to do with metallurgy. There's upstream activities which usually consist of mining and logistics. There's of course the heart, which is the mineral and metal processing. And we can distinguish this processing as primary smelting and secondary smelting. The way how I distinguish that is that primary smelting means that we process the natural ores in their raw form, whereas secondary smelting is usually the use of circulated products, meaning steel scrap or metal scrap for non-ferrous metals, which then get reprocessed again. Then we deal with downstream activities, which again involve a lot of transport and logistics, and also with product manufacturing, because the life of metal does not end with metallurgy, but usually metallurgy produces a semi-finished product, which then gets processed into a finer product. And then we have auxiliary activities such as power generation to actually bring power into the process of metallurgy, plus external activities that might be completely unrelated, other industries that provide a certain level of support, or product design, which again is not directly related to metallurgy, but has a big impact on what circles back into metallurgy, and the actual product use. Focusing on the associated waste, if we talk about upstream waste, a lot of invisible problem or invisible issues occur at the stage of mining. Very often we see the metal, we see what happens to the product and to the life cycle of the metal product. But the mining activity is not as innocent as we would have guessed. And Dr. Lakshmi has mentioned tailings, mining tailings and overburden and things like that. That can cause a massive disruption to the environment where the mining occurs. There's also used tires, OTR tires, those enormous mining machine tires, which upon reaching their end of life in many countries, in many geographies, get buried. And of course, those are structures, because mining requires construction, and mining requires civil engineering and structures, roads, bridges, mining bunkers and things like that. This one day also is turned to waste. Then there are deficiencies in logistics, and this is another invisible killer, because optimized logistics can gain a massive profit to everyone involved and can make the activity either very profitable or cheaper to conduct. And we see in around us a lot of deficiency in terms of double handling and logistics. In the 21st century, as a civilization, we have made an enormous progress in logistics. But when it comes to bulk logistics, very often we see a lot of critical problems. And then one point which very often completely disappears from the radar is concentration management. If you travel around in mining regions, you would realize that very often countries export low concentration materials, ores with low concentration of the desired metal. And instead of actually increasing the concentration by primary processing at the country or at the place of origin, raw ores are being shipped to countries with a long metallurgical tradition. We can name China or Japan here in Asia, where I'm based. And this problem is really an enormous problem, costing the environment a lot, emitting a lot of CO2 emission, and costing also all the stakeholders a lot of money. In the downstream activity, we again can talk about optimizing the logistics, but there the logistics is usually much more refined and optimized. Then we talk about processing and extrusion of waste, which usually generates ETP sludges. Again, Dr. Lakshmi, without any coordination, has actually mentioned this particular type of waste. And there are other processing wastes that most of the time do not find any way to be utilized. Some of them can be used for further extraction of metals, but most of them actually become ready for disposal rather than recirculation. And then there is the problem of the excessive use of metals, which is contributed to by single-use items. I know this refers more to plastics, for example, or paper, but in metal objects, we would find many of them as well. And low-quality consumables, materials that do not live long and then need to be circled back to be remanufactured, which again takes a huge toll on the environment, or simply are thrown away and never recovered. So this peripheric impact of metallurgy is frequently neglected, and we need to point out our focus and our fingers on that one, because there's plenty of opportunities for smart waste management. I've spoken about infrastructure in mines. This is one of the infrastructure parts just being torn down and left behind in one of the mines. If we speak about the direct waste of metallurgy, I have split that into three categories: byproducts, production waste, and process waste. Byproducts are well known to India, and I have to say I've spent a lot of time in Bharat and have dealt with a lot of waste in India, and I have always been very impressed about the ability of that nation to recover the last bit of everything and to have so many inventions and practices that actually support circularity. And I guess the whole world has plenty to learn from India. But unfortunately, as civilization and as communities grow richer, communities also waste more. This is a well-known fact. And I guess India now is facing the problem that the purchasing power and the consumerism are hitting back on the ingenious ability to recycle and recover. And I guess that's one way to watch. But anyway, coming back to the byproducts, we have a lot of commoditized waste, which is not waste anymore in metallurgy. The most famous example is granulated blast furnace slag, which is being used in cement industry and which has become a commodity that is actually paid for. So it's not anymore paid to the consumers for disposal, but actually it has become a commodity. And we need to remember that this commodity saves plenty of CO2 emission, because this is already a decarbonized material that reduces the clinker consumption and the need for clinker in certain types of cement or in certain types of concrete. So that's one thing which exists and which is very widely used. Copper slag is another commoditized byproduct of the metallurgical industry, and everyone familiar with that knows that a lot of copper slag is used first in dry docks for sandblasting of vessels, and then only used in cement companies for as a raw material in co-processing. Then we have steel making slag, which is very often used in road bodies and being brought in as fillers and so on. So this is where I guess metallurgical industry has contributed greatly to circularity and actually assisting other industries to take benefit of what used to be waste in the past. Where we have a problem in this industry is production waste and process waste. In production waste, I would put one example, which is from secondary smelting of aluminium, and that's aluminium dross, which is hazardous waste from which, when you recover aluminium as metal, then you are left with something what has a potentially highly damaging impact on human health and on the environment, on nature. And this type of waste is very hard to be commoditized and is very hard to be accepted as material that can contribute to wealth. This type of waste actually drains wealth out of the industry. And then process waste is usually, I usually use the example of the liners and spent liners in metallurgical industry, which can also involve bricks and castables from the smelting pots and furnaces. These are usually materials highly infused in heavy metal and in very, very dangerous substances. Again, there were cases where these materials were tolerated to be used for or repurposed into, for example, aggregates. If we look at Bharat, we can talk about Odisha, where thousands of tons of spent pot liners were crushed in the past and used as for infrastructure works. But Odisha, being the bowl of rice of India, has been facing up until now the contamination issues due to that unwise approach to this hazardous waste. So this is where we again have to distinguish between repurposable material or cost of repurposing and the actual danger of applying it without much of processing. Liners can be co-processed and can contribute to the cement industry and in the existing infrastructure of cement kilns you find in India. The last process waste is this one, is the energy. This industry and many other industries are wasting. And I would like to request one thing from everyone who's listening. If there's one takeaway from this presentation we all should bring back home and think about, is actually the waste of energy by heavy industries and the challenge of recovering this type of energy. Because we all have to understand that energy having been spent in the form of thermal energy is usually considered as cost that's out of the pocket and not measured, not accounted for anymore. The moment you pay for the cost of coal or cost of electricity or any fuel, it has been spent and gone, accrued in your accounts as cost of fuel, and you move on. And there is globally an unbelievably huge amount of energy that is being wasted without recovery. And in India, for example, you have companies that are very professional in recovering this energy. I would like to mention Thermax, if I may, which is an Indian company that has been providing recovery systems all over projects all over the world. There are Chinese companies, Japanese, European, which provide these technologies. So it's not about technology that is unavailable, but there are other hurdles and other barriers. In some jurisdictions, it is the barrier caused by national regulators because they are afraid that their power plants would not be utilized as high as they are now if private industries or private industrial companies started recovering their energy. And therefore, there's no single one-fit-all solution to that. But plenty of energy is being wasted, and all energy that is being wasted is energy that has already contributed to greenhouse emissions. That's why if we are smart civilization and smart professionals, we should tackle this problem first. This comes first before any waste of metallurgy, the energy waste and the possibility of recovering that wasted energy. But this goes for cement industry, this goes for boilers, for other industries that are using thermal energy. We can move to the next slide, please. This is the last one, and it is about the external resources. I've mentioned product design, which is so critical and so important to cutting off unnecessary cost of producing something what will just be broken and reproduced again. So smart design of products that will last long, that will fulfill their function, and that will be easy to recover. Excuse me, I can overhear some conversation.
You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Then there are neglected resources, which is, again, we speak about technological advancement and circling stuff back into the loop. And this is exactly what's meant by that. There are resources that are being wasted every day. For example, incinerator ash or power plant bottom ash. And these ashes, very often, depending on what type of coal has been fired and what type of other materials have been processed by that particular facility, it can contain a lot of metals and other elements that, with a smart way of recovering, can enhance the value of that waste, of that resource. I have, for example, on my mind what's happening in Central Europe with old ash ponds after burning of brown coal. And scientists discovered that it contained very little amount of lithium, but given the millions of tons available in these ponds, the absolute value of lithium has been identified as extraordinary. And there are currently, as we speak, projects funded by private parties and in cooperation with scientific institutions, which have already started recovering these minor elements. Looking at the Indian size of power generation and volumes of bottom ash, which is not really much used by some other industries, this would probably be very much worthwhile looking into, and not only in India, but elsewhere. And then we have some opportunities by diverting waste into resource for smelting, as smelting additives for metallurgical industry. And here I'm not expert, so I'm not going to go into details, but I have seen, for example, that in copper smelting and steel production, people have been using chipped rubber from chipped tires or chipped mining tires to enhance the properties of the product they are smelting and to basically help the smelting process. So this is another thing worthwhile considering. So in terms of technology and innovation, I believe these last 2 points are pretty crucial, because this world at this level of, at this rate of consumption, will be running out of certain metals and certain critical materials. And recovery from the vast waste streams that have been buried somewhere might be the way forward. Yeah, this is the example of the tire chip. So the question posed on the next slide is, where can you, dear listeners, fit in this greater scheme of things? I don't know who you are. I don't know exactly which industry you are associated to, but I believe that each and everyone involved here can contribute to the success of metallurgical industry and to the greening up of this industry. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very enlightened presentation and talk. We will just take a few questions at the end. Now I will request Dr. Mushtaq Ahmed Menon, Regional Coordinator of Resource Efficiency, United Nations Environment Programme, Bangkok. Dr. Mushtaq Ahmed, please.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon. Can you please hear me well?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Stop?
Okay, so let me quickly now run through the presentation, and basically I'll be covering the broader like a spectrum of how we have to address the circular economy in the context of resource efficiency, focusing on the metals. So when we are looking on the pollution, how to combat the pollution, what are the creative solutions for us, including the heavy metal pollution and so on. So when we look from the resource efficiency perspective, so first we look on the resources outlook, that how the global resources are being consumed. And on the one hand, what is impact on the resources itself? And other is that how the consumption of the resources is impacting the broader environment and climate change and other things. So these are the two important points to start looking at, that as we see that 2.7% of metal are growing for the consumption point of view, which is quite a serious challenge, as we know the depletion resources available on the one hand. So it's affecting the availability of resources, but more important is creating a lot of a pollution either at the end of life or even in the process of creating steel and so on. So when we look on the even metals, that other embedded issues are involved when you create a steel, for example, or any metal per se for consumption. Energy required, water required, and even in the process, the pollution, wastewater generation, air pollution, and so on there. And on the nature and biodiversity loss in the mining and so on, as we have seen in many countries. So if you look in the, like, let's say the 1 kilogram metal we need to extract, furnish, or for a use and discard, how much embedded issues are involved with that? As I say, other natural resources, the pollution, nature biodiversity loss, and so on. So UNEP in 2009 came with the word decoupling, that how our economic growth can be decoupled with the environmental impacts. And later on, we went for the well-being decoupling, that how the quality of life, because metals, suppose, why we need metals? We need as a construction material, for example. That means we provide the shelter, housing. We may need for the transport. That means we provide the mobility per se. We need for the industries, whether it be the energy production industries, textile, and so on. So we provide energy, we provide textiles, food sector. So if you look at the use of the metals per se, that how we can continue to support the quality of life, whether it be the food, whether it be the mobility, whether it be the housing, whether it be the energy, you name it. How we can really decouple the metal life cycle, that is from the extraction, as I mentioned, to really make it like a consumer ready, and then also the end of life. So this is very important to look at that. Then we also can look at the carbon neutrality, as we just concluded COP26 on the climate change. And here, one of the misperception is that climate change is all about energy, as we hear about coal, we hear about the fossil fuels, and so on. But from the current studies, we have seen that 55% of the mitigation or impact is from the climate energy, but 45% is from the products and heavily from the metals, including steel. So this is one of the key perspectives to keep in mind, that when we are looking for the carbon neutrality targets by different countries in the region, let's be Japan for 2050, Korea 2050, China 2060, India 2070, and so on, we look at that, how this 45% is also equally important as we are looking at the energy sectors for the carbon neutrality. So how we can address that? That's very important. To look at our inefficiencies, as I mentioned. So suppose mobility, every kilometer of our travel, how much metals are required for that per se, and how those metals are extracted, refined, get into the transport, whether it be the cars or the trains and so on, and then how end of life. So if you look at the life cycle for metals in mobility, for metals in housing, buildings, and so on, so you look at the different indicators. Suppose if you focus on the center, 50% you might pick up there, here. So this is Asia Pacific, that we consume 50% of the natural resources, contributing only 32% of the world economic output. That means we are inefficient per se. And if you come down, like Mongolia's inefficiency is 15.39 kilogram per dollar, then to Japan, which is 0.25. So how we can create the match, let's say from Japan and Mongolia, so Mongolia and all the other countries can become more efficient. As we know, Mongolia is a mining country, and that's where most of the challenges come there. But any other countries, including India, including Malaysia, and so on, how we can really address that part. So it's not about only the waste management or recovery, because as there's a lot of embedded values in recover if we go for recycling. So recycling is the last option anyway. So prevention, conservation is more important, but more important is to really even for that, look at the whole life cycle, that what is involved in extracting 1 kilogram of metal, refining, using, discarding, and so on. And that's how where we can increase our resource efficiency. So then comes the question, how to start? To start, we look at the consumerism. And as we see, the Asia Pacific, the middle income has increasing rapidly. That means mass consumerism. That means you see the mobile phones every 6 months, 1 year. Cars, everything is coming there. So how you really address that from that perspective of sustainable lifestyles, to look at that how this mass consumerism can be addressed through different strategies, including, let's say, shared economy, that car sitting 90% idle at home, if we own a car, but if we share through any of the, let's say, Grab and so on, then we are really getting all the mobility, our needs done, but we are sharing the metals required for the mobility and so on. And when we start the planning, we start from downstream, because we look at the impact on the environment at the end of day, even in the waste systems, when we see so much of a heavy metal pollution and so on, including mercury and so forth. So you look at that, how we address the waste management, and nobody is paying in many countries for the really waste management. It's one of the greatest environmental externalities which has not yet been internalized as per the polluter pay principle or extended producer responsibility, CSR, and so on. So you look at this to have a backward planning to reduce the waste at first place. And that's where we move from the waste management to the resource management. And again, taking the example of metals, that's much easier, that you can source aggregate, you can directly close the loop of circular economy for metals, which is much easier than maybe any other waste like a plastics and so on. So I think metals can be very, very important to look on the sound material cycle society, where you close the loop, where you extend the lifespan of the products which are used, metals are being used, you including right to repair, like washing machines and so on, and then also refurbishment, so you do not have to go to the primary recycling and so on. So this is very important to look on the various strategies across the whole value chain for that one. And that's where we looking on that, even let's say textile, people think about the clothes, people think about the fibers, think about the water, chemicals and so on, but they forget about the textile machinery, where the metals are. That what's the life of the textile machinery? How we can internalize textile machinery in the life cycle or the value chain of textile itself. I haven't yet heard a lot on that, even in India, where we are working in Surat and so on. So you can look on the impact assessment of any life cycles on the emissions, on the water, on the soil, on the climate change. So how to address this circular economy? UNEP has developed quite many tools, including the life cycle approach, eco-innovation, consumer information, and consumer information was very, very important point, including for the electronic waste. Again, e-waste has a lot of metals, and you might have seen that how the primitive recycling is taking place in many, many slums, like even Dharavi, for example, that you burn the wires, plastic to collect the copper, you use the cyanide to collect the gold and so on. So how this consumer information can help to go to the improved like recovery and recycling systems itself, in addition to the better choices for selecting the products by the consumers. Sustainable public procurement, sustainable lifestyles, and important point is a trade like cross-border. So we have to look on all the stakeholders across the whole value chain, from the extraction to the manufacturing, to the consumer use, and to the discard and the recycling and so on. And that's where we say that we look at the eco-design, we look on the green supply chain, we look on the sharing platform, as I mentioned, extended product life and product use, product as a service. So instead of, let's say, buying a bulb, we buy the light, and then flips. Suppose they provide us the light and they are responsible. So they control the inventory, same with the mobility. So they have a more like a closed loop recycling and incentive for extended life and so on for their products, whether be the lighting, whether be the mobility and so on. And then on the top, the green recycling and recovery. So here comes the role of the digital technologies, which is increasing rapidly and which is really making life much easier for the resource efficiency, including from the extraction to the production to the take-back systems and so on. So starting from the engineering conventional technologies to the hybrids, and more important, the digital with the QR codes and so on. So at the end of the day, all the stakeholders have to work together for circular economy. The government, their role, whether it be the regulatory frameworks, institutional setup, tariff designing, subsidies, all the businesses, they come upstream or downstream with their technological innovations, managerial role for efficiency, local knowledge, and closing the loop like backward and forward linkages. And for us, our willingness to pay as a polluter pay principle and our sustainable lifestyles. Thank you very much, sir. You're muted, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mushtaq, for this illuminating and very purposeful presentation, which is a inspiration for all generations to come to save energy, don't waste, as the word waste is there, but we should do something good for the next generation to come. Now I will request Professor Siddhartha Basu, Director CSIR, Institute of Mineral and Material Technology. Dr. Basu, please. Dr. Basu, please start.
I'll just start sharing my slide. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in this forum. I'm sure you are able to see my slides.
Yes, yes.
And I would thank Dr. Garg for inviting me for this extremely important topic, World Waste to Wealth Summit and Expo. And in our session, we are mostly focusing on steel and metallurgical wastes and resource generation. So this is, my talk will be a little different. I am a technological institute, and we develop technology and we give the technology to industry. And we work hand in hand with industry, mostly public sector and private sector of India, and as well as other countries like Australia, Canada, South Africa, and many other African countries. Those who have natural resources, primary resources. But today, of course, the topic is different. And I'm going to give details about why this is important, and which many of my predecessor, the speakers, have already mentioned. But this is what I'm going to work on today. I'm going to talk on today the current scenario in steel and metallurgical waste, the amount of waste we generate. And then there is a lot of opportunities and a lot of things to be done, especially in Indian context, the huge 130 billion population, and there is a good GDP growth is actually improving now after the COVID. And if you have to reach out to all individuals who are given amount of steel or per capita steel consumption, per capita aluminum, zinc, copper consumption, or mobile phone or any electronic device consumption where the critical minerals or critical elements in the periodic table, or we call it rare earth elements, all these are important, and there's the only way to look forward is to get the secondary resources. And that is what I'm going to talk about mostly here. And I'm going to talk about also towards the end about the IMMT technology towards this end that we have developed. So we are going to work on current scenario, opportunities, the future demand, and the IMMT's technology. So let's talk about the steel and metallurgical sector. There is a huge production. Of course, India is the second in rank in the production of steel, which is about 110 million tons per annum. We well behind China, but we are, again, we have taken over Japan. They were second in the production of steel, and we wish to go up to about 300 million ton by 2030, which may be delayed because of this COVID and other things. I think, and then the generation of waste will be, of course, be equally important. Our Indian iron is having a lot of gangue material, so it's a low and lean grade ore, so obviously generates more of waste and more of fines and slimes and sludges, and that needs to be handled not only from the environmental perspective, but also it can give you a good resource of the iron that we are leaving behind. So if you talk about the aluminum sector, the growth is humongous in global, and India is producing about 3.7 million ton. It will go only more and more as CAGR of 3%. So what are the waste that we generate? This is a total solid waste we generate in India. The agricultural waste is the highest, followed by the mineral and metal waste, which is about 28%, which we are going to talk about. Fly ash and bottom ash, which can come from thermal power plant, can come from captive power plant of steel and metallurgical steel and aluminum specific and other industry. And then these are all municipal waste and other waste material that we get it. This is, of course, for your generating building waste material. Okay, so you can see that generation of steel plant waste globally approximately 0.55 kg per ton of crude steel. Okay, that is total generation of 635 million ton during 2019, and India it is about 61 million tons of waste that is generated. Is all we are talking about per annum. So you can think of over the years the heaps of the slimes and fines and sludges and slag is lying all integrated steel plant in India. Whether you talk about public sector, private sector, whether you talk about Tata Steel, JSPL, JSW, or Ansar Mittal or SAIL, it's the story is same. Then if I talk about the aluminum industry, the red mud is another nuisance. The fly ash is other one. The red mud, huge quantity. The global inventory is about 3 billion tons. Generation of red mud, India is 9 million tons per annum. So you need to, not only from the environmental point of view, there is also an issue that if you have to have the 10-digit or 10 plus GDP growth, you require so much of aluminum steel. Where they will come from? And slowly you have to start reusing your or recycling your material, as well as you have to find out your wealth in your waste material. It was said that yesterday's waste is today's wealth. It is true, very true for India being such a populous country and with the limited resources. We have resources, but cater to such a big population is a difficult scenario. So this waste generated, this is a kind of integrated steel plant, and every phase, when you take coal, you put in coal washery, you generate coal fines, coke oven, you generate a lot of ash, you generate a lot of the volatiles, which you cannot leave to the atmosphere. You go to the blast furnace, whole lot of slag, sludge, and blast furnace. The gas that is, or the coke breeze, or that is coming out, or dusts that is coming out of blast furnace. So that contain a lot of valuable material. And of course, when you are talking about iron ore doing beneficiation, leading to a lot of gang material, a lot of slime sludges, sintering plant itself. So everywhere, wherever, even if you do for casting, milling, mill scales, the grease, of course, this will contain grease and all, but there are a lot of in billet making or plate mill or hot strip mill, everywhere, lot of mill scales and a lot of sludges and comes out. So generation of per kg ton of crude steel, how much we generate coke breeze, plus for BF slag, SMS slag, mill scale, dust from BF or sintering plant, sludges, SMS is mentioned here. It's a huge amount. So this is what we have an opportunity to take care of the pollutant, land, water, air, and of course then take the important element out of it. So there's a lot of opportunity, like you can take iron and carbon and lime and zinc, titanium, alumina, rare earth, all these from this waste material, and they are all lying now as a heap or as a mountain in the plant. And actually those who were attending, and they should have come up with a paper or a white paper and submit to a ministry, submit to all the CMDs, that they should take interest, because they are making a lot of money by selling steel. And this year was a very good year for the steel manufacturers. They don't give much of interest or much value to what value the lying there, which is except for just taking away a lot of areas. But I think there should be strict, stringent environmental rules, strict, stringent rules to dispose of these, not by just selling them, but by themselves itself. So our mantra is reduce, reuse, recycle, recover, and of course, small amount of whatever we need to dispose. It could be silica, alumina, which could go for landfill, having any impure material like lead, phosphorus, zinc, whatever, which can leach out to the water and create a havoc. So that has to be removed always. And then before that, obviously, you take out the recycle or reuse material from there. So what a blast furnace flue dust will contain? It will contain a lot of carbon, it will contain a lot of iron and many others. SMS sludge also similarly will contain a lot of iron. You can see that we have a sample 1, 2. I mean, it comes from all the integrated steel, big steel plant that we work with, and we have demonstrated our technology. See, this iron content is about 60%. And your low and lean grade iron ore, which is allowed now to operate, is about 45% by the Ministry of Mines. And so if that is lying in your premises in a heap of slag, you should actually have a process to take out this iron. Why to throw away? Okay, so that's a sludge, the SMS sludge and the blast furnace flue dust that is lying there. So you can actually separate carbon and iron. We have technology for that. Carbon can go back for reduction process. Iron can be used for pelletization and fed it to the blast furnace or electric arc furnace, whatever process one is following in the steel making, iron making process. So this is what I was emphasizing. So first we will talk about steel plant waste on dust and sludge. So we can have made microplanet, we can center it, we can have a magnetic separation coke fines, which will come out, which I said about 30%, because in the blast furnace, the flue dust, you have a 30% iron, 30% coke, and rest is others. You can use as a reductant. There's, of course, one speaker talked about, there's a lot of heat and electricity where processed gas is having a lot of heat. This heat can be utilized for preheating for your all your turbine generators, steam, for your steam and all. So that should be used. A lot of chemicals are can be, of course, you can get back, and slag can be used for road making, construction, fertilizer, and whatnot. In the red mud sector, it is kind of acidic, so there are a lot of alkaline soil, especially in Odisha region, laterite soil, which can come to balance the pH. It can also use as some sort of fertilizer, tiles, brick, construction, additive, and many things. And I'll talk about a little later that what nice work that we have already done with red mud. And we showed that from the red mud, you can get back your iron, you can get titanium, you can get rare earth from red mud. And we formed a consortium, and we are working to build a pilot plant with all the three R&D institutes and main three generator of red mud, which I'll talk with a little later. There's a lot of bottleneck in the process of BF dust and SMS sludge present of this alkaline materials and things like that. It creates lots of problems. So I just mentioned about the BF dust and SMS sludge, this presence of undesirable elements. You need to be focused to take it out. Zinc is there in secondary steel making process in your dust. And so zinc could be taken out, lead can be taken out, and zinc has a good value in the market. Presence of phosphorus in LD slag is another problem. You have to dephosphorize that. So these are the issues, bottlenecks that we have associated with the slag and sludges when we would like to process them. Then ultra fines in the red mud is very difficult to process. When you have ultra fines and you have to pelletize it, and then you have to do some process if you want to separate the iron from the silica alumina, which is the mainly present along with the 25%, 30% iron. And high alkalinity in red mud, as I said, it also creates a problem, but it can be used for acidic soil. So these are the iron ore dumps, fines, which is dumped after beneficiation, or slimes and fines, and this is a BHJ or BHQ, as a low grade iron ore, branded iron ore, or low grade magnetite iron ore. So these things need to be processed, and these have a lot of problem, like association of iron phase mineral with a clay mineral like kaolinite, or it is complication due to the swelling properties or presence of high LOI, or weathering characteristics of low grade iron ore or fragile, and Blaine's number increased, and so it is difficult to process. All these things are difficult in normal way that people do processing in the blast furnace when you have a high grade iron ore. But here at IMMT, we have developed technology which we call is reduction roasting and pelletization, and that can be fed to the DRI or in blast furnace. So this process goes with you can take these slimes and fines, then we do silver beneficiation, then we can do fluidized bed roasting, or we can do a rotary clean reduction roasting, and then we get a pelletizer, pellets make, and then it can be fed. So this is a good technology where we can use the fines and slimes and very low grade iron ore, which is not possible to do it. So these are the things which have developed, and we have obviously given this technology to FL Smith, who is our partner in commercializing this process. We have done one commercialization process in MP, a small 150 TPH plant based on what I just talked about, and we have given the technology, and it is being operated ever since in Madhya Pradesh. So a little bit more. So I already touched upon that, how I can go to very low grade dumps and slimes and fines, how with the reduction roasting, pelletization, and magnetic separation, which goes from goethite to magnetite, and then you can have a magnetic separation, and then You can go for pelletization plant and then it go to the blast furnace. So this is all possible with all these fines and slimes are lying in the mining areas or mineral processing zone of the mining areas. The other one I'm talking about utilization of blast furnace and SMS dust and sludge. So we have shown that we could make sinter, we can make sinter pellet out of it. We can take the sludge, then we use a disc pelletizer, and we can make a sinter pellet which can be fed. Other one we have done is briquetting. These are of a very high CCS, at least, I mean, you require about 200 kg or 250 kg, and we reached about 150 kg of your cold compressive strength of the sinter. So this can be fed to the blast furnace because you require certain strength. And so recovery of BF dust also, we have done a lot of work on it. So a little bit we talk about fly ash. Fly ash that we have worked, and we have shown that this is a really a nuisance in all thermal power plant as well as all this aluminum and steel. They have a captive power plant and huge. So we can do a hydroelectrometallurgy route to get the calcium silicate, out of which you can make tiles and potteries. You can get iron hydroxide, which contains a lot of rare earth element. You can get pure alumina, which has got a very high value in the market. And we can get a quartz as well, which we can make from the Nalco fly ash, and the quartz that we made from our sister lab, CGCRI, is shown you here. The RE contain this scandium, yttrium, lanthanum, ceria, praseodymium, neodymium, because neodymium has a good market value for the magnet, samarium equally has good market value for the magnet. So, and lanthanum as well, dysprosium as well, scandium as well. So these are present in the Nalco fly ash. When we separate all these are not visible. Once you separate all of them in iron hydroxide, these REs are there, and we are working now to take out the RE. The other obvious is the fly ash bricks. I don't want to touch upon much. It is all well known to everybody. We also have a beneficiation of high ash Indian coal washery fines and slimes. I told you that coal washery also generates fines and slimes, and we have a circuit to get a clean coal. And the whole process, when we generate, we use some additives which can, you can put it back for when we use a heavy media cyclone for separation of this clean coal. So this technology we developed, little bit of RE from the bauxite residue. Bauxite residue is also known as red mud. Actually, general term is bauxite residue. The red mud, which is generated by all the steel, aluminum making company like Hindalco, Nalco, Hindalco, and Vedant. And we are working with them. So we have already worked among ourselves, the NML National Metallurgical Lab, Institute of Minerals, Material Technology, where I'm the director, and JNR DDC. We have now come up with a six institute or six organization consortium with the National Aluminum Company, Nalco, Hindalco, and Vedant. And equally partner. They're not a funding agency, neither we are the funding agency. We are all working together, equal stake. The patent will be owned by all six of us. If we give this technology some other aluminum company, but they will have the first right. And the technology is already developed by us in the bench scale. Now we are putting a pilot scale, which is this technology all about is that you take red mud and then you do a beneficiation route. This will taken care of by CSR IMMT. This will be taken care of NML, and the product will be pig iron, titanium dioxide, and RE, especially the scandium, okay, and alumina values. All this will be going through this route, and we are showing you some red mud. After doing a pelletization, reduction, roasting, you can get the iron out of it from using a magnetic separation. And magnetite product from a red mud is shown you here. So this is what the element contained in the red mud: alumina, iron, titanium, REs, SiO2, and Na2O. So these are present, mostly present is alumina and silica, and then iron. You see the huge quantity, about 50% of iron is present in red mud. Why don't we take this iron out from there? RE has a good market value. India doesn't have any RE, and we all have to depend on China. And then there was, the geopolitical situation, and Chinese, they have already threatened Japan not to supply some time back. So these are the problems which can be internally solved by using a red mud. We've done more on this, recovery of NaOH and H2SO4 from sodium sulfate, which is a effluent from steel plant or a heavy waterboard. We have shown that non-ferrous sector, we could have a lot of secondaries, effluents, and primary and low-grade ores. We can get copper, cobalt, nickel, zinc from the secondary sector of, from the non-ferrous metals, and from the secondaries we can get RE, as I told about spent magnet, RE, lithium and cobalt from spent LIB. So all these are, we have a technology. We have given our cobalt from Rubamin in Baroda. They have put the plant, now they've taken the plant back to Africa. They operate also in Africa. So high pure metals, all spent catalysts, all these things, we are all have a technology with us. And as I said, that yesterday's waste is today's wealth. That is our mantra. This is one again, a tellurium from the anode slime. And we have an incubation center at IMMT, through which one gentleman talked about the aluminum dross. We have a company which we, AK Enterprise in Odisha, operating, generating a lot of alum through that, using the aluminum dross that they get from Nalco plant. And this is our technology which we have sold to these AK Industries and AK Enterprise, and they put up the plant just outside Bhubaneswar in Anugul area, and they're producing alum, and then it's also got NRDC award and all those things. So we are doing a lot of work in this. So finally, I come to my last slide. This is the suggestion and recommendation. Waste to be treated as secondary resources, we all know, but just wanted to highlight once more. And structured and consortia approach needed to minimize waste generation, energy consumption, and emission. So we need to all, very structured and consortia form. We need to work together, either to demonstrate or to integrate the processes within, or maybe side-by-side plant to minimize the heat loss or energy consumption minimization, emission minimization. Attempt should be made to reduce generation of waste in the process by advanced technology. You could also generate less waste because you have been generating long for these steel plants are operating 100 years or so, and so the new technology should be taken so that you generate less waste. R&D activities should be supported with the industry, and synergistic effect, the one I talked about, that we had a model of 6 institutes coming together, 3 of them of industry can do wonders, and we hope that we will be successful. Because bench scale we were successful, now we show pilot scale. Once it is pilot scale successful, then it will go for production. Finally, I would like to acknowledge all our sponsors who over the years, even COVID times, mining never stopped, production of metals never stopped, even when you have COVID-19. So we had done a wonderful time in 2020-21 and also going through 2021-22, even with some break in our work due to national lockdown, but fantastic year for steel and other metal as well. And I must acknowledge the government agency who supports us, the public sector and the private sectors who support us in doing research, R&D activities. Not only just this is an R&D, this is all because they define the problem and we give them the solution. And these are short-term, 6 months to 8 months to 12 months projects, sometimes at the most 2 years or 24 months project. Thank you for your time. I will be happy to answer any question. And our mantra is, I once more would put on a quote that yesterday's waste is today's wealth. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vasu, for excellent presentation. And also your mantra, yesterday's waste is today's wealth. So with these words, we will just like to thank you. And in future, we will have same conference next year on same dates. And we seek your support and cooperation from industry. And in next conference, you will have a big role to play, and we together will do something good for the society. Thank you, Professor Vasu.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Is there any question from the audience? Then we will ask our experts to address. If there is no question, then I have to ask one question from Professor Vasu. Professor Vasu, I have to say that metallurgy and steel particularly in our country is a backbone. Everywhere in the world it is a backbone, but in our developing economy, developing country, it is there. So is there any alternate to steel, particularly from raw material point of view, that will help in our country to go one step ahead in construction, as well as in aeroplanes, as well as in the automobile industry?
There is a lot of work going on polymer and plastics, which is having property close to steel, but they're not able to beat steel anyway in terms of strength, compressive and elongation or yield strength. So it depends. You must be knowing to make all this automobile sector, a lot of polymers are being used these days, and it is coming up as well, which is able to beat many other material which is coming from a different metal, steel and other part, aluminum and all. So today I don't see, I mean, only there would be, certainly there is a scope for development of polymer, but polymer again source is crude oil. So the sourcing polymer from biogenic sources or from biomass is what one can look at in long term, 50, 100 years, that you stop using fossil fuel totally. You are on hydrogen economy, or you are on solar cell, you are on water splitting and hydrogen and such kind of economy, and no emission of carbon dioxide at all. In that kind of scenario, your polymer source is your biomass, which is renewable in nature, and that polymer, if you improve, you probably can come close to the steel, but difficult to beat many properties of steel. The other way of looking at is to make green steel. I think some person here talked about, and you yourself talked about in the beginning about the green steel. And so that is the, if you think that we would make steel without much emission, and we worked on green steel. In fact, green steel, the term which we used 15 years back, using hydrogen and hydrogen plasma. We have patent US, in Europe and Indian patent on using hydrogen and hydrogen plasma to make green steel from iron ore. We have done it in a 100 kg scale, a small, very small scale, and cost, of course, the steel companies still they don't believe, they believe that the cost will be high. Where is the hydrogen going to come from? So now slowly, they're also thinking that hydrogen economy, if it comes in the automobile sector, then it must be available with a 1 kg $1. Then only it will work for automobile sector, and then hydrogen will be available. So the other one is to use steel, but make steel such a way that you don't produce such amount of gang material. So moment you, and of course emission of CO2, moment you stop using C or the carbon or coke as a reductant and use hydrogen as a reductant, then you are not producing those material. And also generation of sludge and slag is much less, because you can really have a stoichiometric quantity of your hydrogen required to reduce your iron oxide to iron, and that can be passed, and you don't require your coke at all in the process. So that is the one way of looking at it in future to make a green steel. But I know that I have tried to sell this to many companies. I mean, it is patented. Europe people are putting it, but they're all not there. What they're doing, Tata Steel also doing, is they're doing CCU, carbon capture and utilization, which is coming out of the blast furnace. Recently, news came with that Jamshedpur Tata Steel is going to implement that. In Europe also, because of the strict norms, they are doing it. But using hydrogen, making steel, there's one is coming up in Sweden. But we have to look into it. They are readjusting within their plant, not exactly the way we would like to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Basu. I will ask the same question from Dr. Lakshmi Raghupati. It is there that from the decarbonization part or from the point of view of climate change mitigation, is there any alternate for steel?
Thank you, sir. Actually, I wanted to ask a question to Dr. Basu. So this was regarding the conservation of water, and because this is also a part of the environment part of it, because any steel production, for that matter, any metal production requires a lot of energy and water. So have they done any research in that part of it, other than, because that also could form a green steel and green technology part of it. So that is what I wanted to ask. In the meanwhile, since you have asked me something, I will also give answer for that. Basically, sir, the only avenue that we have explored in terms of looking at the carbon footprints and reducing the carbon footprints is to reduce the consumption of natural resources as far as possible. So you take the secondary resource as a main thing where you can displace the requirement of the primary resource, especially from the ore, you know. So then the manufacturing from the ore and manufacturing from a secondary source has a different, the difference is like what we say in Hindi, Zami Asma Ka Antar. So that kind of a scope is there. So, but still, we have not explored many parts of this system where the waste is considered as a waste and just left out. Because today, when he was telling about the SAF dust, because when I was struggling with the SAF dust and asking the institute, of course, his institute was there, one of the institutes, and also NML was involved, to see what could be the maximum capture from blast furnace systems and steel furnace systems. But then that was the basic thing that where we could not really achieve something. Now that they have achieved, is there any possibility to conserve the water and energy in terms of processing? And the ratio between the consumption of water and energy in a primary process vis-a-vis the secondary process is almost means 1/10, because the secondary process requires only 1/10 because you are getting many things as metal. So if you can really salvage an automobile, you will get almost a steel equivalent to another automobile. You can replace it. And because he was talking about the plastics and polymer, I'm looking at this later part of it. The same plastics and polymers are going to be a liability in future. So it's better not to increase the consumption of plastic and polymers unless we are sure that they will have more endurance and they will be sort of giving some sustainability in terms of taking it as a replacement. But structurally, I think steel has no replacement as of now. I think I should get the answer from Dr. Basu also.
I think the first question was about the water.
Water
management, of course, we have done for many plants and how you can reduce it. So those are typically engineering problem which we solve it for any industry which we can do, whether it is a petroleum refinery or it is a steel plant. But one particular thing that comes in iron ore or steel making is the prelude to that is a beneficiation.
Yeah,
the beneficiation of iron ore requires huge amount of water, and that creates those slimes and the tailing ponds that you see, and that creates a lot of problem in the especially in the tribal area where the mining takes place. So we have been working, many others in the world also working on dry beneficiation. So Indian ore, of course, the low-grade iron ore, there is a problem of dry beneficiation, but it is a quite developed technology in Australia, in South Africa, in Canada, and as well as in our country, and by NMDC, by us. We have come up with a dry beneficiation route in many of the iron ore where your water usage is much less. You cannot make zero, of course, but many of the equipment that you use, you can we can replace with a dry beneficiation equipment, and then we can reduce the use of water. So that is one question, how we can reduce the water and then reduce those tailing ponds or the slimes and fines that we generate. That is one of the way to. And then those dry beneficiation slag can be treated very easily for other purposes because they're necessarily dry in nature. The other thing is about plastics. What Madam said is I agree, and as I said, if I am looking green and go green is what. So plastic again is, you cannot stop using the plastic. I see the plastic coming from biomass. I mean, there are people who are working for platform chemicals, which is the starting point of a polymer, coming from biomass. And they also is biodegradable. So they are not kind of coming from crude oil byproducts. Okay, and so they are much better in terms of usage and degradability. So that I see a future, long-term future, takes time. People are working, all are working on how one can get platform chemicals, methanol, ethanol, everything from biomass and higher grade of products, aromatics and farfural to farfural alcohol or hydrofuran. This goes to many medicine starting point, API. So that is having a future. I think a lot of people are working in the chemistry world. A lot of people are working, but it has to come out to for commercialization. That has not taken place. It's still developing.
Thank you, sir. Because there will be one of the speakers in tomorrow's session on plastics. She's also going to focus on this aspect of it. That is the how to depolymerize and how to make the plastic a convertible material. Even the plastics which we have today as a liability, that could be transformed into a plastic which could be very close to the bioplastics, which can degrade. So the degradability will increase, but of course you can't be achieving 100%, but that can increase, the scope can increase. That is one of the things. But anyway, I think you will agree with me that structurally it is very difficult to beat steel. So certain areas you need steel as a support. You can't do the do away with it in any case. And remanufacturing steel from the scrap is one of the major things that we have to focus, and we have to innovate certain technologies where the efficiency in recovery is high. Otherwise, we don't really get the results as much as we want. That is one of the things. So, because he was also talking about decarbonization, that's one way to reduce the carbon, because we are accumulating carbon by having these. And one of the things which I wanted to ask about is the ferrosilicate slag. Ferrosilicate slag, that is also one of the outputs which is giving a lot of problem. It's there all over the place. So they wanted to try to see what its leachability is, what its environmental impact is. But so far we have not hit into anything. So these are few things. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi Raghupati, Dr. Basu, Mr. Pavel, Dr. Mustaq Ahmed, for giving an excellent account of the picture on metal and metallurgical waste. Of course, through technology and innovation, we appreciate this, and hopefully we will meet next year in the same physical
Yes.
mode. Thank you, Dr. Mustaq.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Professor
Thank
Basu. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. So we conclude this session with thanks. And Professor Basu, we will cooperate and coordinate in a big way in times to come.
Sure, sure.
Okay? Because this is our future, and we should do something meaningfully along with you.
Okay,
You
sure.
are, and your team is doing excellent job, and hopefully serving the industry. We will definitely join your hands. What best can we do to serve the climate change? Thank you very much, Professor Basu.
Good afternoon, Mr. Asnani. Good afternoon, Mr. Asnani.
Aishwarya?
Dr. Sunil Pandey ji.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mr.
Can you
Garg?
hear me?
Dr. Garg, can you hear me?
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Fine.
Yes, you are, but okay, good.
Hi, this is Vivek. Pandey ji, namaskar.
Namaskar, sir.
Yes, Vivek Agrawal.
I'll try to bring some light. Yeah, this is Sampath. But light is bad. Yeah.
Hello, Ragini.
Yes, Vivek Agrawal.
Namaskar.
I'll try to bring some light. Light on the face. Yes.
Very good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start with the plenary session in just about 2-3 minutes from now. My name is Aishwarya, and I welcome all of you. I welcome Dr. Sunil Pandey. He's going to be the chair for the session. A very good afternoon to you, sir. We also have with us a very eminent panel of speakers with us. We will be joined in by Dr. Vivek Agarwal, Dr. Ajay Pradhan, Dr. Kulwant Singh, Dr. P.U. Asnani, Ms. Sandra M. Mazunix, Mr. Sampath, Ms. Silpa Kaza, and Dr. Divya Tiwari. So, very good afternoon. Very warm welcome to all the speakers and the chair for the session. We are going to start with the plenary session in just about 2 minutes from now. Let me confirm that we have all the speakers who have joined in, and we're going to start with the session soon.
Aishwarya, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay,
sir.
Okay. I think you muted, so I was wondering. So, are all the speakers confirmed? Or
yes, sir. I'm just checking. We have with us Dr.
I see
Dr.
Mr. Vivek and Mr. Pradhan.
Mr. Pradhan. We can see Vivek, sir.
Yes.
We have Sampath sir with us, and I can see Dr. Ajay Pradhan as well. I guess we'll wait for 2 minutes for everyone to join in.
Sure. So at least our first two speakers are in, so we can start in the same sequence.
Asnani is there. I am P.U. Asnani is there.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Dr. Asnani is there.
And also congratulations, sir, for the award in the morning.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
So if you go ahead, can I introduce everyone?
You can.
Okay. Okay, welcome everyone to plenary session 3. This session is going to focus on municipal solid waste management. I'd like to welcome the chair for this session, Dr. Sunil Pandey, Senior Fellow and Director, Environment and Waste Management Division of TERI, the Energy and Resources Institute. A very warm welcome. Thank you so much, sir, for having joined us. Indeed, it's a pleasure. You'll be the chair for this session. And let me also introduce the key speakers for this session. We have a very eminent panel of speakers joining in from across the world. In fact, we have Dr. Vivek Agarwal, National Member, International Solid Waste Association. Very warm welcome, Dr. Agarwal. Dr. Ajay Pradhan is also joined in, Chairman, NCR and North India, National Solid Waste Association of India. Very warm welcome, Dr. Pradhan. Very good afternoon to you too. We also have Dr. Kulwant Singh, Chairman, 3R Waste Foundation and former advisor, UN Habitat. And Dr. P.U. Asnani, Chairman of the UMC Group, has also joined in. Very good afternoon. Very warm welcome, Dr. Asnani, and very many congratulations for the award as well. Ms. Sandra M. Mazunix, Coordinator, Municipal Solid Waste Initiative, Climate and Clean Air Coalition France, will also be joining in. And Mr. S. Sampath, President and Chief Executive of the Samki Group, is also going to be the speaker. Very good afternoon to you too, sir. And we have Ms. Shilpa Kaza, Senior Urban Development Specialist, World Bank Group, USA, joining in. A very good afternoon to you too, ma'am. Dr. Divya Tiwari, Principal Scientist and Advisor of Sahas, will also be the speaker. Very good afternoon and very warm welcome to all the speakers and the chair. I now invite the chair for this session, Dr. Sunil Pandey, to please start the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aishwarya, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the very distinguished panelists here for the session, whichever geography you're in. So what I'll do is I'll put up a short discussion on some of the challenges, because most of us are from developing economies. And since the session is on municipal solid waste management, I'll go through some of the challenges which I've jotted down. And depending on your choice, and I'll start in the same sequence as the speakers are listed in. So Vivek ji will be the first one. And I would expect that each one of you would speak for some 7 to 8 minutes, because we have 8 speakers if all of them come in. That will leave us some time for the discussion, question, answers, and discussions. And also, if some of you would like to come back again on some of these issues. So starting with challenges, if you look at for developing economies, one is we have been advocating for basic segregation of waste for quite some time, looking at its segregation into dry waste and wet waste in Indian context. And also now we have been talking of segregating it into also household hazardous waste. So can we now, are we mature enough to move from this basic segregation scheme to more advanced segregation scheme? Some cities in India, for example, Panjim in Goa has been looking at more advanced way of segregating waste to add value in recycling. Second, a problem is problem of food waste. And the food waste, as you all know, what is required is reduction in food waste, because if you can achieve that, then that much of food is not processed and not prepared or not grown. So huge implication in terms of gains in the reduction in food waste. And also most of the cities, when we see waste management, what we see is inability of the cities to process waste near the source of segregation, source of generation, sorry. As a result, what happens is most of this waste in a lot of cities still reaches disposal site, and it's a source of uncontrolled methane emission. Collection and management of household hazardous waste stream. Most of the cities, though they have succeeded in segregating it to some extent, but what is to be done with this waste once it is generated and collected? Where should it go? Which is the common hazardous waste disposal site which is available for disposal? Cities are still struggling to find answers to that. Marine litter, I believe after climate change discourses, marine litter has become second most important global issue. And its linkages to inability to manage waste in cities, leading to riverine pollution, also cities in coastal areas leading to, again, loading of litter in the marine waters. On the operational side, as we have some presenters also from grassroots NGOs, preserving livelihoods of informal sector while moving towards smart municipal solid waste management. There are further still some challenges. For example, if you're looking at promoting recycling, which I mean is attractive way of managing waste. Do we want more and more recycling, which is also closely linked to more and more production? Do we want more and more production happening, or achieving recycling by better collection or sorting? Then there are issues of, for example, design for recyclability, or design for environment, so that products which are put into market have a lower environmental footprint and are easy to collect, easy to dismantle, easy to recycle. Right to repair, which has been very in e-waste parlance, especially people are now advocating for right to repair. So do we have to have some such concepts also coming in so that products' life can be enhanced? And finally, aspiring for creating landfill-free cities. So these are some challenges which I could capture while making a note of this session. And now I'll open it to all our presenters. Depending on their area of interest among these challenges, they can address us for next 7 to 8 minutes each speaker. So I'll start with Mr. Vivek first. Mr. Vivek.
Thank you so much, Pandey Sahab, for opening up the session with a very comprehensive note. And in fact, I must compliment you that you have done a lot of deep diving into the subject, because it's not the abstract kind of introduction to the session. But unfortunately, when Anil called us for the session, he did not mention what kind of discussions and what will be the structure of the whole session would be. Anyways, so what I'll do is I'll just briefly share something about the ISWA, which I represent here, the International Solid Waste Association, and then definitely would like to share some of my views, organizational views on municipal solid waste, and in particular on the collection transportation aspect of it, and also with a focus on food waste. You might have seen my background. It is Anna Kshetra, which is working largely on food waste for last 10 years now. So let me just share my, am I allowed to share my screen with some of about the, let me share something about the ISWA.
Allow for screen sharing. Please share now.
Okay. Is that visible? Hello?
Yes, you are.
No, my screen.
Your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you. So ISWA is International Solid Waste Association, as you all know, and it is the largest network promoting professionals and sustainable waste management and resource management, as it is termed in several countries. And you are within the ISWA, we have all kind of stakeholders ranging from the industry, like Veolia, Suez, they are the partners to the ISWA, and private sector. We have academics. We have a separate forum for the mayors here, and we have different forums and working groups. And currently, we have membership of 1,300 direct membership, and there are two types of membership. One is through the national members, and another is direct membership. So direct members are 1,300 in 109 countries. So that is the structure of ISWA. ISWA works with on. So this is, then ISWA is divided into 3 regional chapters. One is the Latin America. Second is Asia Pacific, where India falls into. And third is the Southeast Europe. We have a separate group working in the Europe that is working closely with the European Commission. So besides that, ISWA has got cooperation with the international organization, and amongst those important ones are with UN Habitat, WHO, and UNEP, and all the international organizations who have interest into sustainable development, and in particular on the waste management. So we are part of steering committee of UNEP now, and working on, and also with the WHO, working on COVID-related issues there. And soon we are coming up with the Global Waste Management Outlook 2. The first one was published in 2015. ISWA has 10 working groups wherein members and the members nominated by the national members can take part. These are on biological treatment of waste, climate change and waste management, collection and transportation technology, communication and social issues, energy recovery, which is like waste to energy kind of thing, governance and legal issues, wherein all the rules of the various countries and local bodies are being discussed, hazardous waste, healthcare waste, landfill, recycling, and waste minimization. There are 3 task forces which are currently working. One is on the closing dump sites, that is with the CCAC funding. And we already published one compendium of big of dump sites across the globe, wherein we found that the dump site at Gazipur is amongst first 50 dump sites of the world. Another task force, as the focus area is marine litter. ISWA also has a major focus on marine litter because that's going to be a problem of the future. That's a current problem as well as so. Case studies are being conducted. We have published a report also on marine litter that's very well appreciated and circulated, and currently working with NVRD, our Dutch national member, and City of Rotterdam as partners to this project. Another task force is working through on clean oceans through clean communities. And also a major ambitious project is about the circular and low carbon economy project, wherein we are working to develop a city network where cities can exchange experiences and lessons learned. That's an exchange plan. ISWA has major 2 publications. One is waste management research with impact factor of 3.5, and it is growing now, and it is one of the preferred journal on waste management. Another is for the industry, that is Waste Management World. It's a platform available to the members, and forthcoming issues are on waste, by-waste, recycling, and waste to energy. We have 3 major groups. Out of that, young professional group is the oldest one, having 128 members in 49 countries who are actively participating, working closely with the ISWA, working independently, and working on various entrepreneurship projects also. Then we have Women on Waste, wherein the women force, the Matra Shakti, they are aligned to work on waste management. And third one is Mayor's Forum. So these are 3 major forums. You have just mentioned about this. So this is about the ISWA, International Solid Waste Association. You are all welcome to join ISWA directly or through its national member, that is Institute of Chartered Waste Managers in India. So if we look at the challenges here in the waste management, I belong to another organization, CDC, which is working in this sector for over 25 years now. And the major diagnosis which we could do in this is that it is still being considered as a logistic exercise. It is not practiced as a sustainable development or environmental impact of the whole thing is ignored. So by saying this, what I mean is still we are working on the centralized model. We are not considering the decentralized model. Similarly, when we talk about the collection transportation, Asnani Sahab will agree with me that when we are talking about collection and transportation, still we are mostly dependent upon the vehicle like Tata Ace type of thing, wherein it requires a lot of mix match, it requires a lot of micro planning, and through the micro planning only, we can reduce the carbon footprint. What is happening through the studies, what we could yield, that the current approach of collection transportation is generating more carbon footprint instead of saving the carbon footprint. So that will be an alarming situation in times to come, because ultimately we have to work on the goal 1.5 degree. And there we have to work on the decentralized approach using appropriate technology, not the technology which is just borrowed from the West. So that is not the answer. We have to have some kind of treatment facility within the 5-kilometer radius or maybe closer to that. Unless we are able to do that, we will not be able to achieve. the participation of the user is a key to the waste management. Wherever the waste producer is involved, the waste management is better. May it be Indore, may it be Goa, or may it be anywhere else. You just mentioned about the Goa, where we can see that the segregation level is almost 100%. The separate segregation, separate collection system is in existence for the wet waste, for the dry waste, even at the grassroots level, peripheral level, even at the village level. Another thing which is alarming, we are talking about the employment, we are talking about the livelihood, but with the current practices which are in place, we are reducing the dignified livelihood opportunity. We are displacing people instead of creating employment opportunity or livelihood opportunity. We have to, and panelists will agree with me, and if they will do some deep analysis, that the projects which are done and the part wherever the micro, small, medium enterprises are part of it. I'll wind up in 1 minute. So wherever micro, small, medium enterprises are there, they have performed to the end of life, to the project life, whereas the corporates with the big balance sheets, even their fatality rate is much higher than what we could see through the traditional waste workers, NGOs, micro enterprises. So what is desired is they need to be involved more intensively to achieve the circular economy. ISWA is very keen and pushing the idea of circular economy for more than 10 years now. So from the current linear, we have to change it to the circular economy, where through that, the raw material goes back to the waste producer in some or other form. So resource efficiency need to be increased, eco-innovations need to be done so that we develop a circular economy. And in last, I would like to emphasize that we need to work on decentralized sustainable waste management, and the goal should be sustainable waste management, not just displacing waste from one place to another. And this is the key wherein three arms of the sustainable development, social, environmental, economic, all three are considered while developing a strategy for the city or for any area in the waste management. So if we work through the decentralized approach, yes, we can attain sustainable waste management. And just a brief on Annakshetra, the organization which we have in existence for last 10 years, because you touched upon the subject of food waste. And in that also, while working on the waste management, we realized that 25% of food at the consumption and post-consumption level is going to the waste, and that is spoiling even the waste management system. So in 2010, November, here at Jaipur, we started with Annakshetra to collect and redistribute the surplus food. And I'm happy to share that leave aside this COVID period, pandemic period, we were able to rescue over 60 million meals and redistribute it to the people, including ourselves. And during this period also, we have been doing a bit to prevent this food loss, food waste. If we cannot do much on the food loss, at least we can save on the food waste. And we are working with some organizations wherein working on the forecasting and other models to reduce the food waste. So, well, thank you so much, and see you in Singapore, because this year we will be having our World Congress in Singapore, the ISWA World Congress from 21 to 23 September 23. Thank you so much. They are the sponsors of the ISWA. And we have these platinum members, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek Agrawal ji. And for very succinctly summarizing what ISWA is doing for the India chapter with different Indian cities. And also, importance which India chapter is giving to food waste management. Our next speaker in the series is Mr. Ajay Pradhan. We're from ISWA. We now move to National Solid Waste Association of India. And I'll invite Mr. Pradhan to give his views in 7 to 8 minutes. Mr. Pradhan.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. Thank you, the panelists and the speakers in this forum. And I'd like to thank Dr. Anil Garg for inviting me to this, the important discussions and meeting. Please allow me to share my screen so that I would be able to, I hope you can see my screen. Dr. Pandey, can you see my screen? It's okay? Visible?
Yes, we can see. Go ahead, Mr.
And also audible, right?
Yes.
Okay, as you mentioned that, I just wanted to, and mention that I'm also as you mentioned that chairman of NASWA, National Solid Waste Association of India, for Northern chapter, including Delhi. And you will have my colleague also, Mr. Sampath also, he is the chairman of Southern Zone. He is also one of the panelists and speaker. I'm sure that he will speak more on the urban solid waste management, but I'll not repeat what he intends to tell. But I'm also the president of Consulting Engineer Association of India, which is one of the largest body for consultants and contractors in India. What I'm trying to just mention, everyone knows what are the issues, but my idea is essentially to talk about the commitment which we have made to COP26 to make decarbonization of our urban cities, energy, waste, sanitation, and all aspects. So how to do that? And one of the areas actually is, our water and sanitation, the waste being created in that side. So therefore, I'm also the president and CEO Pandeyji of a consulting company. It's called Citus Consulting Technologies, which we work on these areas. Now, essentially, what I'm trying to talk about how the waste can be converted into, it's if not in the wealth, but at least it will make use for the better of those waste which can be utilized. So this is a problem, and we all talk about reduce, reuse, recycle, and there are many others also, as you know that, to ensure. I'm going to talk a little bit more on the waste which is being generated, which has been neglected in our country on the fecal waste, fecal sloughs, and the sloughs coming out from the treatment or sewage treatment plants and all. I just want to show, if you allow me a couple of minutes video, it's a very inspiring video. I wanted to show you for everybody to just look at it for 2 minutes.
I think it's not running. Maybe organizers the studio can help us. Mr. Pradhan, it's not visible. Running. So maybe we can go ahead with the presentation now and then come back to video later on, or with a separate link.
Hello. Please scroll your screen.
Puneet, is the screen frozen for Mr. Pradhan, or
maybe some internet problem that was freeze?
Yeah, sometimes probably it's a bandwidth problem. So, Mr. Pradhan, can you hear me? His screen also seems to be frozen.
The audio, there seems to be a problem with the audio. Dr. Pradhan, can you hear us? Dr. Pradhan, I think there's some internet issue.
I believe there's a problem at his end. So if you suggest we can go ahead with the next speaker, and maybe Mr. Pradhan can come back later once he has probably rejoined.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I think that'd be fine because
So
we
sorry.
can barely hear what he's saying.
Sorry, everyone, we were not anticipating this. Probably it's a bandwidth problem, and once Mr. Pradhan rejoins, he can. Oh, I see some movement. Yeah. Mr. Pradhan, can you hear me?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Pandey, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Kindly go ahead with the presentation.
Sorry. So you were saying something to me?
Yeah, what I was saying is the video was not running. I think it's a bandwidth problem.
So
you finished the presentation because your screen was frozen.
I see. But I have a multiple screen in my office. I can see everywhere it is flashing. Maybe there is some problem.
Sir, no problem, sir. Please scroll your presentation.
Yeah. So go ahead with your presentation.
Right. Yeah. So what I was trying to show that this is a gentleman who is my former colleague. He's a DRDO scientist who presented that video. I'm so sorry, unfortunate that I couldn't show you. It was essentially to collect the garbage from the home, and he was trying to ensure that the garbage being put into use as a manure, which is reusing the waste for the meaningful purpose. He also showed about the rainwater harvesting, at the same time also planting trees. So these are three cycles which was essentially trying to convert and ensure that this pyramid, what you see, it was essentially looking to reduce, reuse, recycle from top to the bottom. That was the whole idea. And there are many hours you could come. But essentially, as I mentioned to that, I was looking at something which is a fecal sludge or the sludge coming from STPs and all. And, looking at the situation, let's say at Delhi, we are producing almost over 1,000 ton of sludge. And what is lying? It is lying all across, near the plant, maybe somewhere little outside. But they are not being utilized because it was earlier given to the farmers to collect and for their as a manures. But ever since there was cobalt, heavy metals, notice, and nobody is taking that. So that is also a big problem to look at. And there are some solutions which you can look at to ensure that this sludge can be used for a various fuel purpose, which can create also woods, and from the woods, it's a cycle which you can really work out. But the other aspect is also we are facing in our cities, large cities, especially if you look at even small cities, that the sludge or solid waste landfill sites. So one such thing which we have not really discovered because of various notions is that incineration, landfill site management, capping those landslides, or removing those gases, and ensuring that the landfill sites are reduced, or at least to the environmentally sustainable in doing that. Going forward, the rate at which we are generating, whether it's the sludge or it is the solid waste in cities, we are not really going to have space for additional landfill sites. Thereby, one need to really look at how to incinerate, or manage this. One thing is decentralized. You manage at your local level. What Mr. Vivek Agarwal mentioned about decentralization, collection, and doing the also centralized process wherever is possible. That you need to really collect and transport and ensure that incineration is being done. The number of technology, we have some myths and all how to do, whether they are the filter systems are good. I have done surveys, I've looked at European countries, I've looked at entire Japan, even China now, for example. They don't have any. If you go to Japan, there is hardly any landfill sites exist actually. 100% it's either, it's been incinerated to produce energy, or it is being, reused and recycled for other purposes. So I think we need to really invest more on technology and more on the best practices. and of course you require finance. So finance is another issue for urban areas. I think what you need, Dr. Pandey is here to manage this urban waste, to bring into wealth, or at least to make it sustainable. You need three things. You need a technology, you need a finance, you need also reforms in urban areas. All urban areas, as you understand, that's all going through, nobody has money except for Gurgaon or maybe Mumbai. No cities have got financial balance sheet, or maybe Ahmedabad to some extent. Everybody is negative. So unless you have a finance available, or your urban ULBs are reformed, so they have more financial power, you only can tackle these things. Otherwise, as long as they are under state government cities, so they would not have those things. Even they have collected property revenues or from various other sources of price and all, you will not have, because everything goes there. So I think finance, technology, and also mindset, and looking at three, and also reforms. These are the three aspects for urban waste management. So I think I'll stop here, Pandey sir, and I look forward to your second, interventions.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Pradhan, for kind of quickly putting up through perspective on how technologies can be remodeled to suit India, and also touching on fecal sludge problem, which is a problem which most of the cities don't want to discuss when they are discussing sewage treatment. So thank you very much for that. And from here we move to Dr. Kulwant Singh, who is chairman of 3R Waste Foundation, for providing his perspective in next 7 to 8 minutes. Dr. Kulwant Singh, all yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandey. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yes, sir, always, as loud.
Yes, very kind of you indeed, giving me the opportunity. I would only like to particularly mention, because the session is focusing on waste to wealth largely. Last year, sometime in the month of August, the Honorable Prime Minister had launched a special mission under the Prime Minister's Principal Scientific Officer, a program called Waste to Wealth Mission. And this Waste to Wealth Mission actually aims to provide science and technology inputs towards identifying, testing, and validating technologies towards conservation, sustainable use, and restoration of our land, air, and water resources. This program is spearheaded by the Principal Scientific Advisor and PMU, and it is hosted at Invest India. And I would like to say that very particularly the objective is to identify waste technologies that address India-specific waste challenges, identify sentinel waste sites to pilot unique technology approaches, leverage resources from government, private resources, and international tie-ups to implement, promote scale-up of chosen and I would say endorsed technologies through GEM onboarding, state procurement and policy actions, and then creating a national database of waste to wealth technologies on the portal of the Principal Scientific Advisor and the PMU. So basically, if I may say so, there are several ongoing waste sentinels and called programs which are there. Basically, I'm not able to show you the screen, but I'm just referring to, that there is a National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute in Mohali in partnership with BioNDev Sweden. They have actually undertaken R&D pilot unit with a capacity to convert 150 kg per hour of agriculture waste to biocoal with 30% higher energy density than conventional coal and potential to produce 15,000 megawatt of energy up to 95% less emissions. The proposed scale-up model will convert 2.5 tons per hour or 20,000 tons per year. Policy for embedding biocoal as new and renewable energy for thermal plants, and also DHA bus and households. So if I also go a little further, and share with you. You know, we have a very interesting Babarpur and Gokulpur drain project in Sudara in partnership with EDMC. Location is basically Babarpur, Delhi, and the waste type municipal solid waste in water bodies, basically. You know, that's another interesting project which actually has been implemented. Then, you know, we have IIT Delhi has done an interesting work on technical lead of the project, that is plasma pyrolysis system for all kinds of waste decomposition that will treat about 1 ton mixed waste per day. Then Vertiver Private Limited Delhi, there's a private sector company, community-based research to identify key behavioral patterns relating to waste management and awareness among the residents. Further on, if I may say, some very interesting examples are there. As you know that Ghazipur dump site is quite an issue so far as the city of Delhi is concerned. And in partnership with IEISL and CRRI, EDMC, then as a matter of fact, they are trying to address the whole issue of legacy waste. So the graded soil there will be utilized as fill material for road construction after it is assessed for its environmental impact. The focus is largely, you know, using that, you know, material for road construction, and NHAI is also National Highway Authority of India is now a partner with that. They are using, they are trying to cap the soil to develop vegetation at the abandoned ash pond of NTPC power plant. Stones and construction material are also undergoing the C&D waste recycling process and converting into different grades of aggregates. These fractions, they will be used in construction purposes. We are seeking to raise approximately, I would say that 10 crore to fund the pilot and proposal with NBCC board for consideration. Other financial institutions are also being explored in this matter. Now, there is another interesting example, segregation of fresh Delhi waste in East Delhi, where as a matter of fact, material recovery machine, which is called E3 XAPR, meant for sorting and composting for decentralized waste management, 10 tons per day. This XAPR installed at Kasturba Drain, East Delhi, replacing an existing Dalao, basically, and now it's a very scientific way of addressing the challenge there. There are other examples also which exist, biomedical waste, you know, basically, as we all know that there are key challenges which are there, addressing the challenge of safe collection, disposal, treatment of large volumes of waste being generated by frontline workers, and then households, airports, and general public during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic also pose several challenges. So the current status in this regard is that there are 8 technologies for decentralized management of BMW biomedical waste chosen for validation. PSU tie-ups, you know, are there for financing purposes. There are 3 technologies being validated and funded in Delhi, Buxar and Gurugram, and 1 international technology being validated at firm's own cost in Gurugram, Hyderabad and Uttarakhand. I would also like to particularly mention, besides this, that Sri Waste Foundation has also been working with several private institutions and organizations to deal with the issue of septage management in this country, largely because actually, as you know, while we have gone ahead for providing toilet facilities, single pit, twin pit latrines, etc., but as a matter of fact, when it comes down to dealing with the septage management, there have been no solutions. But there are now some of the private companies which have really come up with some of those solutions, and in partnership with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, they are now implementing some of these. Largely, if I may say, we did the work in Rajasthan, in you know, also in Tamil Nadu, and very particularly in the city of Trichy. and Andhra Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh has now taken up several cities in this regard. So largely the message which I am trying to give, that Waste to Wealth mission particularly is trying to focus on identifying technologies which are proven technologies. They are available on the website of this Principal Scientific Advisor, and those technologies can be replicated. The challenge is, I think my previous speaker very beautifully mentioned, one of the major challenges, the finance part of it. Local governments actually are very hard pressed for money. They are very hard pressed for their own finances until and unless they get a direct support from the higher rungs of government, whether it is central government or the state government. Perhaps I think they will certainly continue to have these challenges to use these technologies and make these cities, I would say that, waste-free completely. But surely, I think the time is not really far when our cities will do much better. As you know that Srinagar is now treated as a creative city, because they also have done, in the Srinagar itself, they have done wonderful work in this regard. Similarly, Gurugram, where I happen to live, basically is treated as one of the best cities in terms of segregation and all that, and recognized as one of the finest cities. But this is also because the financial supports are also available. But then, as a matter of fact, the challenge ahead is very, very high. Honorable Prime Minister just few weeks ago, I think shared the information saying that 70% of India's waste today is being recycled. If this information is a confirmed information, I would say that we shall certainly be moving ahead much faster to address the issue of solid waste management. The technology is one of the key answers, and the financial support is certainly required. I think I'll stop there at that time. Thank you so much. Yeah. You are muted, sir. Pandey sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Singh, and placing your perspective on how cities and different initiatives on waste to wealth has been happening in India. And you ended on and also endorsing previous speakers on financial constraints. And I'm happy our next speaker is Mr. Asnani, who has worked very closely with cities in administrative capacities earlier, and also with some funding organizations earlier. He would probably address some of these issues in terms of how finances can be made available. Mr. Asnani, all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great pleasure to be talking to you this afternoon on solid waste management, which is both subject of my heart. Well, friends, solid waste management has been a very difficult subject. Municipal authorities have been trying to handle it for years and years, but still they have not been able to cope with the responsibilities charged on them. What are the main challenges? Quantum of waste is increasing every day. A rapid pace of urbanization, industrial development, change in our lifestyle, use of plastic and day-to-day use, and adoption of use and throw culture. Till these things are there, we go on increasing the quantum. Fortunately, India is still in the range of 200 to 600 grams per capita per day waste generation, on an average about 450 grams per capita. But developed countries have crossed even 2 kgs per capita per day. Where are we going to end up? So this is one of the major challenges urban local bodies are facing. Priority, technical and managerial issues. Waste was so far not a subject of focus. Municipal authorities never give priority to waste management. Lack of technical know-how, institutional structure, inappropriate choice of technology, lack of commitment of decision makers and the community. This was the most important aspect. as was brought out by Dr. Vivek Agrawal, that public has to participate. So long as community is not involved, nothing can happen. Focus of governments in developing countries, everybody was focusing. Right? If you look at Indian history, we focus on industrial development, economic development, same thing with other countries, infrastructure development, growth in GDP, job creation. But then nobody bothered what happens to the environmental impact and ignored the large extent. In India, all till recently, states and USD all ignored solid waste management, environment protection. Common practices we know, deposition of waste on the street, drains, water body. They thought this is fine. This is what we are required to do. Collect of waste in open trucks and disposal of untreated waste at open dump sites. This is what we have been doing continuously. Even today, many cities are doing, but things are now improved. Developed nations' approach was the same, centralized plants, regional lands. I have seen the landfills taking 10,000 tons of waste every day. What are we doing? People are bringing waste from 200 kilometers. How much carbon footprint? Trust on centralized incineration plants, regional sanitary landfills for untreated waste has resulted in pollution of air, land, water bodies, and GHG emissions, which we have really ignored substantially. Recently, very little emphasis was given to the concept of reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover. Circular economy was not even considered at that time. Zero waste is now the buzzword, resulting into loss of huge quantities of reusable, recyclable, and treatable waste, and wasting financial resources for setting up expensive plants and waste disposal. We have polluted our oceans with millions and tons of plastic waste, marine litter, including microplastic, severely impacting our ecosystem. Now, what are the good practices? What the globe is doing? Things have started improving. From 20th century, we have moved to 21st century, and that has brought about a change. We are now understanding the value of waste. Now we are understanding that waste is not a waste, it's a resource. So we have to follow, as European Union says, we need to follow the nature's zero waste principle. The waste is from one process is an input for other. We must consider somebody's waste is my raw material. Move away from waste management to the approach of resource management. Until we change our mindset and clearly understand that what we produce is not a waste, it's a resource, and it has to be utilized. The cities have to apply their brains and use the knowledge and technology for handling the problem rather than creating mountains and mountains of waste, as we have been seeing all over the world. Design systems to decouple economic activities from environmental destruction and build resilience and natural capital for future generations. We have to shift our focus from mass burn or landfilling of this waste. They have to be last resort. We have to focus on resource recovery if we want to really consider waste to wealth our motto. And this can only be done by adopting the principles of circular economy. We have to lay trust on segregation. I repeat, segregation, segregation, and segregation is a must, and not anywhere else at source. Every household, every shop, establishment must segregate the waste at source. It makes no sense people mixing the waste, biodegradable and non-biodegradable, and then we spend millions and millions of dollars in segregating at like places. We must change our attitude, we must change our culture, and we have to practice segregation at source, and that only will take us to resource utilization. Treat biodegradable waste to generate energy or compost, and reuse the non-biodegradable waste to the extent possible. We have to adopt recycling as end-of-pipe solution and everything that cannot be used. Zero waste plan is coming up now. I am so happy to note even Europe, more than 400 cities have adopted zero waste plan, and it is working. Many cities have already crossed 80% more. India is also progressing in this direction, but we need to do still a lot more. Now, what is our status? We have been producing in India about 70 million tons of waste annually, about 170,000 tons of waste each day. Again, as I said, we are very small generators of waste. Quantum is more because the population is more. Otherwise, we are still ranging between 250 to 600 grams of waste. disposal of waste in domestic, what was happening prior to 2000? Just imagine, the municipalities are existing in India for more than 300 years, much prior to the Indian independence. But nothing happened to treat the waste adequately. Even until 2000, we had serious problem of disposing waste on the streets, water bodies, and common practice. Street sweeping, storing waste on the roadside, and transporting in open trucks and open dump sites was considered as a municipal function. I was talking to a chairman who was awarded the best chairman of the municipality, that how do you manage the waste? He said, it is very simple. My citizens throw the waste on the streets, and my city is so efficient that it picks up the waste from the street, collects it at one common place, and we take it into trucks and dispose of at the dump site. He thought this is the best thing he's doing. No concept of considering waste as a wealth, no concept of resource recovery, no concept of scientific management of waste. Segregation of waste, treatment of bad waste, safe disposal of waste was a distant dream. In absence of sanitary landfills were never existed in India. Over 50, every year we go on disposing of 40, 50 million tons of waste at the open dump sites. We have already created, notified 3084 sites of waste. Now the good times have started. Initiatives taken by the government of India. This is very important. Municipalities failed, state governments failed. It was only the central government which came forward because of some public interest litigations as well, that the municipal authority should perform their function. And Government of India came up with the rules in 2000 for the first time to be implemented in 3 years time frame. I was fortunate to be associated by the Supreme Court in assessing the situation of 300 class 1 cities of India, and we recommended certain activities to be undertaken by each city, and the new rules came up in 2000, which gave some mandatory direction, but it also lacked the necessary implementation because community involvement was completely lacking. It was almost illegible. It lacked motivation. This authorities lacked motivation. In spite of rules, in 3 years' time, hardly 10% implementation could take place. Government of India then came forward to give some financial assistance, give some support under the Finance Committee, Jawaharlal Nehru scheme, JNNURM scheme to push the things. But unfortunately, over 10 years' time, not much could be achieved, though it did help to some extent. Then GUI, Government of India decided that let us review what is wrong with the earlier rules. And the new set of rules came up in 2016. Please understand this very importance of this rule. The most important thrust given in the new rules was community participation. It was made mandatory that every citizen shall segregate the waste. Thrust was given to RRR, promotion of recycling and resource recovery, and 100% treatment of bad waste. This is what was emphasized in the new set of rules. And now these rules have started working. And we are fortunate that simultaneously came a big support, a big game changer in India. Under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, Government of India launched Swachh Bharat Mission. And that mission has made a difference. With huge financial support. We are talking about financial support. Financial support came in a huge way to support solid waste, liquid waste, and gasification free. It's very heartening to see the commitment of Government of India and various state governments, and the result has been wonderful. In a short span of just 6 years, 14 to 2020, the entire country became open defecation free. This is something which the entire world has to register. A leap jump from 38% coverage over prior to 2014 and jumping to straight 100% coverage in just 6 years is something which needs complete recognition. The system of SWM also improved dramatically with income of door-to-door collection, segregation, and treatment of waste. Look at these figures which are starting. What was happening prior to 2000 and where we are today? Door-to-door collection has increased 96%. There are 88,000 wards in the country.
Can we close it in another 2 minutes?
85,000. Just 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. Segregation of waste has reached 73%. Processing has reached 70%, as just now mentioned here. Recycling of plastic has already touched 50%. 3.5 million tons of plastic is being processed, and landfilling is now at 27% at a scientific landfill. Focus on solid liquid waste management has now come. $20 billion, 1,41,07,000 crore rupees have now been earmarked by the government of India to support only solid and liquid waste management for 5 years to the Indian cities, 7935 cities. This is the answer which I am giving just now brought out by friends. And to support further, 1,500 rupees per ton is being given for compost support, 7.9 rupees for power generation, 7.4 for normal power generation, and using plastic, etc., into road construction and co-processing. All this support is coming from the government of India. So what we have to do? We have to focus on reduce, reuse, recycle, circular economy, and go for a zero waste principle. And way forward is what? Door-to-door collection, we are only short by 4%. We have to cover that. Segregation, we are short by 27%. Processing, we are short by 30%. And MRF, we are still lacking. So the waste which is being collected from home is still not going to the we need to set up material recovery facilities, recycle the remaining plastic, and abolish all open dump sites and SLF and bioremediate the waste so that we can give to our Indian people a good quality of life. There's a golden opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. SWM was never a priority. It has now become a big priority. Golden period has come with strong political commitment, technical and financial support. Municipal authorities need to rise to the occasion, use these funds, use the technical assistance, and make the cities clean and livable. There is no escape for any local body to say, I cannot do this. He has to do it. He has to have a strong will and take the benefits of all the schemes available from Government of India. Let us take a pledge to develop sustainable systems of waste management, and let us decide that we shall leave behind clean and healthy environment for our future generation. This is our principle. We must follow this. And this opportunity, if we miss, such opportunities will not come again. The best time is available in the country to develop solid waste management systems and technologies. And we must use all our institutions, all our technological institutions, all our institutions of excellence to give their inputs and see that technologies are developed for decentralized systems, where necessary centralized systems, where necessary regional systems, but they have to be properly defined so that they can be easily implemented and made sustainable. Let us pave the way for the waste management for developing nations to follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Snani. As always, you showed us that there is indeed a light at the end of tunnel, and things are moving rapidly in the right direction. And very soon we will also see a lot of waste utilization and waste recycling into value-added products happening at very much faster pace. Our next speaker in the session is also very close dear friend Sandra, who represents Municipal Solid Waste Initiative at CCAC UNEP. Sandra, probably you also would like to focus on food waste as one of the issues which is very close to your heart. Next 7 to 8 minutes is yours.
Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and just share my screen. Just want to say that there's a microphone open and it's giving a lot of interference. So yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's really nice to see some familiar faces. I would like to actually thank first the organizers for inviting me. Well, my name again, let me introduce myself, is Sandra Mason-Nix, and I'm the coordinator of the Waste Initiative for the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. Today, I'm going to go talk to you about a little bit about what is it that the coalition does and what is it basically our role in the waste sector and what are basically our areas of focus. To just get started, the Climate and Clean Air Coalition is a global voluntary partnership dedicated to addressing short-lived climate pollutants, and I'll give you more information about that in a second. The coalition has a network of over 400 members, including governments, IGOs, financial institutions, and civil society. Our partnership basically right now has 73 countries and 78 non-state partners, which include international organizations and NGO. And the other partners are basically cities in the private sector. The CCAC Secretariat is hosted by the UN Environment in Paris. We do work to achieve fast action in reducing short-lived climate pollutants while getting quick result in achieving multiple benefits. We do work with basically the solutions that are science-based, and we work towards so our partners can offer leadership and awareness of these issues. So what are short-lived climate pollutants? These are basically powerful climate forces that are many of them are dangerous air pollutants. They are actually the largest contributors to global warming after carbon dioxide, and they're responsible for up to 45% of global warming. They contribute to the 7 million annual premature deaths from air pollution and cause 110 million tons of crop losses. Because they're present in the atmosphere for a much shorter period of time than carbon dioxide, they can be removed from the atmosphere much more quickly. So there are basically four short-lived climate pollutants, basically dark black carbon, methane, tropospheric ozone, and hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs. And if you want more information about this, then you can basically just visit the CCAC website, and there's more information there. So basically, the mitigation of short-lived climate pollutant and CO2 is the best possible scenario for achieving the Paris Agreement target. And this is basically what was discussed in. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback. There's another microphone that is open.
Puneet, can you check? There's some disturbance in the background.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Although there are many paths that we can take to reach the Paris Agreement temperature targets, the path we choose will determine if we avoid an irreversible climate crisis. So basically, when we do achieve the reduction of the short-lived climate pollutants, we will get climate benefits. We can avoid 0.6 degrees of Celsius of avoided warming by 2015. We can achieve health benefits, food security, and also we can actually achieve the food development goals. The Sustainable Development Goal, sorry. The CCAC works in basically in the sectors that generate this short-lived climate pollutants. So HFCs, which is cooling, household energy, waste, which is the topic of our discussion today, agriculture, bricks, heavy duty vehicles, and oil and gas. This slide basically shows you there are some of our countries that are partners of the CCAC, but also shows you where we're working in other countries that even though they're not partnered, but we still take some action there. We carry out activities around the world with the objective to increase knowledge, resources, and technical and institutional capacity to act, mobilize support for action at all levels of government, the private sector, and civil society, increase the availability of access to financial resources to support implementation at scale, enhance scientific knowledge to help decision makers scale up action and promote multiple benefits of action. Like I said, we do work in the waste sector, and basically we work to reduce the emissions of short-lived climate pollutants across the municipal solid waste sector by providing a comprehensive package of resources, doing a lot of technical capacity building, and working with a global network of cities to facilitate the design and implementation of locally appropriate actions. And this has been mentioned several times by some of the speakers, is the importance that make sure that the actions that that were promoted are not basically imported from somewhere else, and basically that are appropriate to the conditions of the cities in the countries that we are working in. There are basically two short-lived climate pollutants from the waste sector, and this is basically methane and black carbon. And methane is basically produced from the anaerobic decomposition of food and garden waste that is kept in anaerobic conditions. That could be landfills or can be large open dumps. And then black carbon is basically produced from the burning of open waste, for the open burning of waste, and also by the use of outdated vehicles. We do focus on landfills because basically these are the third largest source of global anthropogenic methane emissions. And then we also focus on black carbon because it's a key component of particulate matter in air pollution. So here you can say that if, the waste sector will emit about 2.6 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2015, and this is a figures from the World Bank. So, as we see that as the waste keeps growing, and this is not just in OECD countries, but mostly on non-OECD countries, then we can see that the methane emissions from landfills will continue to emit. The CCC in the waste sector focuses on three main areas, and basically one is the organic waste diversion, the other one is landfill gas capture and use, and the other one is the open waste burning. Basically, the two, organic waste diversion and landfill gas, is basically because of the methane, and open burning because of the black carbon. We work in organic waste diversion because minimizing the food that is the organic waste that is sent to landfills will reduce the methane generation, and actually will also avoid significant cost incurred by developing and expanding landfills to accommodate excess waste. And this is actually very, very important for us because in particular in developing countries, more than 50% of the waste that is generated is organic waste. So this would actually make a really big dent in kind of not having those landfills, of at least minimizing its use. Then if there are landfills, then we work actually with making sure that the landfill gas is captured and used. And this actually will also prevent methane from entering the atmosphere and contributing to local smog and global climate change. Lastly, the open burning of waste, we work towards looking for alternatives to prevent this open burning. And then because it not only mitigates black carbon emission, but also prevents the release of cancer-causing compounds and other toxic substances. I'm going to go really fast about in the slides because the time is short, but there are many benefits to organic waste diversion, particularly environmental benefits. We have the greenhouse gas reductions, and there are factors that affect that greenhouse gas reduction. So I'm not going to go over that. Probably that will share my slides with the organizers so you can see more. There's also social benefits. The most important is contributing to land preservation, producing compost, which is just very important. And I'm very glad to hear that there are some incentives to producing compost in India. And there's also one thing is that compost sites are actually easier to site and construct than landfills. So that's a big benefit that needs to be accounted for. Then economic benefits, there are many, particularly like I mentioned, extending landfill life, and also one thing that is key is like lowering the cost for landfill gas and leachate management. It has been shown that just managing leachate in some of the developing countries, particularly those that are in the tropical area, is very high. So that's very important to kind of divert that organic waste to avoid the leachate generation. Landfill gas capture, these are basic facts. I'm not going to go over that because of the time. There are actually many benefits to having projects for landfill gas capture and use. So particularly one is that it could be a source of income for the landfill. And also it's one key thing for us is basically the replacement of fossil fuels for renewable sources like landfill gas. And then for the open burning of waste, like I already mentioned, this is a big thing. Around the world, actually, it's estimated that 41% of all waste is burned. So it's a big problem, particularly in Asia and in Africa. So that's something that we focus on, and we try to find alternatives for that. And then lastly, there are many reasons why people burn waste, and that's why it's so important to understand those reasons and to really find ways of dealing with those reasons so people don't burn waste anymore. And then there's many impacts to them that maybe they're not realized. This is actually something that we're working with ISWA as well as part of their open dumps initiative, because it's, when you have an open dump, sometimes one way of getting rid of the dump is by burning the waste. That's it from me. If you have any questions about our work, about work on waste, about organic waste diversion, please feel free to email me. I'm really happy to answer any questions that you guys have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandra, for bringing out the importance of monitoring and regulating and controlling SLCPs in waste management sector, going beyond methane and looking at much broader perspective. Thank you very much again. And our next speaker is Mr. Sampath, again, National Solid Waste Association Southern Chapter, but he also is President and Chief Executive of Samki Group. So, Mr. Sampath, 7 to 8 minutes. Mr. Sampath, can you hear me? Mr. Sampath?
Mr. Sampath doesn't seem to be connected.
Oops, because I see his, or maybe we can come back to him then later. So if Ms. Shilpa Kaza is ready, then maybe we can start with Shilpa to provide her perspective in the background of MSW management and bringing in her perspective in 7 to 8 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to join the summit today. So I'm going to talk, I'm a senior urban specialist at the World Bank. So I'm going to talk about global waste management trends. A couple of years ago, we released a publication called What a Waste 2.0, a global snapshot of solid waste management to 2050. And then this past summer, we released a publication called More Growth, Less Garbage. And between these two publications, we covered, trends in how much waste is being generated, how that's expected to change over time, waste composition, how waste is collected, who's collecting it, what type of contracts exist, how waste is treated, disposed, do policies exist in countries, institutions, kind of you name it. We try to collect as much information as possible. And so this is kind of the main findings from that effort. So let me, hang on one second. Okay, are my slides moving? I'm sorry, I'm not able to.
We can see the slides.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So the three main messages I would love for you to walk away with today are that, first, that we're expecting waste to increase by 73% by 2050 from 2020. And this is more than double population growth over the same period. Second is that about a quarter of our global municipal plastic waste is coming from East Asia Pacific and from 5 countries. And so we really need to be moving towards a circular approach as we're designing integrated waste management systems. And then third, about half of waste operations involve the private sector, nonprofit, or civil society. So there's a lot of room to engage in terms of partnering with the government and service provision. So waste is expected to increase from 2.24 billion tons in 2020 to about 3.88 billion tons in 2050. And we know that waste generation is positively correlated with urbanization. So, as we have to manage more waste in less space with more people, there are more and more issues around flooding, resilience, health, productivity, you name it. And waste generation is linked with urbanization and economic development. And so this is why we are expecting that Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia will be the fastest growing regions. In Sub-Saharan Africa, we're expecting waste to approximately triple by 2050, and in South Asia, double. We found that per capita waste generation increases with income initially, and then at very high income levels, we see that waste generation starts decreasing. And so there's a decoupling that starts occurring between how much waste you generate and your income. But that's at very high income levels. So we need to really start thinking about kind of having that decoupling occur earlier. High income countries are generating about 32% of the world's waste with just 16% of the population. And you can see that there's...
Are you moving your slides? Because we are on the main messages slide.
Oh, yes, I am moving my slides.
Because we at least I can't see slides further. Probably, I don't know if others can see.
Yeah, thank you.
Click bottom button and next for click bottom button.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, now it's moving.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay, this was the... Oh. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, so this is where so this is where we are right now. There's a huge variation in how much waste is generated per capita. So you can see that in South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, it's about 0.4-0.5 kilograms per person per day. North America, it's more than 2 kilograms per person per day. And on average, it's closer to about 0.8. There we go. So we know that the composition of waste varies by income. So proportionally, low-income countries generate more organic waste, like Sandra had mentioned. You know, and it's about like 56% in low-income countries is organic waste, and then dry recyclables make up about like 17% of the waste composition. But in high-income countries, it's you know, the trend is opposite. So about half of the waste could be recycled, and less than a third is organic waste. And we are seeing that it's shifting a little bit in lower and middle income countries, with a trend more towards proportionally less organics moving forward. Food loss and waste from the agricultural side, as well as the waste management side, account for about 30% globally. And municipal plastic waste is growing rapidly, and you know, we're estimating that that in 2020 about 269 million tons of municipal plastic waste was generated. Low-income countries collect only 39% of waste, and in high-income countries we see that there's nearly universal waste collection. And then we see that globally, about a third of waste is either openly dumped or burned. But this is according to official data. And so I think the reality is that the number's a bit higher than that. In low-income countries, more than 90% of waste is openly dumped or burned. And so on the previous slide, I had just said that 39% of waste is collected in low-income countries. But we see that more than 90% is burned or dumped. So even when waste is collected, there's still a disconnect in how the waste is being managed. And then nearly 40% of waste goes to some type of a landfill. And we try to categorize them as detailed as possible, because a lot of times also, you know, a sanitary landfill is constructed as a landfill and then not utilized in that way, and can quickly become a dump. And so just wanted to flag that. And about 19% of waste is recovered through recycling and composting. The waste management sector, not including transportation, just how the waste is managed, contributes to about 5% of global emissions. We see that the poor are most affected by inadequate waste management. So whether it's having waste dumped by informal communities, whether it's not having collection services, because again, you're in low income communities, you know, whether it's having your livelihood depend on the sector, you know, it's the poor that are the most affected. And it tends to be very vulnerable populations that are involved in the waste sector, like migrants, elderly, women, children. Uh, 30% of countries do not have any institutions or policies to address waste. Waste is overwhelmingly a local government responsibility, but then at the same time, we see that local governments often lack funds. So on average, they're only able to cover about half of the investment costs for waste, but then the real challenge comes for operational costs. And really that sustainable financing piece, I would say, is one of the key challenges we see over and over. About half the services are operated by public entities, and a third involve a public-private partnership. And in low-income countries, we see that waste management consumes a fifth of municipal budgets on average, but I've seen numbers that are much higher. And in high-income countries, it's closer to 4% of budgets. And again, I just want to flag that, you know, we're seeing that more than 90% of waste is openly dumped or burned. And yet governments are spending quite a bit of their municipal budgets, you know, on the waste management sector for low-income countries. And then on an absolute level, of course, high-income countries spend significantly more than $100 per ton, whereas lower middle income countries are spending about $35 per ton for management of waste. And really, we want to use all of this data as a call for action, and, you know, and to circle back to the main messages, you know, to really focus on sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. So the growth in waste between now and 2050, they're going to account for 40% of that growth in waste. And right now, more than 2/3 of the waste is being openly dumped or burned in these two regions. So we really have to get ahead of it. Prioritizing the countries in Asia that are contributing to the marine litter problem. And then we need to adopt regulations and incentives to have the right partners for implementation, for financing, whether that's the private sector, nonprofits, or civil society. And finally, we need to work with all the different stakeholders related to supporting a circular economy, from manufacturers, governments, operators, citizens, and many more stakeholders. So I will stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well. All of our data is posted on the World Bank's website. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa, for putting down perspective of World Bank, and also in the end, prioritizing where the action should be with kind of limited funding in terms of where we are anticipating most of the infrastructure development happening, which is closely linked to waste generation. So what we'll do is, if time permits, we'll take up, because we have two more speakers, question answers in the end. Mr. Sampath, have you joined back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yes. So 7 to 8 minutes.
Yeah, I'll do it quickly. Don't worry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to talk to you people. So I am focusing on the waste segregation technologies for the waste management. I mean, that's what we have been talking about. So quickly, this is kind of a model where we are optimizing the resource from the municipal waste. 40-50% is organics. Either we can make power from the anaerobic or kind of a digester biogas and produce the electricity or use the biogas, or we can use dry the material and convert into some briquetted fuel. So that's one possible. The recyclables can be sold for or it may recycle, go for recycling. And when we segregate the RDF, we get the power, or we can use the plastic for pyrolysis, or use gasification technology to produce hydrogen, or there are so many ways of producing energy, and then going towards the zero waste management or a landfill. But all these things, if you want to achieve, then you must have a proper segregation system. That's where we lack. If you see our history in our India, whatever we are talking about waste to energy, whether it's a biogas, whether it is incineration, the failure is mainly because there's no proper segregation. You can't blame that people are sourcing doing it at the source, but we can always do it in the plant. When you bring the waste to the dump site, we can always have a proper system for waste management, and that is where we lack in this place. So material recovery facility for a country like India, we need the real segregation so that we can get all the recoverable material for recycling, and then the energy can be produced, and the balance, whatever little material is left out, can be disposed of. We have always have questions whether we are going for a manual segregation or a semi-automatic or fully automatic, whether we do the Indian machines or imported machines. Again, very, very important, whether we are going for the cheaper technologies from China, or we go for the proven technology from Europe or other Western countries. So when we go towards this municipal waste management, then segregation is the first priority one must give, and which is not happening actually. You can start from 20 tons per day plant, where we try to manually segregate. They take out the organics and they take out the recyclables, and then convert them into some kind of values to get some kind of returns, and from the returns we can do some sustained management. So we have various schemes for the manual system. Then we slowly move to the automatic system, where we bring thousands of tons. It can process 1,000 tons per day. We come and dump it. We have a shredders. We shred the material to some size for easy segregation. Then we have a ferrous separation, where we take out the ferrous. Then we have dust and then fine particle separation. Then we separate the air classifier. Through air classification, we separate the heavy, medium, and the lighter fractions. In the lighter fraction, two-dimensional material like plastic, paper, cloth goes there as an RDF. And the heavy material such as stone, metal, glass, ceramics are collected separately for recycling. It goes for recycling, and the wood and other rigid plastic material also goes for recycling. And the sand and the fines goes for either treatment or landfill. And this is how we work on it. And in case the depending on where we use the RDF, further size reduction can be done, or you can do the briquetting, or we feed them into incineration, gasification, pyrolysis can be done once you segregate the material. So we have a typical system where we feed the material, we shred it. After that, we have a magnet. Then we have a disc screen, which removes the dust and the fine sands. Then the air classifier removes the heavy material, heavy particle, and then the medium and the lighter fractions. And for a typical scheme for incineration, we have a rough cutting, and we remove the inerts, ferrous, water, and send it to the plant. So we have a different feeding system. So we have, through the grabs or the front loaders, we can feed the material into the system, where through the conveyor, we can shred them. Through using ferrous is separated. We have a pre-shredder, then we have fine screens. Then we have air classifier, which separates different fraction, which we have been talking about, and further reduction of the size as per the applications. We can shred them to 20 mm, 25 mm, depending on the applications. So a typical system will be like that. You bring the material, take out the organics. Organics can go for either biogas production or the fuel, or we can take out the stones, we can take out the inert, and then produce RDF. This RDF can be used for the power generation. Okay, there are various technologies and capacities available, so I don't want to touch that. But from the smaller municipality onwards, we can start implementing the separation technologies so that the zero waste management achieved. So we have various technology to discuss, but I don't want to talk much. But I'll straight away go for the, we have technology for pyrolysis, where we convert the plastic waste into oil. It can use any kind of a plastic waste into the fuel. So we can, yeah. So if you go for the waste energy, then we have organic fractions. Then take out the organic fraction for composting, and the MSW for waste energy. So now the need of the hour is material recovery. Basically, you recover the material by segregation, and then availability of land is becoming more and more difficult in cities. So therefore, we have to minimize the dumping quantity and the area required. And then we are starving for electricity, though the price of the electricity through the solar energy is coming down. But still, there are places where we need electricity, or we produce electricity for them. So I'm trying to stop here, because what I was trying to tell you in this few minutes is the importance of the segregation system for the effective waste management. Thank you.
Dr. Pandey, kindly unmute yourself.
Yes. So our last speaker for the session is Dr. Divya Tiwari, and she brings in important perspective. She's a principal scientist and advisor from SAHAS, and many of the cities have gained immensely from the work which SAHAS does on ground. And also, probably she'll bring in perspective of if you don't have access to very mechanized waste management systems, how waste management still can be done in a satisfactory manner. So, Dr. Tiwari, are you there?
Yeah.
Sure.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So could you give me the share screen rights?
Yeah,
Yes,
we can see your presentation, Dr. Tiwari.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting SAHAS, and I'm happy to present SAHAS here. And thank you, Dr. Sunil, for highlighting the aspect that SAHAS is doing a lot of work on the ground. We are still are not sitting with a solution which is, which we can claim that we have solved the problem of solid waste management. Rather, with our work on the ground, we have been able to discover that the issues that many of you have raised here, they actually have a very different dimension on the ground, on how do we fix them, what exactly is ailing those aspects in SWM. Our takes have been driven by the learnings that we have had with the programs and projects that we have implemented across the country. So I will just spend some time. I'm not too sure people will be aware of what SAHAS is and what exactly will we do. So I'll spend some time because that will give context to what I'll talk about. And since I can see that the majority here are people who are are coming with many years of experience in SWM, I will not get into any definitions, specifics, nothing. I'll straight away jump into once I spend time on SAHAS as to what have been our learnings and what all of us can draw out from our experience on the ground. So SAHAS was founded in 2001 by somebody called Wilma Rodrigues, and today we exist as two different entities. Wilma is heading the private limited arm where they offer waste management as a service. So they charge for it, probably one of the first organizations to do that. And that we, again, we realized by working on the ground that, it was a false assumption that waste is wealth. It actually requires a lot of money to, do it properly. Yes, there are components of it which can be used to generate wealth. But if you want to do it A to Z, everything that a house or an office generates, which falls under the technical definition of municipal solid waste, there are costs involved, and hence the concept of service fee, which today has been bought in by everybody, including Swachh Bharat Mission, where fee collection is tracked as one of the key metrics in our rankings as well. So we definitely want to take claim that this was our finding, and we did get flack for it, but that was a reality which has now been accepted all across. So our vision at the time of founding itself was nothing is waste, which is nothing but the more fancy definition that we call today, which is circular economy. So it was visionary indeed in year 2001 to establish an organization which was saying that nothing is waste. And there is a difference between nothing is waste to waste is wealth. Because when we say waste is wealth, we are pushing out a impression that it is just about change of our outlook. We just need to look at it differently, and we'll be able to do something very profitable out of it, which is not the case. Crux of what how this can be changed sits at the product design level, how materials are used, how products are designed, how services are offered, what are our business model. That is what decides, how valuable our, so-called waste would be. There is very little that we can do, once it has been thrown out from the houses, and especially if it is mixed waste, there's really very little that can be done with it. So, so that has been our focus, that, we definitely look to push solutions and policy intervention to ensure that nothing remains waste. It becomes a circular economy. And we hope that India will show the way, because we are sitting at the cusp of deciding which way we are going. Are we going the China way, which is the waste to energy plants, or are we going the circular economy way? So I feel India, all of us strongly feel that India will be the deciding factor where the world goes. We are, one of the largest generators of waste, and we are one of the people who will be hugely impacted by how this gets managed, how this is looked at, and hence, the impact of our decisions at this time and age. How do we, how are we hoping to achieve that, India becomes a leading circular economy? Our contribution to this vision is that we want to pilot innovative resource management programs. We collaborate closely with communities, administrators, businesses, and lawmakers and citizens, obviously, and evolve next practices for adoption of circular economy. So that's how we are contributing to this vision. Today, SAHAS was founded in Bangalore, and that remains our head office, but we have now presence in many parts of the countries we are operating. We have projects happening in 18 districts of the country, and you can see the spread across north, south, east is decent. We have also worked in Odisha. Currently, that project is over and done with. We'll be soon starting something in West Bengal. And the aim is to spread and to be able to showcase solutions in different parts of the country for policymakers, businesses, and communities to adopt those best practices. Hence, for us, spread is quite important because we have seen that when people see it with their own eyes, the impact that a solution makes is very different. So we track that very closely, and we have been able to make a good spread in these times. SAHAS largely operates through CSR funding. These are some of our long-term partners, 3 to 4 years, 5 years, we've been working with them, doing a lot of work in both urban and rural areas, and working across all waste streams and entire supply chain. So we, work from implementing, designing content for IEC, to implementing IEC, to doing door-to-door campaigns, to waste collection, waste processing, setting up MRF, bringing in new technologies and ideas. So we do everything, which is there in the supply chain side of waste management, and also the ideas of waste reduction itself. So when we partner with entities, be it citizen or corporates, we do intervene on the whole idea of waste reduction itself. So reduction of plastic, reduction of single use, minimization of usage of materials, and minimization of food waste. So the intervention expands to that part as well. I'll just move this. Yeah. So our four, I would say kind of objectives and verticals are: we want to, as I said, maximize resource recovery from waste. We want to sensitize communities and bring about the behavioral change, provide dignified livelihood opportunities, and implement strong monitoring and supervision processes. So a lot of time we are seeing that while there is a lot of discussion and talks on these three aspects of the first three aspects of SWM, but without strong monitoring and supervision, without data, without tools and technologies to engage and make all the stakeholders accountable, we will not be able to set up something which is so intense. Unlike other, if you look at water, if you look at literacy, these kind of systems just require an initial push. If you're talking about water, you design your proper rainwater harvesting system, and then it is set and it runs. But waste is something in which you will need to be vigilant on every single day. So that cannot be done without, intense monitoring and supervision. So for us, technology and data that way plays a very critical role in most of our programs. And we emphasize on using technology to collect as authentic data as possible from the ground. This has been our impact. Now, this is 1 year ago, which was impacted through COVID. The data for this year will be, coming out in some time. So we have last year we had implemented in about 50 villages and 10 cities. We had enabled segregation of about 41 tons of waste per day. E-waste is also another key focus areas for us. So we were collecting about 3 tons of e-waste per month. It looks very small, but I want to highlight this 3 tons we have been collecting without paying anything to the generators, because we have worked with the recyclers and we have seen that there is very little that you can make from e-waste if you handle all the all the toxic elements in e-waste. So we collect TVs, we collect laptops, and we don't pay anything for it to the generator. So from that angle, I would say 3 tons per month is a big achievement for people to give it away when, otherwise you can get, few thousands for the laptop and your televisions. We serviced about 58,000 houses last year. This is largely rural houses because in terms of waste collection, we are not very active in the urban areas. Urban areas, most of our programs focus on streamlining, and capacity building of the municipality, strengthening their monitoring systems, implementing source segregation. But direct waste collection, we do take up in rural areas because in rural areas, there's nothing that exists. So today, if I want to go and implement solid waste management, we will have to start from scratch, which is even setting up the collection system and training the staff, hiring them. And, so in the initial part of our projects, we do own the collection and processing piece also, unlike in urban areas where we, as I said, we build the capacity of the municipality to be able to do that better. We had sensitized. Outreach is a big part of our work. So we had sensitized over 5 lakh people in, year before last. Our GHG impact and air pollution due to proper end destinations was about 41 tons of GHG emission reduction per day. And through our programs, we were able to create 150 jobs. As I said, dignified livelihood is another one of our key focus areas. So as I said, I'll stop on Sahas and I'll just jump to what have been, our learnings and where do we see, shift of, review or shift of, thinking on the problems that, some of you have talked about and you have raised these issues. So many of you said source segregation. I'm completely aligned that, source segregation is critical because there's nothing that you can do with mixed waste. So generally people think that, the reason we are not able to implement source segregation is because people resist, they are not on board with these ideas. But our experience has been very different. We don't see people resisting this, and we don't see that happening anywhere. We have worked in very high-end apartments in Gurgaon, to slums, to rural areas, to north and south and east and west, and our reading has been that it is not the people's resistance. What we see, the crux of it is the collector refusing to collect mixed waste. It's as simple as that. If the collector is refusing to collect mixed waste, with simple awareness and some amount of monitoring initially, people come on board. And that's why, if you see, many of you might have heard that Bangalore does a decent job with respect to source segregation. That is happening primarily in a lot of apartments where, because the waste collection is done by the housekeeping staff and they are trained and they are empowered not to collect mixed waste, the program gets implemented in no time and it persists. It's not that, once the awareness activities have stopped, that it falls back.
Can we wind up in another 2-3 minutes?
I will. I have just, 5-6.
Yeah.
Yes, I have just 5-6 slides on this, so I will wind up in 2 minutes. So the crux here is to refusal to collect mixed waste. Hence, from the policy or the action angle, we have to bring in either incentive or disincentive for the collector to collect segregated waste. Unless that is brought into the system in some manner, we will not be able to achieve this. So, we need to look at source segregation by not from the IEC angle alone. We need to fix this. If this is fixed, then, the IEC effort required is very minimal. On IEC itself, we typically think you just, put in a lot of money and do multiple campaigns. But our learning has been that it is the consistency of the messaging and giving the big picture to the generator. Why are you segregating? We just say, put this in this bin, this bin, this. We don't tell them why is it important. Where is it contributing? If you are mixing, then it can only be going to the landfill. All these, even the most uneducated or even the smallest of children, when you give them the big picture, then the messaging stays with them. They buy into this. They need not be reminded consistently. And the other big thing that we have seen is that, between SBM itself and, MOEF itself, there is contradiction in terms of how many categories you need to segregate and what is the color coding for the bins. So at least that level of consistency has to be brought in. And, from the policy angle, our, recommendation and push would be that clear IEC directions have to come in from SBM. And the whole idea of waste management should not be left, for that it is for cleanliness perspective. We know it plays a very important part in sustainability. So that aspect has to be taught to children in the schools. We cannot be hoping and thinking that some posters and some films can bring about this transformation. This requires dialogue and engagement with respect to big picture, and that can be done if it is taken up systematically in the education policy itself. The other thing which a lot of people talk about, and which is especially pulled up for India, that because we are so bad because there's indisciplined collection, and the reason it is so indisciplined because of the contractor mafia. Yes, contractor mafia exists, but the reason, how you can fix this contractor mafia is that we need to empower and engage the waste generator. And how do you do that? You need to give them visibility that, this collector, this contractor, he is your contractor. He's supposed to come here at this time. He'll be coming. He's supposed to come for 2 days, 3 days. And he should be having a way of reporting back that this person is not coming. There should be some action on it. And the other big important aspect is the fee. If you charge a service fee, people will demand some standards. If you don't charge any service fee, people also don't care. They just, dump wherever they can at the lowest cost, because they don't see this as a utility at all. We charge for water, we charge for electricity, we have to charge for waste also. So this needs to be treated like an important utility service. And all these aspects need to be built into to address the discipline collection. Other big aspects which, people didn't spend time on this today, which is municipality inefficiency. So, this is managed by bringing in a lot of consultants or doing, a lot of training programs. But our learning has been that the municipalities their staff is not technically trained, and there is no performance incentive built in for them to do it the right way. There is no, in none of their appraisals is the health inspector pulled up for black spots, or yes, he might get scolding from some, top IAS officer once in a while, or from some elected representative, but where is the systematic evaluation on certain parameters and him being penalized or, rewarded for some of these things that we talk about? So if that is not built in, then it is a very ad hoc system, which, he will obviously try and, get away with it at the lowest cost possible. So we feel that the municipality structure today, as it exists, is highly flawed to manage something so technically intense like SWM. Earlier, it was just sweeping and collecting and transporting. As today we know, it is a far more complex system, especially if we look at the disposal technologies and the effort that is required in segregation, etc. Something has to be fundamentally fixed in the structure of the municipality itself. Food waste management, some of us, did bring in. People think you just set up composting and biogas. We have set up both of them. They don't work because there is no market. There is no market for compost. People want to get compost at 1 rupee, while if you do composting, you need to sell it anywhere between at least 6 rupees a kg to about 8 rupees a kg, depending on where you are doing it, whether land is free or it's a rented place, to be able to make it viable. So is the case with biogas. It is, the capex is so high that the cost of capital doesn't make it viable. We have been talking on it for like 20 years now, but we haven't addressed the chemical fertilizer subsidy continues, and there is no organic fertilizer support. They have talked about this 1,000 rupees, from the fertilizer companies, but that translates into just 1 rupee a kg. As I said, 1 rupee a kg doesn't work. We need at least 6 rupees a kg for these things to become viable, and only then they will be adopted in large.
Can we close it, Dr. Tiwari?
Yes.
Yep.
So I'll just end with one, because a lot of WT, points were discussed. I just, will close with that. It was unfortunate to see that there was a lot of emphasis by many speakers on WT. People think that, you can just set it up, but the reality today is that there is not a single well-managed WT or pyrolysis plant in the country for mixed waste. There are some plants which are able to run well when they get pre-consumer waste, which is, which is a certain category. Hence, you can, streamline the technology for that particular type of waste. But we are yet to see a good plant, and hence to rely that, these, the way WT plants are being approved across the country are, they're very, very detrimental. That plant which is right under the nose of Delhi, Okhla plant, is not running well. So we don't know how the remote plants will run well. So we should, I'm not saying no to WT, but we should allow WT only for non-recyclable waste. So if Gurgaon generates 1,000 tons of waste per day, we know non-recyclable should not be more than 20% of the waste. Hence, the capacity of the WT cannot be more than the non-recyclable waste, and they should be able to set it up only after they have fixed the recycling of all other categories of waste. Why are they prioritizing non-recyclable if it is only 20%? So you are flouting the SBM rules itself. So it should be a key ask by all SWM practitioners in India. If we follow SWM rules, we should not be allowing WT plants unless the composting and the recyclables have been fixed by a city. And it should be only allowed, the capacity should not be more than the amount of non-recyclables which are allowed typically. So with this, I will, close this, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Tiwari. Very interesting perspective from ground and experience from Sahas's work with the cities and rural areas. I don't know if we are left with any time for question answers. I'll hand it over back to Aishwarya or Dr. Garg. Would you like to take over?
Yes, yes.
Sure, Dr. Garg.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Tiwari, for well managing the session and delivering your address also. Ms. Divya Tiwari, next time you will find your lecture at the first place so that enough time will be there. And I totally agree that municipality, there should be a revolution in municipality. Then only we can do justice with the waste management. In other developing countries, developed countries rather, this is the place where emphasis is given. Thank you all the distinguished speakers, and especially I thank Dr. Sunil Pandey and for Terry for giving us the knowledge paper, and thank you very much. We will meet next year on the same dates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the speakers for bringing in excellent perspective. We'll formally close it here.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for the opportunity. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, everyone, for having joined us. And with that, we close the plenary session. We have another plenary session coming up in just about 5 minutes. So I'd request all of you to please be prepared with your slides. The next plenary session is going to start in another 4 minutes. The topic for this session is going to be circular economy, and we have an eminent panel of speakers joining us. Let me see if we have everyone on board. The topic for this session is going to be circular economy, recycling and resource recovery towards a zero waste future. We have Dr. Jyoti Parekh joining us. Very good evening, ma'am. Dr. Parekh is going to be the chair for this session. We have 6 speakers with us who are going to join us soon. Miss Tamara Vrooman. Do we have her on board? Okay, she is going to join us soon. Mr. Keith Zendler, Dr. Daryl K. Smith, Mr. Nitin Gupta, Ms. Bharati Chaturvedi, and Dr. Leila Ishkandar. They're going to join us in about 4 minutes, 2 minutes rather.
Can I try the share screen?
Sure, ma'am. Please,
yes, ma'am.
share your screen and check, and we will start.
Oh my God, that's my worry. Can I? Otherwise, can I send you somewhere? This thing, it's not getting on. Okay.
Ma'am, there'll be an option on the right-hand side of your screen wherein you'll be able to share the screen.
Yeah, I did share a share screen, and then I am getting. How do I select a window? No.
Yeah, we can see the screen. Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Oh, this screen you see. Okay. Then let me do one thing.
You are expert on this aspect.
We're getting some background noises, I guess.
I think it's not. It's from somewhere. Now you're seeing now, yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, no, it's not there. Yes.
And
so, ma'am, should we start the session because it's 6, and I guess the speakers who have not joined are going to join us shortly. Miss Tamara Vrooman is the first speaker. Do we have Miss Tamara with us, joining us? Do we have any of the speakers? Mr. Keith Zendler, Dr. Daryl Smith, Mr. Nitin Gupta? Ms. Bharati Chaturvedi, Dr. Laila.
Ms. Aishwarya,
Yes.
our speakers are already joined.
All right. Great.
And Dr. Laila will be joined after half an hour. Okay. So please start the session.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, sir. So welcome everyone. Good evening and welcome to plenary session 4. We're going to discuss about circular economy, recycling and resource recovery towards a zero waste future. And I'd like to welcome first the chair for this session, Dr. Jyoti Parikh, Executive Director, Integrated Research, Action and Development. Very warm welcome, ma'am. And the key speakers for this session are as follows. Ms. Tamara Vrooman, President and CEO, Vancouver Airport Authority, Canada. A very warm welcome, Ms. Vrooman. We also are joined in by Mr. Keith Zendler, Chief Executive Officer and Founder, Recycle Max US. A very warm welcome, Mr. Zendler. We have also Dr. Daryl K. Smith, President and CEO, National Waste and Recycling Association, joining us from the United States. Again, very warm welcome to you, sir, as well. And we have with us Mr. Nitin Gupta, co-founder and Chief Executive Officer, Atrido Recycling Private Limited. Warm welcome, Mr. Gupta. Thank you so much. We are really happy that you are on board. And we are also going to have Ms. Bharati Chaturvedi, Founder and Director, Chintan Environmental Research and Action Group. Warm welcome, Ms. Chaturvedi. And last but not the least, Dr. Laila Iskandar, co-founder, CID Consulting, and former Minister of State in the government of Egypt. A very warm welcome to all the speakers. Indeed, it's a pleasure to have this eminent group of speakers with us. And now I'd request the chair for this session, Dr. Jyoti Parikh, to please start the plenary session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. So let me, so topic of today's session is, just 1 minute, So topic of today's session is circular economy, and there are many concepts now people are concerned, especially after climate change meeting in studio is remote control. Okay, I think I can approve that. Okay. Thank you very much. Welcome all of you here in this session. I'm happy to chair.
Ma'am, you not show your PPT presentation. It is not so.
You can't see?
Yes, please reopen. Stop presentation and.
Ma'am, we can see the screen, but we need to we need to look at the presentation. We can see the shared screen.
Now we can see it. Now you see it.
Ma'am, it's okay,
Yes.
but click your file.
What is the
file name? Please click the file. Enter your file.
Ma'am, we can see the
your file,
downloads
please.
option. We can see your desktop and downloads. You need to click on the presentation so that we can see it.
I have this one. Now?
Yes, ma'am. We can see it now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Please continue, ma'am.
All right. So let's begin. I think we have lost some time into this. So can I start myself, or are you doing it? First slide, please.
Yes.
Or next slide. Are you doing it, or I am doing it?
You'll be doing it because
Okay,
the controls are in your hand.
it's happening. It's okay. I'll let me do it. That's fine. So
Sure, ma'am.
circular economy is a new development among the several new development paradigms. We also talk about green growth, green economy, zero waste. These are all not quite the same, but they are variations of paradigms. Some people also talk about dematerialization of the economy, and that could lead to degrowth. And what are the paradigms of GDP-based economic aspirations or SDG-based economic aspirations? We already used to hear about reduce, reuse, recycle, and now many people have added more things like restore and reinvest, and so on, reform, etc. So I would try to explain some of these concepts and show some applications as well. One second, right? So impact of pandemic progress towards climate change. Actually, reducing a pandemic showed us that it is okay to not have unnecessary consumption. We can manage with less. It has also led to degrowth and zero growth and slowing down of economies. Pandemic also showed us that equity among income classes is very important for sustainable future. And that I think this highlight of it is that behavioral changes are possible and are already happening. Because many times people thought that answer to climate change is technology. You do renewable technology, you do hydrogen technology, nuclear technology. So as long as you move away from fossil fuel, you are okay. But that's not the case. You need to also bring in energy efficiency and less use and zero waste, because the climate change problem is the accumulation of greenhouse gases in atmosphere. But there are many other places, oceans and land and so on, where things are happening in terms of air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution. And by the time you look at all natural resources, you need to look at other things as well. Now, climate positive changes that we saw in the pandemic is that technology substitution happened, and somewhat in energy efficiency was increased by people ordering things from home and not traveling and using fossil fuel to the and so on. Technology transformation through smart devices, people stayed at home, and there were also pre-existing trends to reduce GHG emissions through LED bulbs and so on. So that was happening as well, and then you had some new changes because of the pandemic. However, the climate negative aspects of it was that waste increased with all this one-time use of masks and so on, and people were afraid of public transport. So either they stayed home or they took private vehicles, maybe their personal vehicle or taxis and so on. So these are some of the positive and negative impacts that happen. Now let me see what's the linear economy supply chain. You start with some natural resources. Let's say if it is coal, it could be aluminum mine, steel, iron mine. Then you do mining and processing. You convert it to products and services, and you also store, transport, and then go to end user. So this is the linear economy, and its impacts are that you have economic growth, so to speak, GDP, and somewhat also socioeconomic development takes place because you have people get jobs and they can get education through that, medical support and so on. But the bad impact is that you could have air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, and greenhouse gases into global atmosphere, ocean pollution, etc. Let me just explain it through one example of coal, for example. So you have coal, you start with coal mining, then coal transportation, coal processing. Mining can be open cast, underground, and so on. Then it goes to railways or trucks, and then it is washed, sorted, and so on. And then we generate power out of it here, and then that is transmitted and that is distributed. And then you need also for that metering and bill collection. You need to set up transmission links, etc. So this is, for example, linear economy. But as soon as there are a circular economy, or at least the green economy. Let's try to see if you replace coal with the, let's say, solar energy. Then the first step goes away. Second, then we just show it in the other slide. This natural resources instead of coal becomes coal is a non-renewable but renewable resources. So renewable resources is one of the main shift that should happen in circular economy. That means that this step is gone. Mining and processing you don't need. You do need to convert through the photovoltaic cells to electricity, but and then you just need you just straight away jump into this one and you eliminate this and this. And heavy machinery, boilers, turbines, nothing is needed. So all that is gone, and you have straight away from solar to power transmission and to power distribution. So this is the benefit of resorting to renewable resources. However, this also means that the jobs in all these places where coal mining, coal transportation, power generation, etc. The people who boilers and turbines are made of steel, and you need more steel. So in a way, all these renewable resources itself shrinks a considerable amount of need for non-renewable resources and leads us to the path of green as well as circular economy. We can see the kind of things that happen. On this side is the mining, coal mining. And this side is the coal ash mountains of ash that comes out, especially Indian coal is very bad with very poor quality, and it's not complete burning, but possible to burn it completely. And we have mountains of ash. Now it is possible to make some use of it by making bricks and add somewhat in the cement. We're trying to struggle very hard how to get rid of these mountains. So, we have all these, we have 940 million people without electricity in the world. This is not so much in India, fortunately now, with the expansion of electricity. But so we do need electricity, but 2.8 billion people don't have clean cooking fuel, so they can also cook with electricity and so on. So, now second change, so one change is shifting to renewable resources, natural resources through nature-based solutions, etc. Second solution I do see is the digital economy. And let us say you try with smartphone. Now smartphone, it's an invention, disruptive technology, which already dismissed this phone here. And then video recorders, then camera, then portable music player, calculator, flashlight, scanner, compass, portable gaming devices, video players, clock, alarm clock, and partially also replaced pen drive, wristwatch, ebook reader, television to some extent, set-top boxes, remote, And so when you remove all these so many gadgets, that itself has a lot of materials going into it, and then you reduce the junk at the other end of it, as I showed in the linear economy. So in the circular economy, you try also to use the waste. So 3 steps are needed. One is a shift to renewable resources. 2 is digitization, and 3rd is that you use the reuse the materials, those materials. So information technology can bring efficiency while reducing materials, labor, and pollution. Now, pollution we like to go, but labor replacement is a challenge. Material is also good. So considerable number of appliances can be replaced. And currently, urban people have 137%, per person, 1.37%, and here the 0.6 people have 0.6 mobile per rural person. Now, active mobile phone numbers are so many, 1.5 billion. But when you look at the rural areas, it's not quite enough. Plus, now we need to shift to with greater digital access, computerization, and so on. So, so that we need also access to digital services, especially during the pandemic. Poor children could not study, they could not have access to medicine, and so on. So we need to expand digital economy if you want to do circular economy. But the disruptions in the service industry, this was the manufacturing, but service industry also had digital connection with everyone, but there was an isolation and reduced social and local activities, reduced transportation activities because people work from home, they conferenced from home, they bought from sold and bought from home. So it led to end of some businesses, and some also started, I suppose, but that was much smaller. On the whole, it closed down more businesses. So cell phones cover now 90% of the households in India, but internet, which is needed now for the next step of learning and interconnecting and equity is the challenge. So the internet subscribers are much fewer than smartphone holders. So equal access to digital connectivity is also needed, and because of the basic supplies services, health, education, information for where, what to do, where to go in all cases, and food and medicines availability can be also addressed to this. And disparity on that would lead to many other social tensions. We need to move towards comprehensive digital connectivity, and the government of India has launched many digital services, Digital India platform. But this is all Digital India platform, e-health, e-payment. It's more on the supply side. But how does the demand side or the consumers access that if they don't have a mobile or a computer? That's a challenge that we have to still address. So you need both sides. You need e-markets, but at the same time, ability to have access to it. So over the last 2 decades of efforts, the availability has increased, as I mentioned. So I would this is just a little bit introductory talk so that all of you can also address your issues. Human activities can alter and restore environment quite quickly. As we saw that for a few days, air was clean, even the rivers got clean, but it didn't last very long because lockdowns didn't last very long, and lockdown should not last. But I'm just saying that we understood that it's the human activities which is the danger behind many things, and it needs to be less damaging and yet cost effective. We also saw that behavioral changes are feasible than more than before. Many people ruled them out, especially the Western thought is such that we will do all this by technology and not suffer in any way. But we saw that, well, you don't need 50 shirts, maybe 10 shirts will do. And this kind of thought we had not done, had not yet entered into at least the Western philosophy. Our philosophy is slightly better in that respect. Need to address the equity issue, ensure digital access. Circular economy path means reliance on digitization, renewable resources, nature-based solution. And sorry, one more thing is that you take the waste, and waste itself can be the source for the next manufacturing, and that makes it instead of linear, you make it circular. But it may reduce jobs, and that's what we would need more universal basic income. These concepts are there in many countries that people get minimum support of basic income to survive. But here we will have to also think that it's not about life is not about GDP, more and more in GDP, but better address the all SDGs and have better environment and better human well-being, which is more sustainable, more equity. So if you, let's say, consume a lot, as I was mentioning, 50 shirts, and sink them back in the sea, then what happens is you do have a lot of GDP because you bought them, and but then it also means a lot of pollution. And so we need to contain sustainable consumption is also an aspect of circular economy. And so these are the broad concepts that one has to bring them all together in one framework, which is what I try to do. And now I'm very happy to open the session to the next speaker. So we can have Ms. Tamara Vrooman from Canada. She has been introduced already by Ms. Aishwarya. So may we have your presentation or your talk? Thank you. Ms. Tamara Vrooman. Is she there?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now let us invite the speakers for this session. We can go in the order that has been given to us.
Then Kate Gendler then.
Ma'am?
I think she is not there. Is she not there?
All right, then we can move on to the next speaker, ma'am.
Yes, sure. Please. So, yeah, next speaker is Kate Gendler, right? I don't have the program. Just a minute. Let me open.
I think I am. If number one wasn't up, I think I'm number two.
Yeah, okay, please. Go ahead.
So
Next
we
speaker.
invited Mr. Gendler, Chief Executive Officer and Founder, RecycleMax US, for his presentation. Over to you, sir.
Awesome. Okay. Well, good morning. Let me share my screen here. Let's get through that little bit of technical challenge there. कि आप मेरे स्क्रीन देख सकते हैं?
Yes, हम आपकी स्क्रीन देख सकते हैं.
I'll say again, good morning, namaste. My name is Keith Gendler. As said, I'm the CEO and founder of RecycleMax.com, actually. So just to clarify that one, in case anybody is wanting to check out our website. little background on myself. Well, first off, let me just say it is a real honor to be here. Thank you, Dr. Garg, for reaching out and inviting me to do this. It's really special. I actually had the privilege of being able to be in India for about 4 years. I actually lived there from 2012 to 2016, working there with a lot of the leaders at the Pune Municipal Corp. I was down in the Pune in Maharashtra, and leaders on the ground who are working in waste management issues, as well as right up to your former president, Pratibha Patil. So it was quite an adventure. And actually, my team is in India on the digital side of things. We've got them spread out in different cities, and so it's India is a part of my life and a part of my heart every day. So thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you. And it's awesome to listen to some of the issues that you're raising, because I've seen them, and hopefully you'll find what we have to share valuable. So RecycleMax.com is basically a tech-based reboot of a company that I had founded going back to 1990. Being based here in Detroit, Michigan, we have a lot of manufacturing, as you probably know. And so our company specialized in setting up recycling programs for manufacturers of all sizes. And then that turned into hospitals and nuclear plants and, office buildings, really any type of facility that generates waste here in the United States and Canada. We've done that pretty successfully. So, in those 32 years since I first started, there's not a whole lot that shocks me. But I came across this article, last week, and I know we're talking about some of the impacts of this pandemic. I found this shocking. 29,000 tons of plastic generated as a waste just from the PPE made its way into oceans. That's a staggering amount of waste. But as I looked at that and thought about that, and actually dove into the numbers, only 7% of that plastic came from individual consumption. Individuals. They calculated that about 87% of that waste was generated by hospitals. And as you look at that, you go, okay, how does it end up that the very institutions that are responsible for protecting our health end up being such a contributor to the problem? And I've got to believe that as you dig into that, yeah, some of those probably knew that they were disposing of their waste in an unsafe manner, if that was a conscious thought. But I think a lot of them probably thought they had, a reliable waste hauler or recycler that was taking this material. And somehow it just didn't make it to where it needed to go, or it's not handled in a safe manner. Actually, I was doing a little more research on this. You've got about 2 billion tons a year of waste that are generated globally. That's kind of the latest number. And so 33% of that is estimated, that's kind of a conservative estimate, to not be handled in a safe manner. So obviously, there's a lot that needs to be done. This issue of waste is not going away quickly. I totally agree with a lot of the thoughts that have been shared. This is not just a technology solution. We're not going to create some new gizmo that just magically makes us all go away. There's a lot of pieces that need to be brought together in order to make this work and to make it go away, and then really get to a zero waste economy. So, I thought I'd kind of share how we do things, or how I typically approach, problems when we're dealing with our companies, our corporate customers. We set up programs. That's our thing. We don't just provide a dumpster. We're not just sending a truck to pick up a particular type of material. We really try to do a holistic program for our customers. And so there's a number of components or stages to the program. First, you start with a waste audit. Then you got to get into who are the potential suppliers, based on the waste materials that we have. So you get into the whole supply chain. You got to get leadership, from the corporate management, from the plant management, the facility management, wherever And then you've got to train and educate and motivate. This is very much a human problem. You know, you don't need a high level of technology to just get the garbage in a garbage can and then get that garbage from there into a sanitary landfill. There is technology involved, of course, in building safe sanitary landfills, but a lot of this is just getting people to participate and to do it correctly. And it takes a lot of time in many cases to get there. But anyway, big part of it. Then you've got to have data, and you've got to evaluate that data, and then you've got to improve on a continuous basis. So if I was, you know, sitting in a God chair and I could, you know, come up with a program for a zero waste future, and I kind of applied some of these things. And these are things that we are doing in RecycleMax, and I'll talk about that in a minute. You know, so step one, waste audit. We need to inventory, of course. What's our global waste volumes? What are the sources? You know, so having a really solid understanding how much waste is out there, where it's being generated. Number one, just know the problem, right? Number two, I heard, can't remember the name, but in one of the earlier presentations, this issue of the supply chain, of people being, of how companies make money. I mean, in doing this, there's a whole need to connect the supply chain, that entire cycle of companies generating waste, cities generating waste, households generating waste, the companies and the individuals that pick up that material, and then making sure that they know how to handle that in the most cost-effective manner possible. Here in the United States, I actually spent a lot of those 30 years, these 32 years, working with waste hauling companies, typically independently owned, but sometimes national companies, and helping them understand how they could do recycling in a cost-effective manner and in a way that actually augmented their business and helped them make money, even more money than just taking that material and dumping it in a landfill. And you know, they've grown significantly as a result of a lot of those changes. But we're really seeing that the whole supply chain out there can be very, very disconnected. It's a very archaic industry, as many of you know. Even here in the United States, I mean, there's so many different players that get involved and touch, are part of any one particular ton of material getting recycled, for instance. So just making that all connect a lot better. And then improving transparency in the contracts. These are very nuts and bolts, little nitty-gritty things, but just how to price services, how to know what a reasonable price is to have waste picked up, how to charge for those services. These are all things that need to be part of that process. Leadership, gotta have leadership. So, you know, how do we, first off, connect all of those different leaders and governments and companies and stakeholders that are out there? We need to get that. We need to get that connection happening. And a big part of this is just from those leaders saying no to unsafe practices. We have to have more visibility to this issue. We need to bring people together. Of course, when you get people together, you get critical mass, but then it makes it more acceptable for companies to say, we are not going to handle our waste in an unsafe manner. And it doesn't matter what country we're in. You know, we're not going to go put a plant in a developing country and then pollute like everybody else. No, we're going to actually implement programs and processes that train the local contractors in how to deal with things more acceptably. And we're going to spend more. And if we don't spend more, then we're going to pay a price in the market. But getting that leadership in the house is key. And of course, training, education, motivation. How do we do that? Obviously, there's a lot of different strategies that can be done, but it's got to be there. And then putting in ways to reward that participation is very, very key, of course. You got to have data. So, you know, making sure that we collect the data from all of these different processes, that we standardize the types of data that we're seeing, and then collect that and then share that openly to all the different stakeholders so that everybody can see and we can start to measure what's happening. And that then leads to continuous improvement, reviewing those results, developing best practices based on that, and communicating. There are differences between countries, for sure. But, I think a lot of those differences are really just differences in time. When I was in India and I observed a lot of the challenges there when it comes to waste management, they weren't all that different than what I remember, what I've seen pictures of, 100 years ago in the United States, maybe even not that long ago, 40, 50 years ago. If any of you remember the Crying Indian, that was a big part of getting, Americans to be more aware of the waste that they're generating. A lot of this stuff, we all, share very similar, we can, I'm getting a little confused in my thought there, but basically there are differences in countries, but at the end of the day, we all like a clean neighborhood and a clean environment. So our solution in all of this, to talk about that, what are we doing? So recyclemax.com, basically, I stepped out of the service industry to focus all of my resources in our company on developing a platform that took all of that learning, all of that knowledge, and made it accessible so that not only companies here in the United States or even in Europe could have this technology and how to manage programs, but that we could actually use this in India, in Africa, and around the world to help mentor and develop the industry, the recyclers, the guys that there in India that I saw, going down the street with their carts and going to that section of town where you have all the different recycling areas lined up. How can we make this tool something that even they would have value, so they would know what the value is of the material that they're collecting, and that it could actually be tracked in a good way. So some of the concepts that we're integrating into this platform, first off, the ability to inventory all your waste. So in the app, you have the ability to go throughout your facility, go throughout your city even, take photos, upload the materials. For companies that have more exotic materials, hazardous materials, they can maintain all their safety data sheets there. But basically, you have one place to create an inventory. And the neat thing is that companies can share this information back and forth. We start to build a global inventory of what's out there. Recycling and contractor management, the ability to get quotes, create contracts, order the services, do all the vendor engagement and actually purchase collaboratively so that materials can be marketed by companies together. A lot of what we see is unique materials in one place that if you combined it with the unique materials generated by other people, you could actually start developing some markets. Getting leadership to work together, the ability to create groups, invite contacts, share news and events. We kind of took a lot of social media concepts and we put that into this platform. That then leads to the ability to create signage, quizzes. We've got a program called Earth Perks Reward Points. So that's something that we think has global legs. And even there in Pune, the commissioner in Pune wanted to put bus tickets up for Earth Perks points. So we know that this has got the international appeal, but we have to have fun and creative ways to get people to change their behaviors. And so this is one approach. Of course, when you've got all this in one tech platform, you're going to have great data. So we've got the ability to standardize, have reports and charts and files so that now you can actually start reporting all this, and then you can do tracking of issues, start developing real solid industry benchmarks, standardized procedures, and train the industry to get better. Because when people can make money doing something, they'll do it. And hopefully what we want to do is we want to see people making money managing waste and recycling in a proper way. So this isn't all theoretical. We do have about 40, 50 companies that are using the platform in a beta phase. But here's some screenshots, give you some ideas of what's here. And again, we're not building this just for the US market. We are really building this for the global market. One of our key people is in Africa. We've already had awesome connections into the German Waste Management Association. So we think that there's going to be a real opportunity to start moving the needle when it comes to waste. So it's a whole environment for the recycling industry to connect together, because that's really the key. So to kind of wrap it up, definitely come join our network. I'll turn this a little bit of an ad, but this is something that we think can be very helpful. You can create a profile for your company or organization. That's free. We want to make this as open as possible. There's quote requests. So companies can actually post materials that they've got that they need to find markets for. Haulers and recyclers can get opportunities for business. That's free. And then we also have a category of what we're calling our founding members, and these are our beta customers. We have a large Chinese company, and that was our first one. And we're just charging a nominal monthly fee to have all of the functionality that we have. And if any of you are really, really excited about this, talk to me, and let's talk about how we could possibly use this to help bring people and organizations together there in India or wherever you happen to be listening to this presentation. But we think that the key is working together. That's probably not a new concept, I'm sure, but we want to definitely, we need some type of exponential transformation here.
Thank you very much, Keith. Now we have a Daryl Smith. The next, but I want to just say, while Daryl is getting organized, that Keith has given a very good perspective of somebody who has hands-on experience and actually working with the clients and making it work. And that kind of experience is very useful. We need more companies like yours.
Thank you.
So Daryl, are you ready?
I am ready, but I'm having trouble sharing my screen until Keith stops sharing his, I believe.
Okay,
Oh,
please stop.
I can do that.
Next time I'll say, please stop your.
No worries. Let's see here. I think I can get to it.
Mr. Smith, you can now share the screen.
Okay, let me. I don't have, hold on one second. I don't have permissions set up here. It looks like.
Keith, have you turned off your permission?
Yeah, apparently.
And now you would be able to share screen. What does it say? I mean, whenever you try to share the screen,
it's on my it's on my end. It looks like I don't have permissions set up to share. Give me 1 second. You know what? Let's just do it without the slides. My slides are not that interesting, to be honest. So I'm just going to get started without them. And most of my points are easily made without the slides. So I apologize for that, but I don't want to delay you. So is that okay with you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. Well, first of all, thank you, and greetings again from the United States. Thank you for getting me up so early today. I've got a
Oh, we lost your voice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes, now.
yeah. Now
Okay.
yes.
All right. Sorry about that. Sorry for the technical issues. Again, hello from the United States, and thank you for allowing me to join you. Like Keith, I've been to India before, and it's one of my favorite places in the world, and I look forward to coming again. First of all, I apologize in advance for how direct I'll be in this presentation, but given the time limit, I don't really have any other choice. But I do want to, make some pretty strong points, and I'll do it pretty quickly and get out of your hair. There's never been a better time to make progress in waste and recycling policy, no matter where you live. There is a need around the world, society is ready, and people's minds are open. And importantly, public policymakers are looking for projects. Achieving policy victories through effective advocacy requires a particular set of skills. Today, I would like to discuss how leadership, strategy, and tactics can serve us all well in driving the development of good public policies. My organization, the National Waste and Recycling Association of the United States, knows how to affect public policy. We have been recognized with multiple awards over the past 4 years after we've changed our approach, and we've also won hundreds of public policy victories. We've done this by following the basic rules of leadership, strategy, and tactics that everyone claims to understand, but almost no one follows. First, let's talk about leadership. My favorite leadership quote comes from Richard Rumelt in his book, Good Strategy, Bad Strategy. He says that every organization faces a situation where the full complexity and ambiguity of the situation is daunting. An important duty of any leader is to absorb a large part of that complexity and ambiguity, passing on to the organization a simpler problem, one that is solvable. Many leaders fail badly at this responsibility, announcing ambitious goals without resolving a good chunk of ambiguity about the specific obstacles to be overcome. To take responsibility is more than a willingness to accept the blame. It is setting proximate objectives and handing the organization a problem it can actually solve. I'm calling on the leaders in waste and recycling to set proximate objectives, objectives that can be achieved. Zero waste is not good leadership. Zero waste is a slogan, a fantasy. Zero waste is setting your team up for failure. Good leaders set proximate goals. Set waste and recycling goals that are not destined to fail. Set a goal that followers can meet. Win with your results, not with your headline generating goals. Once an organization has a proximate goal, strategy allows them to get there. Strategy is a catchphrase used by many, but only a few have one. When strategy is discussed, big meetings are held that produce big books no one ever reads. My view of strategic planning is this: the worst thing about having a battle plan is that you might actually follow it. Instead of a strategic plan, have a strategic philosophy that undergirds all that you do. Train your people on virtues and tactics so they know how to respond in any situation. Next, have a simple strategy. The best strategies are in fact simple ones. But remember, just because a strategy is simple, it does not mean that it came from simple thinking. In fact, a beautifully simple strategy is often the result of a lot of complex thought on the part of leaders. But in the end, deliver a simple plan that can be achieved, not a complex plan that is doomed. So now that you have a proximate goal and you have a strategic philosophy, it is important to use the right tactics to achieve results in public policy. Tactics are different than strategy. Tactics close the deal. I have seen thousands of people make their cases in the halls of the US Congress. Many lobbyists in the US are lawyers. A lesser amount are scientists. My message to you regarding tactics and lobbying is to not lobby like a lawyer and do not lobby like a scientist. Save the legal arguments for the courtrooms and scientific arguments for the laboratory. There is no judge present during a lobbying visit, and the results may be very unfair. There is no peer review panel to weigh the merits of your science either. There is just a politician with a lot of power whose self-interest will trump any reasoned argument. So what are you to do? Lobby like a game theorist if you want to influence public policy. Legal and scientific data are only tools to hand to a politician if they will help him or her achieve her own goals. So first, know their center of gravity, understand their goals, know what drives them, then give them the information they need that aligns with their priorities. Game theory is the subtle art of persuasion that most people overlook. Learn to be a game theorist and stop acting like public policy advocacy is a fair process. To review, we want to engage in good leadership by setting proximate goals. We then need a brilliant yet simple strategic philosophy that underlies our every action. And finally, we need appropriate tactics that consider the ambitions of those in power. But there is one more point I would like to make, and that is the best strategies are those that are so perfect they do not have to be a secret. If you can show your battle plan to the world and know you will still succeed, you're on the right track. Secrets and dirty tricks are a sign of bad leadership, strategy, and tactics. And that is not the way to make lasting change. Be good, honest, and transparent in your methods, and you will win. So I hope you found this helpful. And if you need to contact me at any time, please do so. And again, I'm not trying to make the point that the zero waste slogan should not be used. I'm just trying to, kind of design it a little bit better so that we can actually start setting some goals that we can achieve. So again, my contact information is available online, and apologize for the slide issue. So any questions, I'll be happy to take.
Thank you very much, Darrell Smith. I think if Nitin Gupta can start aligning himself and his slides if he has any. Thanks, Darrell.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Comments and strategies, and especially the way of addressing any problem actually. And that was quite useful. Thank you. Nitin, are you ready?
Yeah, Dr. Jyoti, I'm ready.
Good,
Can you see my screen?
Please start. Yeah, I can see.
Great. First of all,
be fast. Thank you.
First of all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to people who are in this conference, given the fact that it's a global conference. So, and thank you for inviting Atero and inviting me to be a part of this conference. Appreciate that. I will stick to the topic that's given to us, which is circular economy. How can recycling and resource recovery help get to circular economy and zero waste? So what does actually circular economy mean? Circular economy just means that you take back an end of life or waste materials and try and recycle them and extract useful materials and metals out of them and use that back in the industry, right? And reduce the pressure on original source of these materials, whether it's mining or any other source, right? That's a simple definition of circular economy. In our opinion, the the legs on which circular economy stands are essentially collection infrastructure. How do you collect the waste? Where do you collect the waste from? How efficient is the collection process? And so on and so forth. And then the technology is the second leg. How efficiently can you recycle the waste that's collected, both from a resource recovery perspective as well as environmental friendly recycling perspective? And what's the economics of this entire technology that is there to ensure that it's a commercially viable process, right? Underlying all of both of these legs is a very strong policy angle to it, on which Darrell spent some time, but policy is definitely a proponent towards circular economy, sort of proper recycling and environmentally friendly resource recovery, if you will. Atero, I'll give you a case study on what we do, and that sort of ties in very well to circular economy, resource utilization and recycling as well. Atero is India's largest electronic waste recycling company and the world's best lithium and battery recycling company. We call ourselves the world's most environmentally friendly urban mine. And the reason we use that definition is we basically extract and sell pure gold, pure silver, pure palladium, pure platinum, pure cobalt, pure lithium, copper, graphite, nickel, you name it, right? 20 different metals, including rare earth metals. And for extracting and selling these metals, we do not excavate a single gram or single pound of the earth. It's all done by extracting, by recycling waste that we sort of collect. And that's what we call ourselves an urban mine. I'll move forward from there. Essentially, if you look at it in India, essentially, or any developing country for that matter, the way that waste is recycled in some cases is highly hazardous in nature and has a huge impact on both the environment as well as a huge impact on the society as well. Just to give you some sense, and these are India specific numbers, essentially, if you look at the sector of electronic waste and lithium-ion battery recycling, electronic waste basically includes anything and everything that runs on electricity and has become end of life. So it means end of life laptops, computers, televisions, mobile phones, refrigerators, washing machines, what have you. And Dr. Jyoti was talking about digitization of the economy. This is the other side of digitization of the economy, right? And if you look at history, and I'm taking a step back here, the advancement in technology and advancement in economy has always come with consequences. That doesn't mean that the advancement has to stop. It just means the consequences have to be handled in a much more appropriate manner, right? So again, coming back to the topic, electronic waste and lithium-ion battery recycling, they contain a lot of valuable materials, and a lot of developing countries recycle them in extremely hazardous mechanism, right? And typically women and children are involved in the informal sector recycling trade, if you will. And just to give you some sense, the pictures that you see, to extract some bit of gold from, let's say, the printed circuit board, which is present in your cell phone, laptop, television, and other electronic waste, it's dipped in a pond of cyanide plus sulfuric acid, right? And cyanide is a great collector of gold. The stuff that comes back is burnt in open air, which emits cyanide fumes, and then gold comes out. And the remaining solution is dumped in the nearby water streams, right? To extract copper from wire, the plastic is burnt, right? And all of us know that when you burn plastic covering on the wires, it is carcinogenic in nature. And the worst part is that the average lifespan of people working in this informal industry is less than 27 years. The reason is they're inhaling cyanide fumes, they're exposed to lead fumes, they're exposed to all kinds of hazardous problems, and they have no real protection equipment around it. That is the social cost as well. And the social cost is something the society has to bear, which includes hospitalization costs, which includes people who could have lived and contributed to the economy. They're not there any longer, right? And that's a huge loss. We have tried to put some figures there, and these, like I said, are India specific numbers. In our opinion, the illegal recycling or the informal recycling that happens in the country causes a damage of roughly $20 billion to the environment of the country, causes a damage of roughly $5 billion as a societal cost. And obviously there's material loss. When you do unscientific recycling, then you can't recover the complete material that's present and that can be reused in the circular economy fashion. That's where technology is very necessary and comes into practice. So Attero is, like I said, India's largest electronic waste recycling company and the world's best lithium and battery recycling company. We have roughly 30 granted global patents on recycling technologies in electronic waste and lithium and battery, all technology developed by us in India, and the patents are in China, US, Europe, Japan, Singapore, basically all over the world. We've applied for more than 200 plus patents, and we have made significant investments in R&D and continue to make significant investments in R&D. We run a recycling plant in India, which we are expanding to other geographies as well at this point in time, which is compliant with not only the Indian government norms, but also compliant with US CPA and the European agency norms as well. And it's a zero wastewater company, obviously, right? But more importantly, Attero is the only global company in the electronic waste and lithium and battery space to get carbon credits per ton of waste recycled. So UNFCCC, the nodal body under United Nations, looked at our processes and agreed that, as an example, the amount of energy it takes for Attero's process to extract 1 gram of gold or 1 gram of copper is significantly lower compared to extracting the same amount of gold or copper from either a virgin mine or any other secondary source of that material. And that's the methodology on which carbon credits for Attero have been approved and granted. Today, from a recycling standpoint, we recycle all kinds of electronic waste, name it, ranging from, let's say, a CFL bulb all the way to a refrigerator, air conditioner, and everything and anything in between, including solar panels, printed circuit boards, catalytic converters, and others, right? We today pick up electronic waste and lithium and battery waste from more than 1,400 cities in the country. And we extract all materials like I sort of mentioned earlier, which include precious metal bearing materials like gold, silver, palladium, platinum, sort of base materials like copper, aluminum, iron, specialty materials like cobalt, nickel, lithium carbonate, graphite, manganese dioxide, and rare earth materials, which include beryllium, neodymium, which is present in magnets, and so on and so forth. From a lithium-ion battery recycling perspective and electronic waste perspective, our technology enables us to recycle and extract more than 98% of the material value or metals that are present there. And by the way, the metals that come out are equivalent or equal to the metals that come out of mining. For example, the gold that we sell, or the copper that we sell, or the cobalt that we sell is pure. There is no problem, there is no differentiation between the recycled output or the virgin mining output. It's same, okay, on any metric, any quality sort of situation, if you will. And our lithium and battery recycling sort of technology is completely cell chemistry agnostic and completely cell shape and size agnostic. But just to take a step back and sort of drill down the point of circular economy and why it's so important and why recycling of waste plays such an important role there, let's take the example of lithium-ion batteries, right? All of us know that lithium-ion batteries are becoming ubiquitous in the society, whether it's in consumer electronics like a cell phone, laptops, others, or in storage applications like stationary storage, like solar applications, telecom towers, what have you, and increasingly in electric vehicles, right? There are two challenges associated with this lithium-ion batteries, if you will. First is what happens to the end-of-life lithium-ion batteries when they become end-of-life. They need to be recycled in an environmentally friendly manner because they're hazardous in nature. And the second connected issue is that, let's say, almost 30% of the value of a battery is the value of metals that make it up, which include nickel, cobalt, lithium, graphite. And each of these material or metal has either ESG issue or supply security issue, or both. Take cobalt, for example. World's 60% of the cobalt is mined in the DR Congo region. And the DR Congo region is driven by child labor, terrorist regimes, what have you, right? And there's a huge social issue around that problem. And second associated point is, at the current utilization rates of cobalt and the current supply of cobalt, the world will run out of cobalt by 2030. So recycling cobalt and using it back in a circular economy fashion is no longer a choice that we have. We need to do it, and we need to do it at scale, right? Similarly, lithium. Almost 70% of the world's lithium is mined in the Bolivia-Argentina triangle. That's, by the way, also known as the world's most driest region, because traditional lithium mining is a water guzzling process. And just to give you some numbers there, to extract 1 ton of lithium using a traditional lithium mining process requires more than 500,000 gallons of water, right? It's a huge water guzzling process that comes with its own impact on the nearby people who live around it and the entire region that's there, right? And again, the same situation with nickel, graphite, and all of these metals that are there. So recycling, like I said, is not really a choice, but we need to do it at scale. And fortunately, we have developed the technology to be able to recycle it and extract all materials there. This is the list of metals that you see and the source also. On the left column, you'll see what we extract, and the column next to it will show you where that material comes from. And then the column shows you the form of that material. Just to give you some sense, we are the only producer, or Attero is the only producer of recycled cobalt and lithium in India. Another sort of example I can give you is that from electronic waste, there's a lot of solder that's used in the electronics industry. Now, solder is made of silver and tin, right? Attero, using India is a net importer of tin ingots today, okay? Using recycling, and by recycling solder collected from electronic waste in India and extracting pure tin, we'll make Attero will make India the net exporter of tin in the next year. That's the impact of proper collection, proper technology, and the proper policy around it. Well, our aim is to become the largest company in green materials globally, largest producer of green materials globally, largely through lithium and battery recycling and electronic waste recycling, and drive the circular economy and metals associated with it. I've already discussed about this, so I'll skip the slide. This slide just shows you the increase in lithium-ion batteries and the critical need of making sure that we collect end-of-life lithium-ion batteries and recycle them using the right technology to extract the maximum materials out of it and put them back in the supply chain in a circular economy fashion, reducing the impact on mining and thus by improving the overall sustainability and the sort of ESG and SDG parameters, if you will. Essentially, in our opinion, based on whatever our plans are, using recycling, we'll be able to supply roughly 17% of the world's cobalt demand by 2030, right? Roughly 10% of the world's lithium demand by 2030. And mind you, this is without digging up even an ounce of the earth. This is just by pure recycling and so on and so forth. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. How old is your company, and do you get your waste from the people who are actual receiver of these waste? How is that process going on?
So the company got established in 2008. We are funded by IFC, which is part of the World Bank Group. We are funded by private equity investors in India and US, which include DFJ, Kalari Capital, Forum Synergies, and others. Sort of from a client perspective, we have contracts with all the top electronics OEMs and auto OEMs, which include Samsung, LG, Vivo, Oppo, sort of Acer, Flextronics.
So you pick up the waste from the companies.
Yes, yes.
Not from the waste. But what happens to the consumer waste?
Consumer waste. Dr. Jyoti, we also pick up from the informal sector aggregators. And the impact of picking up from the informal sector aggregators is we can afford to pay them a better price than they are able to get today by unscientific recycling because the recovery is lesser, right? So we do pick up a lot of waste from the informal sector aggregators and thus reduce the environmental and social impact on India. Consumer collection is a bit tricky problem from a logistics standpoint. We are working on that and we have done some pilots on collecting from end consumer. Hopefully in the next year, we should roll it out on a full-fledged basis all over the country.
But taking waste back, that kind of policies, if we had, your job would be simpler and the place would be cleaner.
Absolutely. And from a policy perspective, Dr. Jyoti, the government of India has been making the right policy sort of announcements regarding circular economy as well. And there's a draft regulation for circular economy covering 11 different waste streams, including electronic waste, including lithium-ion batteries, and so on and so forth. Obviously, there'll be some sort of pushback from the industry in adapting to circular economy, but hopefully we'll get there.
Thank you very much. I think we have 20 minutes left and maybe we should go to the next speaker. I don't see the next speaker, but Laila is there. Your last name, has she left? Laila? Isn't she the one? I see Bharti Chaturvedi, she is not there, right? And
Laila, ma'am, are you there?
She was there before.
Yeah, earlier she was there. Yes.
She's a former minister of state in the government of Egypt, so we should have had it a little before. Anyway,
probably we can move ahead and as soon as she joins, then we can have her again.
Okay. So, what do you say next?
I think we should move on to the next speaker for this session.
No, but next speaker is Bharti. She is not there either.
Oh.
So we have the next speaker is Laila's.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So
you want to take some questions?
Yeah, that would be fine then.
Yeah, I think we can.
Aishwarya, you can manage the questions. As you can see, I have to go somewhere. I'm still listening. That is very interesting all this time. So,
sure, ma'am, not an issue. Sure, not an issue. I can go ahead with it.
Thank you. Very nice to hear all of you speakers.
Thank you, ma'am, for chairing the session so wonderfully. We go ahead with the questions now. I'd ask the speakers if you have any questions, then we can probably take them.
Sure, yeah. It might be better to ask the audience. We've already sort of spoken a lot, in my opinion.
Yeah, but the questions from the audience are not, I don't have any questions from the audience at the moment. So if there is probably some concluding remarks that the speakers would like to make, it'd be great.
Sure, I'll chime in. In our opinion, circular economy and waste recycling are extremely critical topics given where the world is at this point in time for various reasons. And like Keith and Daryl said earlier, it's really not a geographical issue. Whether it's India, US, Europe, other parts of Asia, or other parts of Africa, this is a relevant issue in every and sort of all geographies. And policy has to be in tune with making sure that the entire collection process, the entire technology process for recycling and recovery of critical materials is sort of carried out in the most efficient manner. And initially, there will need to be some handholding from a policy perspective, even probably some fiscal benefits that need to be given to ensure that this entire thing comes together. And as a world, we reduce our sort of reliance on virgin mining or virgin materials and try and use more and more recycled materials. Happy to sort of let Keith and Daryl chime in as well. Keith?
Well, it's certainly a global issue now. I mean, the oceans, we're realizing, connect all of our waste streams. So, you know, when one country isn't doing a good job managing waste, it affects all of us. So, again, we are connected. So, yeah, global time for global action, not just local.
Yeah, and I'll echo what Keith said. And you guys caught me after I've taken my tie off because I gotta get on the road here. So I didn't know I had to come back on screen. Hey, you know, I think that there's a lot of opportunities for countries to join in partnerships. We have a memorandum of understanding with Brazil. There's no money that changes hand. There's just conversations and information. And my group represents the private sector of waste haulers and recyclers here in the U.S. and we're happy to work with anybody that wants to work with us. We're very interested in not just advancing waste and recycling policy in the United States, but around the world, and we're happy to be helpful any way that we can. Our number one mission is advocacy. That's our 80% of our everything we do is advocacy related. So, if we can be of assistance or, if we can weigh in on some policy making issues or things of that nature around the world, we're very happy to do so. And again, thank you all for letting me join.
Thank you, Keith. And thanks, Daryl. Yeah, go ahead, Keith.
I did have a question, if there's time for a question there, Nathan. Loved your presentation as well. The question I had is there a viable way for those individual collectors to plug into your operation, where you're like the back of the house of the whole thing?
Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
How do those local burnings get shut down but it's still financially viable for them to collect, but to bring it into you? How do you do that?
So Keith, complicated supply chain issue, right? But let me try and give you what our thoughts are there. See, if you look at the waste supply chain in India, and that's true for a large number of economies as well, is that there is a last mile collector, which typically collects from households, right? That last mile typical collector is typically a male, right? Typical earnings in a country like India are in the range of roughly around $60 per month. Okay, that's the amount of money that last mile collector makes. And this guy works on a daily wage basis. So he has to get money every day. So the waste that he collects from households, he has to sell to a local aggregator. The local aggregator is an aggregator who works with, let's say, 20, 30, 50 of these guys, aggregates the waste, pays them the money at the end of the day, right? And then this local aggregator, basically after aggregating, sells it to a larger aggregator who tries to dismantle this waste using women and children by hand and sells off copper, aluminum, iron, or whatever materials are valuable in the local market. And then the hazardous component of it he then sells it off to informal sector recyclers, the end recycler, who uses cyanide and sulfuric acid and open burning and lead burning to extract precious metals or base materials from that waste, right? In this supply chain, if you look at it, the maximum work is done by the last mile collector who collects the waste from the households, or the end informal sector recycler who uses unscientific hazardous mechanisms to extract some materials out of it. But both these parts of the supply chain get paid the least amount of the money. The maximum amount of the money is taken by both the aggregators in between. Okay, so from our perspective, what we are doing is we are trying to plug in the last mile collector into our supply chain, and the pilot that we have done shows us that the amount of money that the last mile collector makes increases by at least 3x by coming into our system, not only because we are paying them more, but because they get more waste and they're able to collect more waste and give it to us for proper scientific recycling.
All right. Are there any more questions that we can take?
Not from my side, Aishwarya.
All right. So since there are no more questions, I think we can wrap up this session. I'd like to thank all of you, of course, for this. This is very, very important, and your unparalleled insights on circular economy were very, very enlightening. And I'd like to thank Dr. Jyoti Parekh for chairing the session so beautifully. I'd like to thank all of you, Mr. Keith Zendler, Dr. Daryl Smith, and Mr. Nitin Gupta for the wonderful presentations that we had in this session. And not just this session, in fact, we have had some really thought-provoking sessions through the day today on the day one of the World Waste to Wealth Summit and Expo 2021. And we witnessed a gathering of global government, industry, and research all in one place, with each plenary session really felicitating intensive analysis, planning, networking consolidation, and debate on waste to wealth movement that we are witnessing. So I'd like to thank all of you. And with that, we end this plenary session and also the day one of the Waste to Wealth Summit and Expo 2021. I'm hoping to see you in our subsequent conferences as well. And I'd like to thank all of you and looking forward to your full participation in the future as well. This expo will be taking place on the same day every year. So I'm looking forward to your participation in the future conferences and a long-term association with us. Thank you so much for having joined us, and really looking forward for the second day of the summit as well. That starts tomorrow at 10.
Thank you, Aishwarya. This is Dr. Anil Garg. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Nitin, for excellent presentation. And thank you, Dr. Parekh, for excellently chairing. And thank you, Aishwarya, for doing this coordination work and doing this session in a wonderful class. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye for now. Thank you.
Thank you.